guys both your I'm actually I'm Edda. The mic's off. Laurie. Yeah, you just and on. Sorry. Leave it so that like the oh yeah. Excellent. Nice to meet you. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I know about that. Yeah.
Here at GW, and so this gives us a chance to get right into the substance of what we're doing. But first, I want to welcome everybody to GW and to the Institute for International Economic Policy, our host in this building. To welcome you to GW as a whole. I'm Stephen Smith, the former director of IIEP, but I stand in today for James Foster, who is in Britain at this moment. And I'm currently the chair of the Department of Economics, which has always been very actively engaged with IIEP. And this is a good example today in which Tara Sinclair, who's co-director of the research program on forecasting at the Economics Department, is one of the organizers of the program today. And we'd like to thank, of course, Kyle Renner, our IIEP operations manager, who's put together all the logistics for the conference. And instead of operations manager, I like to call him the operations wizard from time to time. So we thank him as well. Just a couple of words about IIEP. We're very active in our four initiatives, our four signature initiatives, along with many other areas, including China's economic development and U.S.-China economic relations. of which we had a couple of months ago, I think it was our 12th annual conference events, all of which can be seen online. We have initiatives all to climate change, perspective, global analysis of poverty and poverty reduction, and global economic governance in the 21st century. A topic that is rolling in its meaning, I think, as we go along. So it's a very active topic, but we look at global economic relations in general, and of course, all throughout this is naturally a theme on forecasting, because it's very difficult to talk about any of this, including poverty alleviation and climate change adaptation, without doing so. So we would like to thank you very much for being at the Mardi Dungey Memorial Research Conference. And with those words of welcome to GW, I'd like to turn the podium over to my colleague, Professor Tara Sinclair, who is going to give you the second part of the introduction. Tara.
Thank you, Stephen. So we're here today to remember and honor Mardi Dungey. And you who didn't know her, we lost her a little over a year ago, after a brief battle with cancer. And for a lot of us, that loss is still really fresh. But today is an opportunity to come together as a community, which is something that I think Mardi would really want us to do, and she was an example in setting that forward for us. And as I look around the room, and as we've gathered and talked already, as we've been arriving, I'm amazed at how many people Mardi has touched. And when we think about how we've been her friends, her co-authors, her colleagues, her students, a mixture of those all at once or over time, and the way that she's spread out around the globe and drew together this amazing community that we can see just a small representation of in the program today. And something else that just really struck me in conversations as we were planning this program was how even the smallest touch by Mardi could make a huge difference in someone's life. And so for my story, I actually didn't know Mardi all that well. But she came here to visit, to give a seminar when she was on her, what ended up being her final tour of the US and Europe back in 2018. She came here in March and gave a seminar for the forecasting program, and joint with our Macro International Finance program, because that's how she is, right? It's both econometrics and international finance and macro and everything. She came and she gave a seminar for us. Then we went for a lunch afterwards. And the seminar was inspiring, but the lunch was extraordinary. And the conversation that we had swept everything from talking about just professional advice, research ideas, life in different places around the world. And I think we all know that a little bit if our lives have been touched by Mardi, how much those sparks just stay with us. But she also draws us together. She's like, did you know so-and-so? Do you know so-and-so? You must meet these people. You must come to these conferences and get to know these other people and draw this community together. And so when we were organizing this conference today, that's really what I kept thinking about, is how much, even though she was taken from us too soon, we still have her in each of us, those sparks that she spread across each of us. And that when we come together and we talk about the impact that she's had on our lives, that's a way of continuing to honor that community that I think she really made in a special way, and that I hope continues long into the future, and that we can really revel in today. So with that in mind, I want to, first of all, for those of you who didn't know Mardi, I welcome you to read the tribute that Renee McKibben wrote about Mardi. Okay, and sorry. Renee McKibben and Denise Osborne wrote about Mardi, so you can learn a little bit about her and her impact. And for those of you who did know her or who were touched by her in any way, we have an opportunity for you to write notes that we're going to put together a book of some of these photos that we've been showing, other photos from today's event, and we want to include notes from us that will go to her family. So please take a moment. We'll have a space over here outside in a private room by the lounge, so you can take a moment to write a note just to let other people know how much Marty impacted you. And then for today's program, just the range of material that we'll be talking about. Marty has a range of interests. We're going to start out with some econometrics, then we'll have some international finance, there's applied work, there's more technical work, and all of this together, I think, really captures well the research legacy of Mardi Dungey. And so, as we begin and think about having our first panel, I want to thank the sponsors for today's event. So Institute for International Economic Policy, and also the Research Program on Forecasting, the University of Tasmania. It's amazing that we have several people from UTAS here today who took this amazingly long trip to be here, and it's great to have you as Marty's colleagues here. The Society for Nonlinear Dynamics and Econometrics, and the Center for Applied Macroeconomic Analysis at ANU that we fondly call CAMA. So thank you so much for those groups of people. And again, I think these are all groups that are going to continue to see the influence of Marty in their programs, in their community and collaboration for years to come. So what I'd like to do now is go ahead and just take a moment to transition and bring up the first panel.
Thank you, Kyle. And thank you, Tara and for GW for hosting this. This conference was really the idea of Tara and Graziella. It was just a wonderful idea, and it's been just such a fantastic year, just contacting all of Marty's friends and colleagues, and we've had so much support. Everybody is here. Everybody's funding themselves, and everyone is here just because they loved Marty. So I just wanted to also welcome you to this conference to celebrate the life of Marty. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Renee Fry-McKibben, and I was Marty's first PhD student. I started working with her in 1998, so it was a long, long time ago. We wrote many papers together, and like all of Marty's co-authors and students, we became really great friends. So the panel session that we have today is actually going to span over 2 sessions. We're going to start with this morning's session where we talk about some of Marty's early life, and then in the afternoon, at the end of the conference, after we've heard all of the papers, we're going to have some reflections from the University of Tasmania, where she spent her last decade and which was her home. You'll notice on the program, if you may have looked at the program over time, we originally were going to have Warwick McKibben and John Eatwell speaking on this panel. John couldn't make it, he got sick, and so did Warwick this morning. So we have Vanessa and Tara who are going to step in for the both of them. So Vanessa was at Cambridge when Marty was at Cambridge as well. So she spent a lot of time with her during those amazing years that Marty spent transforming surf. So I'd really like to thank both of them for stepping in at the last minute. So before we hear from our panelists, I just wanted to make a few reflections of my own and just give a little bit of context for those who don't know Marty. So Marty authored more than 100 papers in areas of empirical finance and macroeconometrics. She had a remarkable 75 co-authors, 28 PhD students. She began her career at the Reserve Bank of Australia, and that is where Warwick and Given first hired her as a cadet in her around her honours year, which is her fourth year as undergraduate degree. She later went on to do a PhD at ANU with Professor Adrian Pagan. Then her first job was at La Trobe University in the state of Victoria, but then Warwick recruited her back to the ANU just a few short years later. So she started working on models of macroeconometric models of small open economies, and then she was there right during the middle of the Asian crisis, and her interest then turned to models of financial market contagion. And then she moved into the area of looking at high-frequency financial market data, and finally to financial networks during her time in Cambridge and also in Tasmania. So I just wanted to show you a few pictures which I think kind of captures Mardi. So I love this photo because this is the four of us wrote many, many papers together on financial market contagion. Brenda was at the International Monetary Fund, Vance and I were both in Australia, and Mardi was in Cambridge at the time. We'd written about 6 papers together, but been in the same place at the same time. And so we had an opportunity to meet up for the very first time in Rome. Came from all over the world to meet for the first time in Rome. So, and I think that them linking their arms together really represents what they worked on throughout all of linkages and financial market or macro linkages. So Mardi loved, as Tara said, connecting with people and connecting people together. She was amazing doing that. She gave so much to be able to realize her ambitions in making it just a beautiful community. She used to organize amazing conferences, and I know that most of you have probably been to some of them. So, for example, she would organize these very formal, high-powered conferences in Cambridge. You'll see Vanessa and I right there with Mardi. She also organized a conference, the Australian Econometrics conference, which was held in Alice Springs in the middle of Australia, which takes a long time to get there. So this middle photo was taken with Mardi and co-authors, and also some people from Cambridge who came all the way to this conference as well. Mardi also organised that conference while she was living in Cambridge. So that's how impressive she was. And the last conference picture is 60th birthday conference that Mardi loved discussing research ideas. So this is a picture of Mardi which I love, taken at a conference in New Zealand, I think about 2002, where she's telling Adrian what's wrong with his research. So I think we've all done that with Mardi, have a glass of wine at the end of a conference dinner or whatever, and we get really, she gets really excited about what we're doing. So it's just lovely. But in the end, Mardi was a wonderful role model for how to actually have a successful academic career, to balance work and family life. She was a big for women who were, just maybe dealing with families and things. Not that men don't, but she was also a wonderful role model of how men might also have that work-life balance. And part of that work-life balance for Mardi was that her family was very much involved in what she was doing. So I'm sure a lot of you here have had dinners with Mardi and her family, her husband and her children, and their willingness to travel the world with her, let her meet all of you guys and be really part of that community. So Mardi not only would love talking to people who she might be able to collaborate with or supervise, But she would also go out into the community. So in Tasmania, she would go out to the elementary schools or the primary schools and teach kids finance. So she would take a big bag into the classrooms and teach the kids exchange rates by giving them actual money and playing these really fun games with them. That's such a wonderful thing. Anyone else decided that she needed to write these up and publish it in a journal aimed at maths teachers. Is so supportive of her students. So in my first job, second job, I moved to where Mardi was, and she let me live in her house with her for over a year. So I used to live in that room just right at the very end on a pull-out couch for quite a long time. And then one day Mardi said to me, "So are you going to buy an apartment?" And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I guess I could buy an apartment." It hadn't even occurred to me before, but maybe she wanted me out of the house. But then well, I did babysit a lot, but 6 a.m. wake up, so they were mine. But, yeah, so, and then May would always come with me and look at the place that I would end up buying. So not only did Mardi help me with my PhD, she helped me get a job. She wrote some of my best papers with me. She also introduced me to my husband. So, I mean, not many supervisors can say that. So, this was a picture from our wedding of Mardi and her family, and we had Jack and May do a reading at our wedding. I made them read this little poem about autumn leaves. I don't know. They would never do it now. But on the other part of this page, this is a picture of the wedding of John Eatwell and Susie Digby, and May was the flower girl at that wedding. So it just goes to show how much Mardi's family and Mardi were just so integrated in just the life of the department to have the kids involved in the weddings of two of her bosses. Kind of amazing. Pretty much. So now I'd like to turn over to Tara. So Tara is filling in for Warwick, who is she was 19 years old at the Reserve Bank of Australia, and then recruited her again to the ANU in 2002. So Tara is going to read the reference letter that Warwick wrote about Mardi when she was applying to move over to Cambridge.
I'm not going to try and interpret this in terms of Warwick's voice or accent. But yes, so this is a reference for Dr. Mardi Dungey. And Warwick wrote, "I am delighted to provide a reference for Dr. Mardi Dungey for one of the new positions at SURF, where SURF is the Cambridge Endowment for Research and Finance. I have known Mardi since 1988, when we both worked at the Reserve Bank of Australia. As head of the Economics Division of the Research School of Pacific and Asian Studies at ANU, I was responsible for hiring her as a junior academic in 2000. Director of the new Center for Macroeconomic Analysis, at ANU. That's one of our sponsors today. Mardi is an excellent econometrician with an accelerating publication record. Her administrative skills are outstanding and widely called upon at ANU. Her record of success at being awarded research grants is amongst the best in our department. She is highly sought after for consulting work because of the very applied and practical nature of her research interests in international finance and macro. In 2002 through 3, she was hired as a consultant by the Australian Treasury in an attempt to raise the research output, both for her own research, but also because of her abilities to lead a motivated team of young researchers. Mardi has been the critical person in setting up an innovative new research network modeled on the NBER in Cambridge, Mass, and the CEPR in London. Prior to establishing Mardi carried a heavy administrative burden within the Research School of Pacific and Asian Studies, where we are physically located. Despite these other responsibilities, Mardi also supervises a large number of PhD students. She attracts the best students because of her reputation as an outstanding supervisor. I have never been dedicated to her graduate students, both in terms of the time she devotes to each student and the intellectual contribution she adds to their research. She also has a large number of panels for other students who need her technical input on a less regular basis. Mardi has undoubtedly suffered because of the wide range she provides to the university, to colleagues seeking technical advice, and to students. After focusing largely on Australian issues, her publication record is growing in strength and is becoming more internationally focused. Her recent research on financial contagion is getting the international attention that it deserves, and she is regarded as one of the key researchers in this field internationally. With more time spent on her own research and less on assisting others, I have no doubt that Mardi's academic career will accelerate further from this point forward. In my experience in Australia and the United States, Mardi is unique in the amazing range of skills she possesses, in addition to her natural intellectual abilities. It is very dangerous in an academic institution to demonstrate administrative competence, and this has been exploited by ANU. Mardi is an extremely generous person, giving far more of her time to helping others than most people are willing to do. To sum up, Mardi has been an absolute dynamo across all aspects of her career to date. Both COMMA and the ANU would suffer a devastating loss if Mardi was to be offered and accepted the SERF position. Despite my own self-interest, now declared, I give my unqualified endorsement that Mardi is an outstanding scholar in many dimensions, and I highly recommend her to you. Yours sincerely, Warwick McKibben.
Thank you, Tara. So next we're going to turn to Vanessa Smith. So just to take a step back. So Mardi presented a paper that we wrote on contagion in bond markets in 2002 at the Bank for International Settlements in Basel. And John Eatwell was in the audience, and he was so impressed by Mardi's presentation and her enthusiasm that he stole her away from ANU to Cambridge. And it's unfortunate that he can't be here, but Vanessa was there on the ground while Mardi was there, so his thoughts are on Vanessa.
Okay, good morning everyone. So as Renee said, I was Mardi's colleague at SURF. So just a few words for the last minute step in what I'm doing here. So whilst at Cambridge, Mardi did a lot of work on high frequency tick-by-tick bond market data. So I'd like to share with you how this all came about. So when I joined Cambridge a couple of years earlier than Mardi, I was asked to help with a project that a colleague was working on at the time. It had to do with modeling liquidity in the US bond market. I knew nothing about the topic, so I started reading the literature to see how people were proxying for liquidity. And this led to buying daily bond market data from GovPX in the US. Now, when our research assistant started processing the data, we found it was full of inconsistencies and things that didn't really match up. So I liaised for weeks with the guy responsible for putting the data together, who was extremely rude and not really providing the best support. So to compensate for all of that, GovPX gave us a quarter's worth of free tick-by-tick data of the US government bond market. Mardi was ecstatic to get her hands on this data. She then got her husband on board, Ross, who is an IT guy, to help with processing such a vast amount of data, and the rest is history. So it was great having Mardi around at Cambridge. She was very passionate about her work, full of energy and new ideas, which she enjoyed sharing with others and working together. Very quickly, SURF became the Australian quarter, with many of Mardi's co-authors visiting from Australia. One of these was Vance, who used to open the champagne bottles at SURF at 10 o'clock in the morning. Tried to get us all to join.
I thought it was died.
Do you remember that? And of course, there's no Australian quarter without the Australian barbecue feast that Mardi and Ross organised, inviting us all from SURF. So Mardi was truly an inspirational figure to have around and did great work, and she's truly missed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. So we'll be going to the next session. Vance Martin is going to be chairing that session. So I know our stories are just a small number of stories, and I mean, for us they're very special, but I know that pretty much every person in this room has similar stories, and we're looking forward to hearing the course of today. So we'll ask Vance and Eric to come and start the next session. Please join me in thanking our standing.
Yeah, I should admit that at this point we are actually ahead of schedule because you guys actually were very serious about the 8:45 start and getting in your seats, which is fantastic. So I think we're just going to slowly move into the next session since we are live feeding this. We don't want people to miss out too much on the next session. So just give us a couple of minutes if you guys. The coffee's still outside if you want to take a quick 5 minutes, so not a chat break, but just to grab a cup of coffee. Yes, okay, this seems like a good idea. Go refill your coffee and we'll set up for the next session and start in just a few minutes.
No sugar, just milk or cream.
Milk.
All right, and I get 3 programs. Do you want a program?
Yeah.
All right. Yes, yeah.
So we free
Jump
drive
in here. So Vance Martin will be chairing the next session. So as everybody settles down, I will hand it over to.
I walked my lady.
They come to ours when they're somewhere.
I don't know your colleague who is working on Montego next
Welcome everybody. I'm Vance Martin, and I'm chairing the session. Eric will be presenting the paper. Just a couple of words I have about Mardi. Mardi and Eric wrote a very important paper published in the journal Applied Econometrics in 2018, very recently. But Eric's connection with Mardi actually goes a lot further back, and it happened. I was visiting ANU, working with Mardi's supervisor Adrian Pagan, and we were interested in this new technique called indirect inference, which of course Eric was one of the co-authors with Christian Guru and yes, thank you. I only really remembered your name. So that same year there was a PhD conference in the University of Western Australia, and I happened to be there, and there was a person presenting, which was Mardi Dungey, and she was presenting work from her PhD. And so she's looking at sort of factor models, but sort of very simple structures. And I suggested to her that maybe you should be looking at these latent factor structures, and one way of estimating these things was to use indirect inference. And so from that, Marty invited me over to La Trobe, where she went, that was, I guess, her first job. And as Renee said before, we wrote a whole lot of papers on, mainly focusing on contagion, and that sort of work lasted for the next 20 years or so. So that's my connection. So it also means that Eric and I kind of had the same connection for the same length of time. You was more indirect initially, from an inference point of view, if I can tell that kind of joke. So without any further to say, please, Eric can present.
Okay, thank you, Vance, for this introduction. So let me try to find my slide. I guess I have just to focus on that. Yes. Right. So I have chosen today to talk about econometrics option pricing with stochastic volatility. I put stochastic volatility on red because it is actually my first connection with Mardi, conforming to what you say to some extent. Because, okay, I would say it is my first connection. I would say maybe some of those connections we had after were even more important. I would never go to a bar without cooking scallops at Mardi's place, because for whatever reason she appreciates my econometrics, but also my cooking. But of course, the friendship has been the most important thing. However, we started with stochastic volatility in the following way, so it is a kind of line, the story you mentioned. Because I met Mardi I don't remember, I think it was in Aix-en-Provence, and it was a conference, and we talked together, and she told me precisely that she was working on contagion. I think she was, at the time you are writing this book, with people who are all in the room, right? Renee, Brenda, and Vance. Just before that, I had written a paper on factor stochastic volatility in mean models. And talking together, I said to Mardi, I never, it was the first time I was meeting her, but it seems to me that this factor, so basically once you say the same thing, I was not aware of that.
You should have talked.
I talked to Mardi, this factor stochastic volatility model should be a good tool to address your contagion issue. I did not know anything about contagion at this time. And this is the way we have written a paper together, basically applying my stuff of factor stochastic volatility to contagion issues. And needless to say, it has been a great experience to do that with Mardi and to keep, we have done, unfortunately, many other things. And of course, as everybody, I was caught by surprise. She was actually visiting me just before being sick. Of course, it is a sad story, but this is the reason why I've chosen today to talk about stochastic volatility as a kind of my first common feature, I would say, with Mardi. To do that, I will refer to two papers I have recently written with co-authors, mainly to the second one, but it's kind of a follow-up of the first one. The first one gives the framework, I would say. It is a focus on stochastic volatility, but with a special interest on the price of this risk. That is to say, the motivation is the following. There is a recent interest in the literature on the effect of stochastic volatility in asset prices. Of course, volatility has an impact on asset prices because risk is compensated, but what I'm talking about is an additional layer of risk, which is the risk on the volatility process itself, which is stochastic. And the people would like to be able to hedge the risk about volatility. So the real topic of interest, I should say, is more the volatility of volatility, right? And how it is priced. We know that the VIX market has to some extent been to hedge this risk. And the VIX index is probably a kind of option implied expectation. It is expected. People, of course, have a lot of interest on understanding the price of this volatility risk on top of the price of the risk on the return. So there are two prices. And the popular tool for that is the so-called variance premium, where basically people make the difference between the risk neutral and the historical expectation of the coming variance. The intuition for that is that if you will be risk neutral, volatility, right? So typically you expect this difference to be positive and to tell you something about how to price the risk in volatility. This measure of the price is popular for several reasons. Number one, as I said, this definition looks intuitive, right? Between risk control and the historical future variation. It is model-free because it is based on derivative pricing because the VIX is based on derivative pricing, but it does not use a specific option pricing model. It is known that the VIX has a rationale which is valid for any, I would say, diffusion model of volatility. So it does not depend on any specific option pricing model. It is model-free. It can be observed directly because you observe the VIX, and you also observe the historical dynamic of variance by looking at high-frequency data. And it has been documented as displaying significant predictive power for stock market returns. This variance premium is popular. And to some extent, my talk today is a bit to question is this popularity. So to be that, as a price to pay, I will not be fully model-free. And the key issue will be to accept that we have what I call an exponential affine pricing panel with state variables that I'm going to define. And thanks to out an important parameter that is, I will call leverage effect, and we are going to elaborate. And I will stress that by is often said, in many textbooks, people will tell you, if you want to understand the price of volatility risk, it depends on derivative, because this is basically in this derivative that you will see this price. And this is typically the idea of the VIX, because the VIX is based on derivatives. Okay. I will argue that, by contrast with this general statement, when leverage is not zero, when there is some leverage effect, the price of volatility risk can be identified even without observation on derivative prices, which kind of at odds with what you can read everywhere in most of the textbooks. I will argue that on the contrary, when there is leverage effect, the variance premium, by contrast to what is said, does not give you reliable information on the price of volatility risk, because I would argue that you cannot, when there is leverage effect, precisely, you cannot disentangle from the variance premium the price of volatility risk from the price of the risk on the return. The two prices are mixed, and there is an identification issue. So to some extent, it is a win-win strategy because on the one hand, when the leverage effect is not the standard tool does not work, and I will pretend that I can do it just with option on the return. Of course, this identification story is kind of a miracle, so it is tricky, and you strong. So I will import in functional econometrics, in option pricing, which may be rather new, something which has been popular in econometrics over the last 20 years, which is the concept of weak identification. That is to say, maybe when leverage is close to zero, because we are going to see that the identification of leverage itself is fragile. So when the identification of leverage is fragile, maybe the identification is supposed to provide may be also fragile. I'm going to do something which try to have a procedure of inference about this price of risk, the confidence interval and so on, which is robust to weak identification. So to say, the confidence interval is going to be wide, if necessary, if identification is weak. And I will base that on a new way of robustness. Basically, identification comes from pricing where I have some parameters estimate directly, like volatility, whatever you want. And then I have these structural parameters, which are price of risk and leverage, that I have to back out from the reduced form parameters. And I have a link function between that. And if the link function is a bit flat, identification becomes an issue. This is the key. So even if I'm not that I'm going to be interrupted by Tara at some stage, and I'm glad to that, but at least this is what I want to say. Okay. So, because I have a long outline, so I'm a bit stressed by the timing, but no worries, I will manage. At least I will try to give you a kind of general presentation at the beginning to see the story, and okay, I will go more or less in the details, depending whether I can or not. Okay. I will first introduce what I call a leverage effect preserving change of measure, because leverage effect, as I say, is going to be my key topic of interest. So I will assume to keep it simple, I will just assume there is an asset return, RT, a log return actually, and a volatility factor, sigma t. But if you want to extend it with 5 volatility factor, I have no issue with that. It is just to keep it simple. I will decide, as it is popular in option pricing, I will say, to characterize the probability distribution of interest by the so-called conditional Laplace transform, the moment generating function. It says that for the historical distribution, you have a joint distribution of R and sigma, which is defined by this function, okay, which is conditional to past information. And I have another function I put, as usual, a star for risk neutral, a risk neutral expectation to define the risk neutral distribution. IT is the conditioning information set, which is going to typically contain the past of these state variables. And since I'm thinking about pricing, option pricing on equity, I don't care about risk-free about interest rate. So I will basically have a risk-free rate, which is exogenously given, RFT. And basically, you may want to think about my asset return as a log excess return. So you have something like the log of the return on the underlying stock, if you want, in excess of the risk-free rate. This is the way I think about that. Okay. So basically, my tool to work today are going to these two joint distribution, historical and risk neutral. Now, prices of risk. There are going to be two parameters for that. Typically, there is the risk on the return itself and the risk on the volatility of this return. You don't like, you like high return, right? So the price of risk on return is positive, okay? And you like low volatility, so the price of risk on volatility is negative. And two parameters. I'm not going to impose that on the estimation, but fortunately I will find that on this side, okay? Because if this is not what I find, there is something wrong, okay? So these two prices are going to show up in which it's called a pricing kernel or a stochastic discount factor. I'm sorry, it's a bit of jargon of option pricing. Please interrupt me if there is some trouble. Basically, what this stochastic discount factor say is it depends on the future of the state variables, on the two price of risk parameters. And basically, it says that the price, if you have a payoff at the end of the period t plus 1, which depends on the two state variables, the price of this payoff, okay, is the expectation of the discounted payoff, stochastic discount factor like that. Okay? If you will be risk neutral, the price of the payoff will just be the discounted value of the expected value of the payoff. So you have this correspondence between the two way to price with historical or risk neutral. So far, so good? Okay. And the funny thing is to realize that this relationship, you can write it with all payoff of this form, exponential payoff, which brings you back to the conditional Laplace transform. That is to say, you realize that, and actually the trick will be the following. If you accept, so for the moment it's going to be my only restrictive assumption, if you accept that the pricing kernel is exponential affine with respect to the state variable, which when we manipulate in the day-to-day life of asset pricing are always exponential affine, you know, coming from consumption-based or whatever. Epstein engine, whatever, all these things are exponential affine. If you accept the idea that the pricing kernel is exponential affine, meaning that, you know, you have a part for discounting risk-free, a part for remembering the past, and this is where the covariances with risk is going to matter through the price of volatility risk and the price of risk on return. Okay? If you take a guy like that, the great thing is that this exponential is going to mix up with this exponential for the payoff, meaning that these things can be read as the relationship transform. And basically, this is what you get. You get at the end of the day with a few manipulations that the general link is that when you have the Laplace transform of the risk neutral, you rescale it by the Laplace transform of the historical computed as the price parameter, and you get the Laplace transform on the historical with this translation. So basically, you can go from one way to the other. When you know the risk neutral, you know the historical and so on, through the prices of risk. And of course, it is when the prices of risk are 0 that the Laplace transform at 0 is 1, and you get this identity between L and L star. But of course, you don't expect these prices of risk to be 0. So it's going to be, to some extent, the only assumption I need. After that, of course, to go to the data, I will take some specification of the model, but if you prefer another model, I don't care, as long as you accept to work within this framework. Okay. Okay. So what do I call a leverage effect preserving change of measure? You know, we are used, when you make change of measure in continuous time, we are used to know that thanks to Gersonov theorem, the diffusion part does not change, so the leverage effect does not change. In discrete time, you cannot get something like that for reasons I'm going to explain a bit later. But at least what I'm going to maintain is the property that there is no historical leverage effect if and only if there is no risk neutral leverage effect. And the reason why it works is precisely to this factorization I gave before. Because leverage effect, I don't know whether you are familiar with this terminology, but of course, leverage is coming from corporate finance, but it is relevant for option pricing, as pointed out by Fisher-Black in 1976, because you have an instantaneous correlation between volatility, between the return and its volatility. So basically, what leverage effect means in my notation, sigma is my volatility factor. I don't say yet it is volatility, but in my volatility factor, leverage effect means that in the conditional distribution, sigma and R are independent. No leverage effect means that. Leverage effect means they are not independent. Okay? So, you know, because from the Fisher-Black argument, we know that leverage effect is something meaning that there is kind of negative instantaneous correlation between return and its volatility. Because there is an asymmetry. When there is negative return, you expect even more volatility. Does it make sense? Okay. So, leverage effect basically means that the two things are not independent, and no leverage effect means that they are independent, so you can factorize the Laplace transform in a product of two. And you realize, thanks to this identity, that you can factorize this one if and only if you can factorize this one. So even though we are in discrete term, we keep the nice thing of Gersonov theorem, saying there is no leverage effect in the historical if and only if there is no leverage effect in the risk neutral. Okay. And it's going to be the key. This is the reason why this is what I need you to accept in my framework. Why discrete term is an issue for leverage effect? This is something which has been, in particular, pointed out by these authors. The story is the following. When you are discrete term and you are thinking about correlation between volatility and return, there are two things going on. There is a genuine leverage effect, described by Fisher-Black for a reason of corporate finance you can discuss. And there is something else which is called volatility feedback. What is volatility feedback? The point that since risk is compensated, when volatility is increased, people are asking for more return, and since they're asking for more return, the price is going to be lower. So, these two correlation effects, in continuous time, you are not mixing them, because in continuous time, leverage effect is really something instantaneous, the correlation between the two Brownians, and risk compensation, volatility feedback is a well-defined causality in one direction. When you are in discrete term, everything may come in within the time interval, and you don't disentangle the two. So the argument these authors are making is that it takes high-frequency data to be able to disentangle the two. Okay. My pricing story is not in high frequency, so I'm, strictly speaking, not able to disentangle the two. Okay? It's going to be kind of the main difficulty of my modeling story. Okay. So basically, when I will have to go to assess the amount of leverage effect, unfortunately, once more, it is 0 on the risk neutral, if of leave, 0 on the historical. But when I want to assess the amount of leverage effect, I will have to go to the risk neutral story, because there I'm not polluted by risk compensation. Okay? Because I want to disentangle the two. So I will look at the way, the story is the following, you have a period tt plus 1, you imagine that you make a forecast, this is fictitious stuff, of course, but given not only the past information, but the current volatility. Because this is the impact of current volatility in this forecast, which is leverage effect, right? There is a connection between return and volatility. So I'm going to use this notation I sigma for this kind of fictitious information where I have added the current value of volatility. And it is to what extent in this forecast sigma t plus 1 matters, which can tell me the amount of leverage effect with my definition of the parameter phi. Once more, kind of the main challenge of this paper is to be able to work in discrete time with this parameter. Okay. Okay. Now, back to my general story about identification of prices of risk. People pretend they are going to identify prices of risk from the risk neutral from the VIX, so from the risk neutral expectation of the coming variation. You remember the factorization of the Laplace? If you want the Laplace of sigma, sigma is the first variable, so you just have to take v equals 0, and you get the marginal Laplace of the sigma. By this formula, the marginal Laplace of the sigma can be written as this ratio. If you think about the VIX should intuitively, I will be more precise in a few minutes, but something like that, the risk neutral expectation of the coming volatility factor. By the property of the Laplace transform, it is the derivative at 0 of this Laplace transform. Coming like that. And what do you instantaneously observe is that, sure, when there is no leverage effect, you remember the things are factorized. Then you realize that basically LT of psi2 can be factorized out, cancel out from the numerator and the numerator. You get a function of psi1. So when there is no leverage effect, people are right to think that VIX identifies the price psi1, I should say zeta1, sorry, zeta1 of volatility risk. Okay? But when there is leverage effect, this thing does not factorize out. Everything depends on both zeta1 and zeta2. and you will not, in general, be able to disentangle that. So it is misleading to think that you are identifying zeta 1 from that. Okay. So this is my point about impossibility. When there is leverage effect, the standard approach does not work. Okay? Now I have to convince you that my non-standard approach may work. So because of the possibility theorem, what is my approach? Is to say, just observing the price of the underlying asset is going to allow me to identify zeta 1 when there is leverage effect. Why? The pricing equation of the, you remember RT plus 1 is a net log excess return. So when the risk is not compensated, the risk neutral expectation is just 1. But this is a Laplace transform. This is a Laplace transform computed at -1. Okay? So this Laplace transform should be 1, but you remember that the risk neutral Laplace transform is related to the historical this way. So just the price of the underlying asset tell you that these two things should be equal. Sure, if there is no leverage effect, you can factorize the Laplace transform and LT of zeta 1 cancel out. You don't identify zeta 1 from the price of the asset. But when there is leverage effect, this thing cannot be factorized. And so this identity gives you information about what should be zeta 1. So you could say, okay, but there's two parameters, zeta 1 and zeta 2. But you have to realize that these things are conditional Laplace transforms. So they are dynamic functions, depending on several things. So you may hope to have two equations to identify the two parameters. So it is not true when there is a leverage effect that asset return data does not allow to identify zeta 1. It should. I will exemplify that, but it is my kind of general point. Okay. So let me now, so far I've been very careful not to write down any specific model in order to be almost model free. But of course, if I want to go to the details, to make inference and so on, I have to write down a model. Okay, so now I'll be a bit more specific. And to do that, I will work not only with an affine pricing kernel, but also with affine dynamics. And for that, I'm going to use affine dynamics as they've been introduced by these people, what they call compound autoregressive. Okay, the idea is that you have something like an autoregression when you look at exponential. If you use the properties of the Laplace transform, you get the expectation, the variance, and so on by derivatives at 0. You realize the following. You realize that this tells you that number one, the volatility is kind of an autoregressive of the one process. This volatility factor, okay, you forecast it by the affine function, which is in passing the case of conditional variance with Garch, for instance. It is conformable to that. And the conditional variance is also affine, which is the case of all these popular models like Cox-Ingersoll-Ross, Heston, Duffy-Pan, Singleton, and so on. You may know that this affine model have sometimes been criticized by not so goodness of fit to real data, but you have to remember that this model are continuous time. Continuous time is much more constraining because when you give me the drift and the diffusion, you give me everything. In discrete time, I have much more freedom to put all the fat tails, the dream off, or whatever. So the criticism against a fine model may not hold, okay? But anyway. So same thing for the return dynamics. What I do, I have just defined the distribution of sigma t plus 1 given the past. To factorize the joint distribution, I'm not going now to define the distribution of RT plus 1 given the past and sigma t plus 1. In factorizing the distribution, the joint distribution. I've taken also exponential affine. In passing, what I will go when I will go to the data, but otherwise I don't need it. Assuming that the return is conditionally log normal, so the log return is conditionally normal, given past information and current volatility, I want to assume that this function alpha, beta, gamma are quadratic to get the Laplace transform with normal distribution. You have to realize that it's not so restrictive because it is even not the conditional distribution of return given the past. It's the conditional distribution of return given the past and the current volatility. So when you integrate out, you can have all the fat tails you dream of, okay? And moreover, I'm not obliged to, but if I may assume, and I will go to the data with that, assuming that alpha, beta, gamma are quadratic. So I have conditional normality. Again, by the standard formula, you have the conditional expectation and the conditional variance, given this information which is augmented by the current volatility. So, I end up with joint return volatility dynamics which are refined like that. Something you may know, but in that I'm relatively conformable, I think, to the literature on option pricing, is that the joint distribution of both volatility and return depend only on past volatility. What does it mean? It means that past volatility, the volatility factor is Markov, which is standard for state variables. And it is Markov, and it is not grandeur caused by the return. That is to say, not only it is Markov, but even jointly with the return, you don't need the return in the conditioning information. And on top of that, if you think, given the volatility path, the returns become serially independent. You know, it does not depend on the past anymore. But assuming that all the dynamics in the returns come through the volatility factor is relatively standard assumption, right? So you may, as you want, but it's not completely unknown. Okay, now the nice thing also with this thing is that when I will change of measure, I will not change the structure of the model, because basically I had some A and B function for volatility. I had some A star and B star, I had some alpha and beta gamma function for return. When I go to the risk neutral, I have some A star and B star, and alpha star, beta star, gamma star. And you can see they are just related like that. That is to say, so I had written that it is a nice property of the model that the change of measure is model preserving. I have been criticized by a referee saying it's a lack of flexibility because you are, okay, fair enough, but I would say it is a structural model, right? So if I believe in some pattern for the dynamics, I have the same pattern in historical and it's neutral, just changing the parameters. And the way the parameters are changing is that, remember, this is about the dynamics of the return. The way they are changing is only through the price zeta2 on the risk on the return. And now, when you look at the dynamics of the volatility, the way it is changing is through not only the price zeta2 of the dynamics of the return, but also on the price zeta1 of the dynamics of the price of volatility risk. This is actually the reason why people believe that they need option price data, because option price data is the only way to observe the price of volatility risk. And since zeta 1 shows up only here, they believe that they need option price data to make it. And my argument, it is not true. Actually, it is even more than that. When there is leverage, and maybe I should have mentioned that before, when you look at this transformation, it shows you there is leverage, that is to say, C/T plus 1 matters, when the function alpha is not zero. The function alpha being not zero, it is exactly saying there is leverage. Okay, that's instantaneous correlation. Okay, actually, when there is leverage, you see that the two are mixed here through the function alpha, and it is precisely my problem. The variance risk premium will not make it due to this interconnection. Okay. Just a quick technical remark. So far, I have not said what was the volatility factor. But I have implicitly assumed that I'm going to observe it. There's a payoff function of it and so on. So to make that, I'm going to assume this connection between the two things. So far, I have nothing telling me that sigma is the volatility of R. Okay? So I will maintain this condition. It is easy to maintain. I just have to assume some constraint of my function beta and gamma. Okay, this constraint. Why do I do that? Because in continuous time model, in general, people overlook with high frequency data, they overlook the randomness of the drift, and they will basically say that, what people used to say is that the conditional variance of the daily return is the expectation at the beginning of the day of the integrated variance. So basically, maintaining this condition allows me to interpret this guy, this volatility factor that I introduced from the beginning, as a continuous time integrated variance. Volatility drift, if you want. I don't know what you want to call it. Okay? This is what people do in general, right? So thanks to that, with high frequency data, I will be able to estimate this integral, right? Typically the standard quadratic variation. And thanks to this quadratic variation, I will pretend that I observe the volatility factor. You may find it too restrictive. In the first paper I mentioned, which is forthcoming, we are more general. Basically, we accept that the variance is actually only an affine function like that. We give us more freedom. And the advantage of that approach is that then, even though my volatility factor is Markov, is autoregressive for the one, the integrated variance is going to be R-1, which is a more popular model and better goodness of fit model for integrated variance. So you can do that if you want. It's although that since I set the focus on this paper on identification, I have decided to keep it simple. But in the other paper, we do that. Okay, so variance premium and leverage, as I say, it will not work because typically now that I understood the conditional variance at time t is defined like that, when I make the difference, this is with the risk neutral, but with the historical, as I said a minute ago, when the function alpha is not zero, when there is leverage, the two parameters are mixed together. So you cannot identify zeta1 from the variance risk premium. By contrast, when you go with return data, you remember my story from the pricing equation of the underlying asset. Sorry, maybe too many equations on this slide, but at the end of the day, you realize that you have two equations to identify the two prices of risk. And the reason for that, right, is that basically, when you take an expectation given IT, it is a function of sigma, a fine function of sigma t. So you have the constant coefficient and the coefficient of sigma t. So you have two coefficients to identify by the pricing restriction the two prices of risk, zeta1 and zeta2. Okay. So basically, when I say I will have to address some identification weakness issue, is this information overly flat, I would say, that it's hard to solve it for the two parameters. This is the question. Okay. To address that, I will go a bit further in the modeling. Basically, what I'm going to use is what I will call a discrete time Heston model. That is to say, as I told you, if I want to assess the amount of leverage, I will work with the risk neutral expectation. So I will call leverage this parameter, which is negative, which tell me how there is a negative risk neutral instantaneous correlation between volatility and return. This guy I call leverage. Now, if I want to go to the historical, I have a relation between the two, you remember? And if I write down the relation, I have no time to go too much into the details, but if you believe that this guy is leverage, but historical, you realize that you actually underestimate leverage. Why? Due to the volatility feedback. How you can see that in this equation? You have this leverage, which is supposed to be negative, but you have this part, which is actually positive when you think about it, and it is precisely zeta2, remember, it is the price of risk on return. So it is precisely the risk compensation on return, which adds some positive component, meaning that you will underestimate how much leverage is negative, if you look at the historical. Okay, I have no much time to show you something which actually not in this paper, but it's a way to think about it. Some work I've done before, a long time ago, actually, with R2Z, on the impact of stochastic volatility on the volatility smile. What we had shown with R2Z was that since when you price with stochastic volatility, you can more or less see the option price as an expectation of Black-Scholes, where in Black-Scholes you put the random in volatility on the period to come. There's a kind of Janssen effect, leading what was popular as the so-called volatility smile, meaning that when you look at the implied volatility, Black-Scholes implied volatility as a function of the moneyness, you have a U-shaped curve with a minimum at the money, and the curve is symmetric. This is often you don't observe that, actually. What we had shown with R2Z is that this works when there is no leverage effect. Because when there is no leverage effect, basically you are mixing normals, but with always the same mean. So you don't introduce any asymmetry, and you end up with your symmetric volatility smile. What we have shown more recently is that when there is leverage effect, That is to say, in the conditional mean, you still have the current volatility, which shows up. It does not belong to IT, but only to IT sigma. Now you are mixing normals with different means. And we all know that we are mixing normal with different means. We produce some asymmetry. And the smile is not going to be symmetric anymore. And you can show that actually it is steeply increasing on the out of the money side, okay? And so it gives you the kind of smirk, okay, that people have described, okay? It gives me, I did not know when preparing this talk that Yacine would be in the room, so I did not add that in the, in the slide. I gave my slide before meeting you yesterday. Yacine has a nice paper about the so-called leverage effect puzzle, and correct me if I am wrong, Yacine, but at the very beginning you say, everybody knows that leverage does exist, and it is hard to identify. Okay? I refer to your work here because, number one, I'm going to stress that identification of leverage itself is fragile, so everything is going to be fragile. And to some extent, when you observe an asymmetric volatility smile, if there is no any other market friction or whatever, it is a proof that there is some leverage effect, even if you have hard time to estimate it with discrete time data. Okay. So the connection with Yacine works. Okay, now to go further in the parametric model, I'm going to use what I'm going to say, an autoregressive gamma, which has been introduced by Goriot and Jasiak. Basically, they take specific function for the dynamics of volatility, meaning that in this case, the transition properties are a mixture of gamma. So basically, you can show, we have shown in the forthcoming paper, that the continuous time limit of that is the Heston model. Because in the Heston model, you know, you have this also gamma transition. So it's really, you can really see that as a discrete time Heston model. And then the link function telling you how you should identify the prices of risk can be written like that. So basically what you see is that this is going to allow you to identify zeta1 and zeta2. You will have two equations insofar as leverage is not zero. If leverage is not zero, you have two equations, right? Because the second equation becomes trivial. Okay, so all the question is, okay, how flat are these curves, this equation as function of zeta1 and zeta2. And you remember leverage is basically that. Okay. How much time I have left? I have time.
7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay. So I'm afraid I will have to speed up. Okay. The last thing I have to address is how to measure leverage effect in discrete time. As I said, it's difficult because basically it is showing up in two places, in the expectation and in the variance, if I'm looking at the first two moments. These are the flavor of what we are used to in continuous time, right? In continuous time, when you have two equations like that, you define leverage as a parameter which is the correlation between the two Brownian. You expect it to be -1 and 0. And what is the impact of that? You can decompose this Brownian as the Brownian and volatility plus an orthogonal part. Meaning that if you think about conditioning by the volatility path, basically what we did with 2Z, you say, I have stochastic volatility, but I think about conditioning by the volatility path. You have two effects. Since you are conditioning, you reduce the variance. And you reduce the variance by the residual variance due to this correlation. But you have another impact, is that you put something in the drift. Something is known now, given the volatility path. So you have to think about the leverage effect parameter phi, which leads to variance reduction, like that, and to drift of that like that. And so basically, this is the part of the slide I'm going to skip. Phi should enter this and this in a way to correspond to this continuous time intuition, and to take into account the volatility feedback in discrete time. So all these things mixing together will take me 15 minutes to present, so I'm going to save this time and to jump on that. Okay, now I am in business. Okay, okay, so let me put it this way. Sorry, I'm still jumping, I will come back. Okay. I have what I call link function, meaning the following. I have reduced form parameters that I can estimate easily from the data by GMM. I have moment condition. If I have a few minutes left, I will come back, but by moment conditions. These reduced form parameters, I denote them by omega. Omega, you may remember, this is the volatility dynamics with this gamma model. And this is the return dynamics, okay? And the psi is maybe look weird, but I have a psi, which is the reduced form parameter, and in terms of structural parameter, it is 1 minus phi squared. So you may wonder why I introduced two different parameters, but the point is psi, I can estimate it directly. If I want to estimate phi, number one, I have a square root, and so if the leverage is close to 0, these have this issue of parameters on the boundary. It is not asymptotically normal and so on. So identification of phi is fragile. And now I have the other equation, which is also about phi, but for the mean part with the volatility feedback. And I have these two equations which come from the pricing of the underlying asset return. So I end up with 4 link functions depending on the reduced form parameters and the 3 structural parameters, the 2 prices of risk and the leverage effect parameter. The 3 guys for which identification is tricky. Okay. So basically, as I said, I have skipped the slide, but I guess you can believe me that all these reduced form parameters are easy to estimate by GMM. And because I have moment condition for everything, and by the standard formula of GMM, I know there are asymptotic variance, and so I am in business. Now the problem is to invert these 4 equations to get back the structural parameters. That identification may be weak. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say, this is my link function. Let me introduce the estimated structural, the true estimated reduced form, the true reduced form, okay? The Jacobian matrix as usual, okay? Delta theorem as usual. I know the asymptotic description like that. So I have a minimum distance problem. The efficient minimum distance estimator will be defined as that. You may already notice that I do something which is not fully standard. Instead of doing a 2-step approach, I put theta itself here, meaning that I'm doing the minimum distance analog of continuously updated GMM. I let the theta free in the variance. It's not a 2-step procedure where you first step estimator and then you use the quadratic form. It has been known now in the weak identification literature that when the identification is weak, you don't want to use a crazy first step estimator because you don't know. And so it is much better behaved because of a generalization of Anderson and Rubin, which has been studied by Stock and White and others, to write it like that. It is more robust to weak identification. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
No, 5 minutes, she told me. I was completely scared. Anyway.
We have a communication.
Because, for those of you who are not so excited with finance and more interested with econometric methodology, it is now, okay? So, okay. So about econometric methodology, what we do is basically we make an extension to minimum distance of a procedure which has been put forward recently by Andrews and Mikosheva for GMM. Okay? That is to say, how to do, once more, the simple fact that we put theta here is already a kind of robustification against weak identification. For GMM, it has been done by Klebergen, and for minimum distance, it has been done by his former student, Leandro Magnussen. Okay. Now, we want to go even further to apply the tricks that Andrews and Mikosheva put on the table for GMM to apply it for distance. And basically, what we do is the following. We do a quasi-likelihood ratio approach. This is to say, it is known that when there is weak identification, likelihood may be, either it is not likelihood, but it is an objective function. This objective function may be flat. And so to get rid of weak identification, the trick is to rather estimate by inverting a test based on this likelihood function, or this objective function. So basically, you write down this quasi-likelihood ratio where you say, if my testing value, theta 0 with an upper index is the true value, but with a lower index is a tested value. I want to test whether theta is equal to theta 0. I will look at something like a likelihood ratio. The value of the objective function theta 0, the constraint 1 minus the unconstrained minimum 1. And basically, I will keep theta 0 if this likelihood ratio is not larger than some threshold. And basically, at the end of the day, my confidence set will be all the theta 0 which will pass the test. So this is very standard way to address weak identification. The question is that you have no idea what is the threshold value you should use. And it is actually the contribution of Andrews and Mikosheva to tell you how to devise the Monte Carlo procedure to estimate this critical value. And the reason why it works is that, so it's going to be maybe a bit technical for the last word, so I'm just going to sketch it. The reason why it works is that basically when people think about weak identification, they mean that this g of theta, which should be non-zero should be 0 at the true value and not 0 everywhere else, is actually so close to 0 that maybe even if you multiply by square root of t, the limit is finite, it's not infinite. It is typically the way Steger and Stock and White, and so on have defined weak identification. So meaning that you have actually a functional central limit theorem for all theta of the empirical process. And thanks to this asymptotic normality, I have not much time to go into the details, but basically you can think about the residual of the regression on the estimated g at theta minus, you make the regression of this on the guy at theta naught. This is the regression equation, right? The covariance and the inverse of the variance. The great thing with normality is that when you make a regression, the error term of the regression is independent of the explanatory variables. Meaning that at the end of the day, to simulate my critical value, I will be able to take advantage that this rest is independent of this part because it is a regression. Meaning that the only thing I have to do, I will simulate in that, I will compute this simulated guy like that, and I will get simulated value of my likelihood ratio like that. I can build how many simulated values I want, so meaning that I can have a Monte Carlo computation of the threshold. So I can run my test. And in my last minutes, thank you, Tara, I'm going to give you the result, what I find. Okay? For leverage, okay, I find something negative, maybe the model is a bit too restrictive, as I say, I make a restriction by assuming that the integrated volatility was R1 instead of R-1. So I would have liked to find it more negative than that, but okay, it's okay. Confidence interval. So the point I want to make is, these are the confidence interval for the price of volatility risk and the price of risk and return. Number one, there are the good sign, one is positive, the other one is negative. Number two, for the price of the risk and return, you have descent identification. And obviously, for the price of volatility risk, identification is weak, right? The confidence interval is large. So you may say, why I have done all of that to end up with, okay. But at least I had a claim that I was able to do it, I have made it, okay? Of course, if you use option price data, you will much improve the accuracy. But using option price data means that you trust an option pricing model and so on, what I did not do, okay? No, anyway, just to by sake of comparison with the forthcoming paper, Econometrics, the former paper we had before, we have used option price data. And we have found for zeta 1 this value with the standard error of that. So of course the confidence interval was much narrower, but because we had used option price data. Okay. And, the model was slightly different, so you cannot completely compare this result, but okay, they have some order of magnitude when you want to compare. The parameters do not change that much, but of course the width of the confidence interval for zeta 1 has changed a lot. Okay. So just to conclude, Tara, thank you. I'm not going to slide, just to let it here. We have tried to, I would say two words. We have tried to bring two things. One, for financial econometrics, this identification issue, wearables in very general circumstances to identify the price of volatility risks when there is leverage effect. And when you think about it, everybody say you need option price data because this price which gives you the price of volatility risk. But when there is leverage effect is precisely bridging the two, and meaning that it is not so surprising that we can make it. Okay? And there are some in econometric methodologies that even if you don't like finance, the last thing I did, you can use in other contexts. Roman Newson had used that for limited dependent variable models, the analog of continuous stability GMM, and you could go one step further by doing what we did. Okay, thank you,
We have time for questions. The way it goes is that because we're taping, there are some microphones. So if before asking your question, maybe if you put up your hand, and then the person will bring a microphone to you. So, any questions? No questions? You saying you're not going to ask a question? Vernon.
Yeah. So my question is more about. So what makes you think that the two parameters are identified in the same direction? So why don't you look at your previous work where the two moment conditions inside can actually converge at different rates of convergence? So I think.
Okay. You refer to some work I've done with Bertie Antoine, where we have worked typically on what we call nearly strong or nearly weak identification, because I was extreme enough, what I had shown you before, to assume that for any theta, this guy is so flat around zero that even multiplied by square root of t, it has a finite limit. Okay. What I've done with Bertie, what we call nearly strong or nearly weak identification, is that instead of putting square root of t, we put a power of t between 0 and 1/2, meaning that there is some weakness identification, but not complete weakness. So this is a very good point. We could try to check whether it is more relevant in this framework. We did not, because I don't know why we did not, because actually you may have noticed that one of my co-authors of this paper is Zhu Shang from UPenn, and with Don Andrews, they have a paper exactly also on nearly weak and nearly strong. So to some extent, we are a bit schizophrenic. We should have worked on that. You are absolutely right. What will it deliver? I'm not sure. What you are saying, just to conclude maybe, what I understand, tell me if you agree with me. What you are saying, maybe we are overly pessimistic about identification strengths.
Yes.
And maybe we could have delivered a confidence interval less wide.
Like more efficient.
Okay, yes.
So what I mean is, I don't think identification is so weak because none of the confidence interval is actually minus infinite plus infinite.
Sure.
So it is likely some of these parameters are.
No, this is a very good point. I have to think what can be done, but to be sure, we have been maybe overly robust. We could be a bit more.
A little bit conservative.
Thank you for that.
Microphone over here, please.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to know, you have a lot of data also, not just option pricing, which you haven't considered, as far as I could tell, but also we have many securities nowadays.
Sure.
Right? Now,
Yeah, it was just about Standard & Poor's, right? But you're right.
I'm just saying, but in a way, you may be too pessimistic, not because of your methodology,
Okay.
which was discussed, but I think because there are so many other data in a panels type context one could use, because after all, volatility doesn't affect the market, affects the constituents of the market or all the other securities. In my own experience is that actually it is trying to find out sort of whether there are other assets which has some impact from volatility, such that you can use like an implicit in your answer, whether you could extend this analysis.
No, of course, Hashem, I fully agree with you. I also think that we could have a more sophisticated model with short-run component and long-run component in volatility and so on. A lot of things could be done to improve the model. I would say the motivation of this talk is not to tell you what you should do to estimate option pricing model. It's just to tell you good news, and the only people I know who have managed relatively recently are Bondi and Renault, working on high-frequency data. Good news, once there is leverage, asset returns are informative also about the price of the volatility risk. But after that, using this information in an optimal way, I'm very far from that for the two reasons which. Thank you. Yes.
Any more questions? Then let's thank Eric. Please.
Coffee break.
break now for about half an hour, and please think about writing notes to Marty's family. There'll be paper and pens over by the coffee break area.
Thank you.
And come back here at 11. Thank you.
Yeah.
I should note we have 2 sessions back to back, but then lunch. So I'm really excited about these next couple of sessions. And so this first one is going to be presented by Gaston Gelos. And the title of the paper is Leaning Against the Wind, an Empirical Cost-Benefit Analysis. And I think it's really interesting to see the contrast between this range of different interests that Mardi had, and how we can look at such different topics in honor of the same researcher. And in terms of thinking about organizing the program, when Renee, Graciela, and I were first talking about what the program should look like and who should we ask to speak to represent these different aspects of Mardi's research, Gaston's research interest came up very early on in our conversations. And if we think about her policy relevance and also her interests in this range between banking, financial contagion, and then you look at Gaston Gelos's bio, and it's banking and international contagion, and so he's currently head of the Monetary and Macroprudential Policies Division and Assistant Director at the Monetary and Capital Markets Department of the International Monetary Fund, and he's served in a number of other different roles at the IMF over time. And his research, as I mentioned, covers a range of topics, including banking, the behavior of international investors, financial contagion and crises, as well as inflation dynamics. And so I would like to just turn it over to Gaston.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. As Terry mentioned, I think much of my research does overlap with the interests of Mardi, and it's really an honor to be here and to talk a little bit about some work that I've been doing recently with co-authors. It's of course a little intimidating for me to be here in such a room with so many prominent econometricians, particularly since I cannot use the lame old joke that I will defer all the difficult questions to my co-author, since my econometrician co-author is not in the room. But I hope I can nevertheless convince you that this is an interesting avenue of work. So let me just give you a brief overview of how I'm going to structure this talk. So the main question the question that we really want to tackle here is how countries should react to domestic and external to changes in domestic and external financial conditions. And I will first provide some motivation for this question and put the question in context. Then I will explain the conceptual framework that we're using, and then I will go a bit more into the details of how we identify policy shocks, how we compare them, how we use loss functions, and lastly I will cover briefly some extensions and robustness before concluding. So the question, as I mentioned, that we want to tackle here is if and how countries should react to changes in domestic and external financial conditions. And as you will be aware, a much debated question in this context is whether monetary policy should be used to lean against the wind, or whether the build-up of vulnerabilities is best left to macroprudential policies. And here the literature has partly, particularly driven by Lars Svensson, focused on comparing cost benefits in a relatively narrow sense. The issue is, can a tightening of monetary policies today, more than warranted, say, by inflation developments, reduce the cost of crisis, the probability of crisis down the road? And how does that gain in reducing the crisis probability later on compared to the cost that you feel today by tightening monetary policy more than otherwise warranted? Okay. And here, so far, if you try to empirically compare these things and try to assess the costs of monetary tightening today and the gains it may bring by reducing the probability of crisis down the road, if you compare these two things with the empirical caveats and limitations that such exercises necessarily entail, so far the comparison does not favor leaning against the wind of monetary policy. Why? It's quite intuitive. The costs that you incur by tightening today in terms of unemployment and output are just very tangible and pretty big, whereas the gain by reducing that you obtain by reducing the crisis probability is weak. And of course, this may also reflect the fact that this is difficult to estimate, as I've been saying. Now, on macroprudential policies, on the other hand, we know by now from a pretty large body of literature that these measures, by and large, tend to work. They tend to reduce the probability of crisis. They tend to help in fostering. So far, there hasn't been any systematic comparison policy on the other hand. So that's one big part of the motivation. The second part, small economies often exposed to external shocks. So they face changes in global financial conditions, capital flows, and when you look around, it's striking how different the reactions are across countries. Some countries that look similar react very differently to the same shock. And over time, the variation is also big. And I think there's still a bit of a big debate in policy circles, but also in the academic literature, as to what is the best response to changes in external financial conditions. And by now, I would say there is pretty much a consensus that the exchange rate, which classic, typical models would think that the exchange rate is a big shock absorber and should take care of most of these shocks, does not always serve fully the role of a shock absorber. So, that's an open question. Then, what to do if the exchange rate does not fully insulate you? So, let me just give you a preview of the result because I will go into many details. What we find so far is that in reaction both to domestic changes in financial conditions but also to external financial shocks, macroprudential policies tend to be quite effective at little cost. We confirm the notion that monetary policy is not well suited to counteract these shocks. And this is also true for external shocks. And furthermore, we look also at FX intervention and capital flow management, capital controls, right? And at least until now, we find only very small effects of these policies. So what's our framework? How do we go about analyzing these things? We start with an insight by Adrian Boyachenko and Giannone, who have found that if you have a loosening of financial conditions today, you tend to get a build-up in vulnerabilities over time, so that initially a loosening of financial conditions, meaning easing of credit conditions in the economy, broadly speaking, you get a boost to GDP, and you get also, if you look at the lower end, at the bottom, say 5th or 10th percentile of GDP, you get an increase, and over time, the tail risks to GDP increase. So let me show you here. This is a stylized graph, and I will show you estimated charts of similar nature later. So if you take a loosening of financial conditions today, and you look at the bottom 10th percentile of GDP outcomes, then what you tend to get is that the risk to bad outcomes in GDP tends to get reduced initially, so it moves up. But over time, and this is cumulative GDP growth, you march into negative territory. That is, over time, you see a buildup of tail risks when it comes to GDP. Now, that's an empirical regularity that's been documented. It's now in an AR, came out last year. And what we do is two things. We build on that insight on two fronts. First, we ask whether policies can ameliorate this trade-off. So, for example, if you should employ, say, macroprudential policies, you possibly may have a lower boost in the lower end of GDP, but you may be able to mitigate this trade-off by reducing tail risk to GDP. It's a question. So this is a stylized graph. But what we do is we go beyond just looking at the tails. We look at the whole distribution. And we look at different policies and how they compare. So we look at the whole entire distributions of future macro variables when policies respond to a current tightening in financial conditions, or a loosening of financial conditions. So we have losing financial conditions today, and then we interact that with different policies. We compute the entire future distribution of output and inflation, and then compare these outcomes. And we compare these outcomes using loss functions, which I will explain later. Now, one advantage of this approach is that it allows us to go beyond crisis, not crisis comparisons, right? We're not only looking at normal times and crisis, but we look at the whole distribution of growth outcomes. So the starting point are quantile regressions of future GDP growth, but also we do it with inflation, and we do these quantile regressions by conditioning them on financial conditions and on an interaction of policy with financial conditions. So if we did not have the policies here, the P's, we would get the standard picture that I was showing you earlier, right? We would get this picture, okay? Now the question is whether when we interact with P's, whether we get something like this, okay? This is for the lowest quintiles. But we do this for all quintiles. We do it from the 5th to the 95th quintile. We use quarterly data for 37 countries, advanced economies and emerging markets. And if you're wondering what we use for financial conditions, of course, financial conditions have to be proxied, right? They have to be, you cannot directly measure them, so they are proxied by principal components of spreads, and well, it's mostly price-based financial conditions index. So a range of prices of credit and spreads. Ideally, we would want to get spreads to measure the price of risk, and then use some kind of principal component to get a proxy for financial conditions in country T at quarter, in country I at quarter T, right? Now, another tricky issue are the policies. So monetary policy rates we can get from international financial statistics. Macroprudential policies is already a bit more tricky. We use data from a new database that has a big coverage across countries, across time. FX intervention data are not typically available for most countries. In some countries do publish foreign exchange intervention data, but most of them don't. Where we don't have the actual data, we use a proxy, namely valuation adjusted changes in central banks' net foreign assets. And then we also use an index of financial account restrictiveness to measure capital controls. But beyond the data, we have a more fundamental problem to overcome. Policies are endogenous, right? So macroprudential policy, for example, tends to be tightened when credit conditions are easy, when you see asset prices booming, credit flowing. So that makes it more difficult to identify effects of, say, macroprudential policies on macroeconomic outcomes. So what we do is, therefore, we estimate policy rules or policy functions where we try to capture the key variables to which these policies react and then construct surprises. Right? So, for example, we for macroprudential policies we use a credit to GDP gap, house price gap, and past actions to proxy to construct a function that proxies for the probability that a macroprudential action is taken. And then we construct surprises by using the actual observed action minus the predicted action. This is obviously an imperfect approximation, but I think it's the best we can do. We do something similar for monetary policy, where we estimate a Taylor type rule with expected output and expected inflation. For FX intervention, we use a specification similar to one that Christian Forbes and Martin Klein use in a paper, using a variety of domestic and global variables to kind of get at the typical triggers for FX intervention. And similarly, we do something analogous to capture moments when countries tend to tighten or loosen capital controls. Okay. Here, these are linear specifications, but for capital flow management measures, we use an ordered probability given the nature of the variable. So, with all these preliminaries, what do we find? Now, again, the starting exercise is a loosening in domestic financial conditions. And we want to see whether a standard deviation policy surprise that comes contemporaneously to that loosening in financial conditions changes this curve that I had shown you in a stylized way before. And it does. It does. So the blue one is the one without policy. This is, again, the lowest 10th percentile outcomes on GDP. And the red one is with policy. And when you see these dots here, they are statistically significant. So in the short run, we don't see much of a difference. So that suggests that in the short run, for the lowest percentiles of GDP growth, at least we don't have a cost, so to speak, of macroprudential policies. But we do observe gains down the road. So the tail risk is reduced if you tighten macroprudential policy at the same time when you observe the loosening in domestic financial conditions. How about monetary policy? Well, monetary policy does seem to worsen outcomes, at least again for the lowest 10th percentile. So monetary policy tightening in reaction or contemporaneously to a current loosening of financial conditions tends to worsen the outcome here. Right? Interestingly, we don't see much action initially. Yeah. But we want to go beyond just looking at the bottom 10th percentile. We want to look at the whole distribution of outcomes. So what I just showed you is informative. It's interesting, but it doesn't give you the whole picture, right? You could have different effects on different parts of the distribution. So we look at the whole distribution, and then we want to compare these. How do we compare these outcomes? We compare these using standard quadratic loss function with weights on inflation variability and the variability of output compared to of the output gap. Very simply. Okay. And we do this by estimating. So we want to compare the loss functions with macroprudential policies, for example, or other policies, versus no policies. So it's loss functions are the discounted value of these losses over time with or without policies, right? Now, to get the moments, we approximate a skewed normal distribution using 19 quantiles, and then minimize the, with a minimum distance estimator, we approximate these distributions and get the moments, and that enables us to calculate these loss functions for different policies. We use different weights. It doesn't really matter so much whether we use same weights, optimal weights from the literature. It doesn't really affect the outcomes much. Now, what do we get? So if we look at domestic changes in financial conditions, we see that the macroprudential policies, the tightening of macroprudential policies results in a net reduction in losses, a significant one. That's not true for monetary policy, which increases the losses as measured by our loss function. Interestingly, borrower-based macroprudential measures, that is, measures that get directly at borrowers' ability to borrow, for example, loan-to-value ratios, debt-to-income ratios, and so forth, they seem to have a stronger impact in terms of affecting and reducing losses than financial institution-based measures that are more generally aimed at financial institutions, for example, capital requirements. Okay, let me move on to external financial conditions. And so far, we have not, we have looked at scenarios where we see a loosening of domestic financial conditions, but we haven't really explained where it comes from. They are, of course, also endogenous. So, in order to first get better identification, but then also look at this other question that I mentioned earlier: how should small open economies react to external financial shocks? We look at changes in global financial conditions, which are exogenous to any individual country, and we augment the set of policies by FX interventions and capital flow management measures. So here again, what do we get when we look at macroprudential policies? We get somewhat better trade-off for the lowest 10 percentiles of GDP, not always significant. For monetary policy shock, if you tighten monetary policy in response to external loosening of global financial conditions, you get an improvement initially, but not later on. So how about FX interventions? FX interventions are mostly do not alter the trade-off significantly. Again, this is all at the bottom 10th percentile. And the same is true for capital flow management policies, capital controls. There's a little bit of significance there, but overall doesn't really have much of a discernible effect. Now, what happens if we look at the whole distribution again and look at loss function? Well, we get a similar picture to the one we had before. We get a clear reduction in loss functions, in losses, from the use of monetary policy tightening. Again, a bit stronger for borrower-based measures. Monetary policy does not help overall, although the previous graph suggested that it might. Overall, it does not help. FX intervention, in this case, this would be a purchase of foreign currency in reaction to a loosening of external conditions, is marginally significant and doesn't affect, if at all, it seems to somewhat reduce losses, but not much. And capital flow measures don't seem to matter, at least the way we measure them. We do a number of things to look for robustness. We have some extensions that we're still working on. For example, the effects may depend on existing vulnerabilities, and we indeed show that the results are somewhat different than when credit is already high. At that point, borrower-based measures are particularly more effective. We look at whether these results are driven by emerging markets or advanced economies, or whether they are very different for these different group of countries, and they're not. One thing we need to do is to control for common factors. So far, tentatively, the results look qualitatively similar. And there are a number of other extensions some of which are a bit tricky because of the econometrics involved, for example, unobservable heterogeneity, or trying to find instruments to use for changes in domestic financial conditions. But overall, apart from specific results, I think what I would like to leave you with is that this is a new empirical framework that allows us to compare effects of different policies with regard to changes in domestic and external financial conditions. And again, so far, we have pretty strong and consistent evidence for the effectiveness of macroprudential policies as opposed to other ones. But again, these are first results, and I'm sure they can be refined. But I think it's interesting. Thank you.
So we have time for questions, and same routine as last time. We've got runners coming in who have microphones, so if you have a question, raise your hand and a microphone will come to you.
Hi, Simon Van Orden, HEC Montreal. A general question about the policy evaluation framework. I promise not to go into the econometrics. The policy effects that you're getting out for these different policies have confidence intervals associated with them.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, we've seen in other policy debates, particularly climate change, I guess, is the one that's most well known, where you really have to confront the uncertainty about the policy impacts and the potential risks in trying to decide what the best policy response is, and that might lead you to prefer a riskier or a less risky approach, even though the point estimates or your best guess at the expected loss is different. Have you thought about how you might try to incorporate that uncertainty about the different policy impact across the different policy tools you've got there into your analysis? I just thought it might be an interesting avenue to explore.
Thank you. I mean, when the confidence intervals for estimates are based on bootstraps, it's a kind of technical answer, but your answer goes, I think, beyond. Let me also add an additional caveat. to really compare policies, we need to have really comparable policy shocks. And we try to do this because we use standard deviation and so forth. And our estimated policy functions for these different policies have a broadly similar fit. So I think we capture kind of comparable magnitudes here, but that's obviously also something that deserves further attention because when it comes to comparing really effects. Right? And as with all estimations of monetary policy, for example, you want to tease out the shocks, and we do it also with other ways. I didn't have time to go into that. But ultimately, a lot of the impact comes from the anticipated, the systematic component of policy. Right? So anyway, many complications, but I think nevertheless, bearing all this in mind, I think it's an interesting new avenue to compare different policies.
So let's try and look at the extremes. Because a lot of times the macro-proof framework becomes really relevant when you're worried about the economy going off the rails. Right? So there's a non-linearity at some point. But in the middle, life looks okay, irrespective of whether you respond with monetary policy or with macro-proof measures. Macro measures tend to be more direct, either affecting the financial institutions or the borrowers. But the question is, let's just think about what happened in 2008. At some point, there should have been a much stronger reaction, both from monetary policy, because monetary policy, if you use the Taylor's rule, had been much looser than if you had followed Taylor's rule between 2001 and 2006. There was not much of a macro-proof response, and then things went kablooey in 2007, 2008. And so the issue is, there has to be some non-linearity at the edges where you say, no, now we have to use both monetary policy and macro-proof to make sure that the system is resilient enough not to go into crisis. And is that possible to take care of these sort of effects in your framework?
Yeah, in principle, I mean, the whole framework is non-linear.
Yes.
But I think part of your question, at least, was about the interaction between monetary and macroprudential policy. And we do, in fact, look at that. We don't have, I didn't have time to talk about it, but interestingly, what we find is that if you are worried about a bill of vulnerabilities, financial vulnerabilities, what our results suggest you want to do is tighten macroprudential, but at the same time lose monetary policy. And why is that? We don't know why, but one interpretation from the literature is that macroprudential policies get more at the quality of credit, if you want to say that, right? They get more at the riskiness of credit, the quality of credit, whereas monetary policy affects everything. So by combining them both, you minimize the unwarranted losses while reducing vulnerabilities. That's our results.
Very interesting and also nice application of quantile panel regression. As you pointed out, there are lots of other issues, problems that you're going to deal with, hopefully. But my problem is identification. Is that if you have a panel, you have many countries, and these countries are very different institutionally. And they are all often, you pointed out common shock, but you really didn't go through that. But even if time effect, you didn't put in the model, did you? I mean, the reason I'm raising it, there is an issue of interactive effects, like what factor people call. But then, if you did even put a time effect, or group time effect, like for example, advanced economies, one time effect. But in a way, then you have this problem that some of this policy effect could also be absorbed in time effect. And therefore you lose the ability to separate what's going on anyway in the world and how much is due to policy, which is a well-known problem. I don't know whether you address that.
Well, yes and no. I mean, common factors we want to, but time effect is a problem, at least when we look at global financial shocks, because then we cannot do it, basically, right?
That's what I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's nothing to do with the estimation issue.
Yeah. I mean, we are thinking about ways to instrument financial conditions, but it's not easy.
Is it fair to say that you're assuming that whether you tighten policy, conventional policy, or introduce a macroprudential policy, that you're assuming perfect credibility in both cases? And how would you deal with imperfectly credibility?
No, this is not like those models where by announcing things you get huge bang for the buck. No, this is empirical. This is what we observe in the data. Now there is another criticism that I shouldn't be saying all these things. No, but I think we're in the process of refining the paper. So any comments and any constructive suggestions are very welcome, and I think it's a good opportunity for me also to bring up potential problems. So that problem we don't have. We do have the problem potentially that this is subject to the Lucas critique, right? So that we look at policies, how they have been used, and the effects, right? If country authorities were to start using them in the way these results suggest, the results may change. So that's a potential problem. I'm not particularly worried about that one, but it is a one. But I think yours is not direct. I mean, it's not directly one we have.
Just a brief question. So in your results, so you said that implementing policies are not that much different if you look at developed and emerging markets. Do you have any rough intuition or thoughts about that? Because you would expect to look at monetary policy and other things, some sort of a symmetry or at least slight difference. So it sounds a bit.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I wanted to be brief. There are some differences, but they are more about the nuances. About, for example, CFM seems to work somewhat better in emerging markets than in advanced economies. Financial institution-based macroprudential policies also work a little bit better in emerging markets. But very broadly speaking, the picture doesn't change completely.
Oh wait, sorry.
Just that
follow up? Okay, follow up.
Yeah, that follow-up.
Can we do the follow-up here first? Sorry.
I think that could be because you have homogeneous coefficient across both type of markets.
Well, but if we look separate, we estimate it separately.
Yeah, my question is more, I understood that you actually estimated some market condition through a principal component, right? And you took that to your regression. Right. So it is kind of two-stage stuff.
Right.
It is in the setup of model selection.
Yes.
So, and it is clear that in some ways, that will have impact on the coefficient of your betas that the policy is affecting inside.
Yeah. No,
so, in addition to what Simon said, it is not clear that actually you are identifying that the policy effect if you have uncertainty due to that selection at the first stage.
I know that the nature of financial conditions which are estimated across countries, well, are using a broad range of variables, and that introduces some problems, and I think we deal with this. I would have to get back to you on this. Maybe we can talk afterwards. But I think we are dealing with the problem you're alluding to.
Last questions? Great. Thank you very much. And we'll transition into the next session.
Hi, I'm Simon Van Noorden, affiliations there. I'd like to thank Renee, and Laura, and everyone else for putting this together. It's wonderful to be here and see how many close friends and admirers Marty really had. I was thinking back of my own memories of Marty, and they reflect so many of the things that some other people have already mentioned. I think my favorite memory, I visited UTAS in 2010, 2011 on Marty's kind invitation. And my favorite memory was of Marty as a warm and generous host. She invited me back to her house for a family dinner one particular evening during our stay. And we'd agreed that she was going to cook dinner and I was responsible for making dessert. And I was going through a massive baking phase at the time. So I had all kinds of cake recipes with me. And then, of course, Marty told me that her son had a terrible gluten intolerance. He had some serious medical problems. And, you know, you're a baker who's never baked anything gluten-free in your life, and you're responsible for providing dessert. But it turned out very well because I'd gotten into making tarte tatin. And because nobody doesn't like apples and caramel if you just smother it with enough butter, right? And Marty knew where she could source a nice gluten-free pie crust. So we spent an afternoon in her kitchen, slicing apples, making dinner, doing a bit of baking, and then enjoying it with her husband and her kids, and sitting around the table afterwards while we played her family's favorite board games, while her children beat me savagely at them. Like a drum, or as the saying goes, like a rented mule. But they were very gracious about my attempt at gluten-free tarte tatin. And I think that's just emblematic of the openness and the warmth that Marty showed so many people, and her ability to just seamlessly integrate her family life and her professional life. And I guess I'll always remember that. Anyhow, without any further ado, I'd like to present another great member of Marty's community, Denise Osborne. Denise, please take it away.
Which slide is the next one?
Thank you. And I'd also like to thank the organisers. I think it's a fantastic initiative of Tara and Graziella to think about having an event of this type. And I think those of us who knew Mardi all appreciate it very much to be here and to celebrate her many contributions, not just academic contributions, as many people have said, but her contributions went well beyond the academic sphere. I was sitting there earlier trying to think when I first met Mardi. I think I know it was shortly before she went to Cambridge. She went to Cambridge in 2005. So I think it was probably early in 2005 on the assumption she went in the autumn. And I was visiting ANU at the invitation of Heather Anderson. And Mardi was at ANU at the time. And it was Heather who said, "You must meet this Mardi Dungey." I'd never heard of Mardi, to be quite honest at that point. "You must meet Mardi Dungey. You'll get on really well." Well, that was extremely true. So we met at ANU, and then when she came to Cambridge, of course, and I was in Manchester, it was easier, and we interchanged visits often. And then when she came back to Hobart, to UTAS, I would come to UTAS about once a year, and Mardi would be in the UK about once a year. So we interacted over a long period, I guess relatively frequently. So I've got a couple of photos that you've seen going around, doing the rounds, but I just thought I'd start by saying a little bit about those photographs and what I think they represent in terms of Mardi and her wider contributions, if you like. So this photograph was taken when I was visiting UTAS, and the setting is actually the garden of the Cascades Brewery in Hobart. And when I was visiting, Mardi would often say, "Oh, let's go somewhere for lunch." And it was a nice day, so she said, "Let's go for lunch." And she'd think of somewhere that was appropriate to that day, and this was a lovely day, so we said, "Oh, let's go to the Cascades Brewery. They have an outside area where we can sit, a cafe, etc." And you might think her hair looks slightly strange in that photograph, but the colour is quite interesting. My recollection is she'd been experimenting for fun with her daughter May about hair colouring, and things didn't go quite right with it. So until the colouring she had for a little while, she had this very strange pinkish sort of hair colour. But this just shows that she was interacting with her family as well, of course. And the next, oops, I've gone too far. The next one was actually my first visit to UTAS in 2008. When, as Mardi often did when she had a visitor coming, she would often organise a workshop around that person. She did it, I think, with many, probably with many of the people who are here in the audience. And so when my first visit, in December, it was summer, remember that, early summer, but it was summer in Australia. It was December 2008. And she organised a workshop, and in fact, you have here Farshid Vahid and Heather Anderson, who you probably don't quite realise in there. She'd invited them to the workshop, and it was also their first visits to Tasmania. Neither, although they were at that time at Monash, which is a short hop from Melbourne to Hobart, they'd never been to Tasmania before. So Mardi invited them to the workshop, and Mardi decided we'd all go on a bushwalk on the weekend. I think it was just after the workshop. Unfortunately, the weather was not really that conducive to going on the bushwalk. We all did anyway, so Mardi's, Jack and May, her children, Ross, her husband, and actually here is her mum, Mari, who also came, and was Mari who provided us all with jackets. We didn't have jackets. You come to Australia in the summer, you don't expect any of the jackets. So Mari's mum made sure we all had jackets to go on this bushwalk. Now we had a great time. We all got wet. We were so cold, but we had a fantastic time. So we had to go and find a cafe with some hot drinks to warm up afterwards. But just indicative of how Mardi would, I think, organise things around people who were coming, make them feel very welcome. And as others have said, her family was part of the wider sphere that she were involved in all her activities. And finally, photograph including Jing, who's here and talking later, and Wei Ying and Mardi. This was, again, something Mardi organised around Richard Smith this time. Richard was visiting, I think he was visiting Melbourne at the time. So Mardi invited him to come down to Hobart and there was a dinner. But I think more generally, it illustrates Mardi interacting with junior colleagues. She worked, and Jean might say a little bit more later, she was very encouraging, very supportive. They happened to be two females. I don't think it was particularly, she was in general very supportive of women, but not just women. It wasn't exclusive. She was supportive of younger researchers. And I just think they're very relaxed setting. Mardi's clearly very relaxed. I think it's just very indicative that she's sitting there between two of her younger colleagues in the department at a dinner in honour of someone who's very well known and visiting the department. I have many other memories of Mardi, but I'll move on to the paper in that the paper is also a jointly authored paper, unfortunately our last jointly authored paper. It also has a history. It's a long gestation period in this paper because on one occasion I went to Hobart, so we were going to work on the paper, and Mardi had a long-term, quite severe back problems, and she was told she should have surgery to help these back problems. And my visit had been arranged for quite a long period, and it just so happened that the date they could do the surgery was the day after I was due to arrive in Hobart. So we were going to work on this paper, we'd had the ideas, we'd started, but of course she had major surgery on the back the day after I arrived, we couldn't change things, etc. So that got delayed. Then Mardi was coming to the UK, again, motivated to finish this paper, to work on this paper, and I had a serious heart problem at the time, which is now fine. But so the day Mardi flew into Heathrow, literally, the day Mardi flew into Heathrow, I had the problem emerged, and I had to email Mardi, when she arrived in Heathrow, she got an email from me, sorry, I'm in hospital. And it turned out I was in hospital for next month. So eventually, in 2018, when Mardi was visiting Cambridge as part of her final tour, we got together and we said we're going to finish this paper. And we were really pleased with ourselves. We patted ourselves on the back because we finished the analysis and finished very soon afterwards a written version of the paper. But yeah, it's fate. We were congratulating ourselves that we got through, finished the paper without either of us having a major health problem because we joked about it. I remember Mardi joking about this I was going in an ambulance between hospitals and Mardi came with me and joking with the ambulance, people in the ambulance about the fate of her coming and talking about this paper. Anyway, so, thank you, Mardi. The paper relates particularly to a paper we'd already published in the Journal of Applied Econometrics, which was interactions between the US and Euro area economies. And we've been talking even when we were doing that earlier paper about what would you do with the interactions between the US and China? Because they weren't two developed economies over the sort of sample period. You're looking at how would you handle the problem of one economy developing in relation to the US as a technology leader. So we've been talking about this for a long time without really without getting down to doing anything. I don't think I have to motivate the fact that the relationship is an important one, and it is quite staggering. This is the log per capita GDP over our sample period, which is 79 to 2016. Here's the US, and here's China. Okay. So China's, you can see, approaching. Still a long way, because these are log values. Still a long way, because in 2016, the per capita GDP of China was still only about 13% of that of the US. So it's still, if you looked at the raw ratio of the two per capita GDPs, it was still a long way away from the US. But the trajectory is of course, a fascinating one. And there's a literature that's been quite prominent. Does China's development affect the US? And if it does affect the US, is it good or not good for the US? And that's not been clear. There's been a debate between various authors in that context. And it's a hard question to answer because if you look at particular industries, some industries lose, other industries win, etc., in terms of China taking employment from some sectors, but then the increased trade with China benefits other sectors of the US economy. So it's not an easy question to look at, and we're not pretending it's an easy question to look at. It is very difficult. And there's not a stable historical relationship because China was essentially a closed economy until the end of the 1970s. But it's been increasingly integrated, abstracting from current trade war and all sorts of issues about the coronavirus and all of these recent things. But it has been, at least in the trajectory, has been increasingly integrated over the time period we're looking at. So it's important, we thought, to capture both the long-run relationship, the catching up, if you like, and the short-run interactions between the two economies. So our approach is to use a long-run convergence, using the sort of literature on development, to motivate a long-run relationship, plus short-run data-driven bilateral interactions. That's the way we handle it. So to give you a preview of our results, because then we know where we're heading, and we should have time, but we'll see. So this is the multiplier effects to a US shock. So we look at this one first. Probably makes more sense to look at this one first. The US shock on China, first 1979, when China first starts to open up, and there's some relationship. These are estimated values. There's some in the paper, there's some confidence into her work as well. 1979, even after, 50 years, it's the multiplier effect, the effect of 1% shock to the US has a 0.8% on China, bigger in 2003, the trajectory, 2016, 2025, and then ultimately at convergence that I'll talk about in 2129 is just a sort of arbitrary value, 150 years after. And it's going up here because this time we're imagining it rolling forward with convergence increasing as time goes on. So the effect, it keeps on increasing because there's an increasing effect through the long run relationship. So you don't have, this is going to keep on increasing if you pushed it further out until you eventually got up to the same value as here, and I'll talk more about the model, obviously. This is what we puzzled over for quite a long time, is actually, and it's one of these things, or when the penny drops and you realise, well, that was obvious, but it took us a while for the penny to drop. This is the US on US, and according to our results, the US also gains. So the multiplier effect of a US shock through the model back on itself is increasing over time. So again, 79, 2003, 2016, 2025, and 2129. It's not nearly so dramatic, of course, but it's according to this model, and it's relatively simple in the sense of what we're doing, and we had ideas about developing it, but the US is also gaining according to this analysis of ours. Okay, so what should I talk about in the next 20 minutes or so? The framework, the data, and then some results and final conclusions. So our econometric framework, our distinctive feature of this model is using the literature of development to talk about, the model in which an economy is the output converging towards a steady state value with a beta convergence rate. So the basic equation that lies behind a lot of papers in development is this one, where a developing economy is converging towards some steady state value. So that was the basic inspiration of our long run relationship. But we modified it to say, well, China, the YT is China per capita GDP, the YT star now is US per capita GDP. So China developing not towards some fixed, constant, steady state, but converging towards a US value. And the US value, of course, also changing over time with technology shocks. So that's the US per capita GDP. This was, we thought, well, how do we represent the fact that even had China remained a closed economy, how do we represent the fact that China could have developed, would have developed to some extent? So the way we've tried to capture that is we've hypothesized an internal growth rate that China would have had it remained a closed economy. So it's a non-stochastic, thinking of it as a closed planned economy that would grow at some, if you like, relatively slow rate without external influences. That's the YTI, what we call the internal per capita GDP. And that's non-stochastic. Okay, so that's the frame. That's our basic, that's our long-run equation. That's the key feature we've got, made stochastic, but that's the key feature we've got. I won't talk about this a lot. I think it'd be pretty obvious to many people if you have this sort of relationship. It's a time-varying relationship, inherently time-varying because of the convergence rate, China converging towards the US GDP. Things like linear co-integration that some people have tried to apply to these sort of contexts isn't going to work. The linear co-integration is not time-varying. There are variations on co-integration that are similar to what we use. But we are hypothesizing ultimate convergence to a common level. And in one paper, Phillips and Sewell refer to that as being possibly called asymptotic co-integration. It's perhaps not a very nice terminology. We might, if we thought harder, think about something else, because convergence is itself an asymptotic phenomenon. So, but anyway, we've stuck to that term that you could call it asymptotic co-integration. So it means that in the long, what we're saying asymptotically, they would converge to a linear co-integrating relationship as t goes to infinity in this sort of setup. So the empirical long-run model is precisely this one, that China's, the US level, then this term which asymptotically disappears between the internal growth rate and the internal level of per capita GDP in the US, and what we just call gap as the residual from that. And that's the gap process is a zero mean stationary or transitory process. Okay. So yeah, just to emphasise that again, that before convergence starts, if we write it as the China per capita GDP being a weighted of the US per capita GDP and what it would be its own internal rate had it not converged or had it remained a closed economy, the weight on the US before it opens up is 0. So when it's a completely closed economy, US has no influence. But while it's converging, we have the weight depending on the convergence. And ultimately we have this 2000, what did I say, 2129, I think we're hypothetically using the China per capita GDP, if it continued, would be the US GDP plus a stationary transitory component, whereas at the beginning it's just this internal rate. So we're transiting, in our model, we're transiting from a trend stationary process to one that would ultimately be a linear co-integration with the US, with a unit coefficient in the US. In short run dynamics are fairly conventional. No, I think they're totally conventional, not just fairly conventional. China dynamic model, we're assuming the US is a technology leader. Okay, in the long run that may not be a very sensible assumption, but that's, for this purpose, for this period, it seems a reasonable, I won't say perfect, but a reasonable sort of assumption. So the US is a technology leader, and the contemporaneous relationship we're hypothesizing goes from US growth to China growth. Then we have some dynamics from both, and then China adjusting to this gap, this time-varying term, long-run relationship. That's essentially a conventional. If the long run was a conventional linear co-integrating relationship, that would be a perfectly conventional model, and precisely the one we used in the paper in the Journal of Applied Econometrics for the US and the Euro area. We find we're dealing with annual data. The sample period is not that long. We find we don't need lags beyond 1. It's not too surprising empirically for annual data. The short-run model has constant coefficients over time. You could imagine having time-varying short-run interactions as well. We tried a little bit of experimental with that, but it wasn't changing very much. And it just becomes very difficult to deal with if you're allowed too much time variation. So the only time variation is going to come from the long run in the results I'll show you. We have in the short run for the US is reacting to China growth, past growth, as well as its own past growth. Okay, so as I say, the contemporaneous causality we're assuming is running purely, it's an assumption, but it's running purely from the US to China. And the US doesn't react to the gap, disequilibrium. So it's assumed to be the technology leader, as paper with Hashem with Adrian Pagan show that in a conventional model that would ensure the permanent shocks are only from the US, which is what we're in that framework. And anyway, when you include the gap in the US equation, it's not significant. Anyway, empirically. The shocks between the US and China, of course, short-run equations, of course, are correlated because of the contemporaneous causality assumption. Importantly, and this was something that took us a while to penny to drop, that if this is US equation, if the China coefficient is 0, then of course the US is exogenous to China. So if that phi 2 star coefficient is very important. If phi 2 star was 0, there's no way in which China growth could influence the US. And it does play a crucial role in our model. Okay, as I've said, the only element of time variation is due to this convergence. I perhaps won't talk about this. This is just a way of setting up and trying to see it again. But it says again, and we think about the setup of the model. If China had no influence on the US, this phi 2 star was 0, you could see the US equation here would be constant. But interestingly, perhaps and just worth saying, if that phi 2 star is not 0, then if you look at the equation representation here of the US growth, then China growth, the gap enters here indirectly in the setup, and so does you get a second lag on US growth. So you get time variation, importantly, without going into details. You get time variation in the US equation in the model when you work it all through because of this feedback from China to the US, which we originally thought it was innocuous, but then it just seemed a logical thing to do, but far from innocuous. So the data, that's annual per capita real GDP in US 2010 prices from the World Development Indicators database, purely standard data to use in this sort of context. We have to think about when China became open to external influences. That's a little bit arbitrary, not totally arbitrary, but a little bit arbitrary. We choose as 1979 as a period after which China is open to influences. That's the sort of period, the end of the Cultural Revolution, death of Mao, etc. So a lot of things happened in China around that period. Changing it a bit doesn't affect results in any substantial way. So you might think, well, maybe it was a year or two later or whatever. It's not crucial what's going on choosing 1979 as the base period. Before that, we say it's just a closed economy China, and after it begins, the convergence process begins. 79 to 2016 was when we last did the analysis. 2016 was the last year of data available. You can talk about the accuracy of China data. I think everybody has some doubts about the accuracy of China data. We've been reassured by work others have done, including Tara, about that. We think, well, what else do? Do you just throw it out and say, we don't trust the Chinese data, so we're not going to use it? You can't really do that. I think we have to work with it as the best we can, as at least representing the general trend, if not the absolute detail year to year. we need to have this China internal, what it would be if it would remain a closed economy. We actually take the actual value of the China per capita GDP in 1979 and we assume a growth rate. The results we focus on are, we assume an internal growth rate of 1% per capita. If, again, it's not crucial. We looked at 0, no, and we looked at 2%, and the pattern doesn't change dramatically. So it's, again, if you think it would have been low, and it seems a reasonable assumption, if you think it would have been low, then these are the sorts of values one might think about. Okay, so some results. When we estimate by nonlinear least squares our long-run equation, this straightforward nonlinear least squares estimation, we get a convergence rate of 2%, which we thought, that looks low, that doesn't seem to look quite right, that we would anticipate a higher convergence rate than 2%, despite the fact we're talking about convergence from what we assume would have been its own internal growth rate of 1%, not just, but we were suspicious, and we found when we looked at, it's always good to look at your results, when you look at the residuals, if you like, the estimates of the gap from that constant, they're clearly not stationary. They're just, I don't think I've included a picture because I wasn't sure how much time I'd end up having. But they're clearly not stationary. And they seem to imply evidence for structural break around 2001. So we then started to think about structural breaks and what happened if the convergence rate changed. So if we assume a convergence rate of 2001, to end of 2001 is a period that has some economic interpretation, well, strong economic interpretation in the fact that China joined the World Trade Organization in December 2001. And a number of the commentaries on China's growth in this century have been about the importance of being a member of the World Trade Organization. There's other things going on around this sort of period, including the so-called productivity slowdown in the US, which I think, when Mardi, I think I forgot to say this, but Mardi actually gave an earlier version of this paper here at GWU. Sorry, I overlooked to say that, I meant to. In her spring tour, in her tour in 2018. And I think there was one of the things that was mentioned then was, well, why 2001? Perhaps it would have been things going on in the US as well, and why 2001? Why not 2005 or 2008 or whatever? We did some digging around after that, and some structural breaks analysis. If you take the estimated gap series and treat that and look at the structural break in that series, it suggests it could be between 2001 and 2005. And in fact, the smallest residual sum of squares comes at the end of 2001. So while it could be, if you like, it's one of these things that could move around a bit. But if you look at the breaks, estimating a break date as the smallest residual sum of squares, you'd go for the end of 2001, which is reassuring, but it was good to check that. So the impulse responses I show will include that convergence break. So we have that implies until between 79 and 2001, this converging at a rate of 1.74%, and then from 2002 onwards, it's 3.21%. It nearly doubles that convergence rate. So here's the impulse responses I showed earlier. So the impulse responses to a US source shock. So that becomes quite important here. So 2003 now we have the increase from 2003, we have the increase in the convergence rate. It also complicates earlier things because once you have a break in the rate of convergence, an earlier shock as it works through. So a shock, let's say even in 1979. In 1979, there's a break in convergence later on, so it affects the end of this because that's feeding back each time as the China GDP growth is adjusting to the gap, and it's the new gap it's adjusting to all the time. So that even filters through to these estimates. Importantly, and again we didn't quite realise the importance of this initially, was that the feedback from China to US, we estimate we admit this is a very simple framework. There's nothing, the only data we're using is per capita GDP. So there's obvious dimensions in which the model could be extended to other variables in a richer environment. We thought we'd start simple. It is positive. It's at 0.163. It's not huge. It's on the borderline of significance at the 5% level. But equally, if you do more analysis about possible break dates in that short-run relationship, it changes that and put in dummies because there's all sorts of things going on in this period. There's the GFC, there's things going on in China. If you put in some dummies, it doesn't change this coefficient much. It does change its significance, it doesn't change the value of the coefficient very much. So we've just stuck with a simple OLS estimate over the whole period. But the crucial thing, according to this framework, is the US also benefits from the catch-up. So the US responses aren't constant over time because it took a while just to, sort of, as I say, one thing that took a while for the penny to drop. If China is adjusting to the US, but the US is responding positively to China's growth, as it is here, then the US, as the China responses increase because of convergence, China's benefiting in terms of a growth rate. So that will feed back to the US, and the US will itself benefit from that. So it became logical when we thought about it, but something that was a surprise initially. There's also impulse responses of China shocks. So again, they don't vary very much. They do have a little bit of time variation. They're transitory, they disappear, and just vary a little bit over time. So China on the US and China on China. There is some time variation, but not very substantial there. And importantly, they are transitory as the setup implies. There's more. I should also say that the paper will appear in the special issue of the Economic Record that's been put together, journal and put together in honour of Mardi. It's been accepted for that special issue. That was something Mardi suggested I should do with it. So I, of course, recognised her wishes and submitted it to that. And it's now accepted, and I think an early view version is now just appeared on the website. And there's some more results in there than I talked about today. But, and here's a table of the responses. So after 10 years, cumulative multiplier responses for a 1% US shock. So the US shocks, again, after 10 years, they're not great, but they are non-trivial. Multiplier going from 1.4 to 1.7 after 10 years. And of course, the China response has been showing huge increases. We do hope the framework will be useful for a framework of, I think, of people who have struggled in the long run in this framework where you're using some of the ideas or the basic idea of the long convergence together with, like, a quite conventional time series analysis of the short run, hopefully would be useful for other studies, and there's obvious developments of this model that could be done. Do we have a mic?
I'm waiting for the microphone.
Yeah.
Although maybe I shouldn't.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Jerry Dwyer, Clemson University. So you're assuming that China's going to converge to the same level as the US. If you look across the world, there's not a lot of evidence to that, actually.
Yeah.
And so how much difference would it make if you pick, I don't know, pick arbitrarily Germany?
I don't think the basic story would change. I admit, I agree that the idea of the long-run convergence may well not apply in the long run, but at least it's a framework that allows you to and over the sort of sample period we're looking at, it seems a reasonable way, because we're only looking at the first part. The convergence is nowhere near finished at the end of our sample period. We're then, in effect, projecting that into the future. I agree, but I think as China develops, you'd also want to think a bit about how the framework changes. Why should all the shocks, technology shocks, come from the US as China continues to develop? so that we assume that the technology shocks come from the US all the way through, if you like, through to convergence. That doesn't seem realistic if you think of taking it further down the convergence path. So I think there's a lot of issues if you tried to take it push it further. I don't think changing from the US to Germany would make a substantive difference as sort of results.
Yeah, but you think the interaction will change?
Yeah, the interaction would change. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Very, very nice combination of using this very intractable convergence problem. I spent a lot of time on this as well. And also with the time series. I think, however, the interpretation of this one has to be careful because obviously, as you know, other countries in the world existed. And also the common technological factors. So in a way, what you're really picking up, I don't know, I mean, you may be picking up, but better more careful, that maybe you're dealing with an observable technological factor, which both China and US are benefiting. So therefore, the question doesn't follow necessarily from your analysis that if China remained close, US wouldn't have been growing. In other words, so the counterfactual argument would be, what if China remained close and Nixon didn't go to China? That could be a question, which I think America may be facing now. Maybe that wasn't a good idea from their point of view. So that's I don't think that doesn't answer it here, and I know how difficult it is to answer. But I like the framework. But I think when I developed the GWAR, I had the same problem. We had this conversation with you, Mardi.
Yeah, indeed.
And I think what maybe you want to do, you may want to have a three-country model at least, in a sense that the rest of the world sort of situation and has an observer component, and then to see to what extent the loading of these countries differ or in unobserved components. So basically, it's sharing of technology that it could be possible to say that China starts jacking up the loading on this unobserved factor. So it's not. So in a way, it gets manifested the way you have done it, but I think the interpretation and the analysis could be different, and it still would be compatible with no convergence.
Yeah.
Because your argument is not really they actually converge. I mean, because it's such far away.
No, and
so therefore, you don't really need that, in my view. You could put an intercept there to allow per capita income of the two countries to always be a gap between them. So, but that's not the issue. The issue is not whether you converge to the same number, whether you will get closer at some rate.
No, I think I agree with everything you say, and I think perhaps some of the language of the paper may also not quite reflect that, because we are treating it as a world in which there's just the US and China, which of course they are the two biggest economies in the world, but it still doesn't represent the world. So no, I would accept that. Thank you.
Robert Trent with International Investor. You mentioned that in 2001 there was a structural break. I think, if my memory serves me right, George W. Bush, having just taken office, I think 2000, gave preferential trade treatment or I forget the status to China in that year as well. I can't remember if it fell in 2000 or 2001, but that's what really opened the gates for U.S.-China trade.
That could well be, and again, that could change the date slightly. And having read around some of these issues about China joining the WTA in the end of 2001, the support for of the US for that was very important, I think, in that decision. So that reinforces the importance of that, and whether it was therefore slightly earlier is, I think it's possible, but it's not going to substantially.
In addition to WTO, it gave it an added surge of trade.
Right. Yeah. Yes, that's true.
So I was wondering, so in your application, the convergence takes a long time, but I guess I was wondering, with your methodology, could you allow it because you're essentially assuming weak exogeneity of the U.S., since it's not reacting contemporaneously to basically the co-integrating relationship. can you allow for, with your methodology, could you allow for basically converging into a place where US is no longer weakly exogenous? In that sense?
I think that would change the methodology. I'd have to think about that.
This should be okay.
Should be okay?
Yeah.
Hashim said it should be okay.
Great. Well, maybe on that note, we should take a break for lunch. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So lunch is back in the lounge just around the corner here. Please do take a moment to write a note to Marty's family if you find an opportunity, and be back here at 1:30.
Very nice.
It's over there.
You will notice that the lunch is actually set up here
Okay,
to
sorry.
collect the lunch and then to enjoy it down in the lounge.
Oh, I already have it. Oh, you already have it made. I just. If you don't mind. Thank you so much.
Or is it for
I'm also sending them on to people who are talking
Indeed, today is not a good day to come.
Okay. You know, I called it.
Yeah, I mean, that is the point, but I think it's important to see that the US also benefits from trends in country. That's actually what I.
Maybe if you estimate the alma model for the US, the only thing because it's true there's no more but there is an average. This is what was also
Yeah, no, it was
when we had debate about these issues.
Right.
They had a very small but my experience was
rather than like hiding
that's dominated by
Yeah, that always happens in the weekend.
that's already
It's sort of like a poor evening. I mean, you don't do it on Monday, you know, so you have to.
I was a bit late to add a footnote.
Over the weekend, they just charge you for that.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I said thanks so much for putting it on.
That is a very nice event, isn't it? Lovely event. Yeah, well organised.
Well, you know, when you get the right people, I'm sorry, I'm Kyle Renner. You want?
I'm interested. From the
Oh,
World
yes,
Bank.
we've met. Yes, of course.
Yes, it's so used to Ken Brown, yes.
We just did something on sustainable finance with the economic policies in the fall.
Yes.
So I wasn't able to.
Well, I wasn't able.
So my kids have like all of these. Yes.
Yeah, so the elephant's very dies.
You missed the photo.
Sorry?
I took a photo.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Right.
A bit chilly, yeah. Come pick up some glasses.
What was your...
Yes, which, yes, exactly.
You remember?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Right, yeah. Okay.
I worked a lot with brewers.
Yeah. Okay. So he was out here. I don't know. Late September actually. It was just after the PM visit last year. Late September.
I met up with him when he came to Buenos Aires.
I haven't gone up.
Oh, okay. Oh, great.
Kristen.
Kirsten Jordan. Yeah.
She lived not too far away.
Right. Yeah.
We'll catch up.
Yeah. Caught up with Kirsten. Orford? Oh, McDonald's. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. So Nigel's currently our executive director at the IMF.
Ah, great.
He's got till October this year.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he actually did my job in the early 90s and lived in the residence that I'm in currently, all that sort of stuff. So
It's like a rotating Australia.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so it's on the block with the ambassadors' place, a number of different residences, and Treasury has one of those. So, fortunate enough to be in there. And
I worked with Jason.
yeah, right. Yeah, he was at the World Bank as he usually. Yeah, that's right. Well, he's over in Canada now.
Right.
Yeah, Victoria. Yeah, I think he's been doing some consulting stuff. So,
He's had a good career of avoiding staying in Canada. Because I was actually in Indonesia.
Right.
When Orphan.
Take your seat, please.
Okay.
DFAT had a kind of program running there, like the Treasury guy.
Right.
Ministry of Finance.
I mean, we've had people in and out.
Okay, can we
Ministry of Finance.
get going?
Yeah,
A number of years. So, yeah.
But how much? That's great to know.
Well, when I was there, she had a list.
Even that's temporary.
And then she,
It's one of those dreadful rules things.
I'm not kidding you, it's like 25 Charles
Got pillars in the middle of it, so I can't even see Graciela. But I know she's there and a long shape. So my name's Nigel Ray. I'm Executive Director for the Asia Pacific constituency at the IMF. Before that, I spent, Marty might say, far too long. Marty would definitely have told me far too long working in the Australian Treasury. So I just wanted to thank Graciela, Renee and Tara, A, for putting on this amazing event, but B, for inviting me, which I appreciate very much. Marty Robinson from the Australian Treasury here in Washington, DC, in a job that I once had, so I'm very jealous of him. We'll speak later on about Marty's contribution to the Australian Treasury, and I don't want to steal his thunder. So I thought what I'd do is just a couple of personal observations. The first is that I met Marty pretty close to 20 years ago at a children's birthday party. It was one of those Canberra, anyone who's been to Canberra, it was one of those outdoor Canberra events. It was Marty, who I'd only just met, who drew my and my partner's attention to the fact that our two young sons were behaving somewhat unsociably, involving some wildlife, which was much to our embarrassment at the time. Marty had the decency never ever to raise it with me again. And I worked with Marty off and on over about 20 years. When some of us got together last night, some of you were talking about Marty's sort of tour of the Northern Hemisphere in her sabbatical in 2018. At the time, Mardi was the academic consultant to the team in the Australian Treasury that was building a new macroeconomic model. And her dedication to both the project and the team was extraordinary. And while she was on that sabbatical, she would dial in by phone, but also by video, to whole day meetings in Australia, all through the night, and would engage probably even more intensively from wherever she was, in North America, at Cambridge or in France, with the team than she did when she was in Hobart. But it was just extraordinary. And it goes to her dedication to rigour, to fit for purpose, and to practical application of both economics and econometrics to public policy, and that was really where she was. She worked with us for about 20, not on this particular project, which can take 20 years. Although if you give a model of 20 years to do something, they will take that long. But she worked with the department for about 20 years. And she's someone who we miss extraordinarily in the public policy firmament. The other thing that Mardi managed to do, those of you who know Adrian Pagan may understand this, was that she managed to make Adrian Pagan seem a little bit less scary to some of the members of the Treasury staff. And that actually is well-being enhancing for everybody in Australia, because it meant that they were much more willing to go to him and he would cut through their problems very, very quickly. So that's a couple of reflections on Mardi. My main task is to introduce Hashem, who is better known to you than to me. And he's probably going to talk about stuff I'm not going to understand, but that's okay because Tara is going to keep him to time. Hashem Pasaran is the John Elliott Distinguished Chair in Economics at USC and Director of the Centre for Applied Financial Economics at USC Dornsife. He's also Emeritus Professor of Economics at Cambridge and a Fellow at Trinity College. Previously, he was the head of the Economic Research Department of the Central Bank of Iran, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Education in Iran, and Professor of Economics at UCLA. He's a Fellow of the British Academy, the Econometrics Society, the Journal of Econometrics, and the International Association for Applied Econometrics. He has honorary doctorates from Salford, Goethe, Maastricht, and Prague. He's published more than 200 publications. Do anything else? No. He's published more than 200 publications in the areas of econometrics, empirical finance, macroeconomics, and the Iranian economy. His most recent book, Time Series and Panel Data Econometrics, was published by the Oxford University Press in 2015. So, Hashem.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. But what I want to say first, before going to technical things, which I hope you understand, is that I wasn't fortunate enough to be a sort of a mentor, I should say, or a teacher to Mardi, and I'm too old to have been her student. And I haven't been fortunate either to have a co-author paper. I have a lot of, we saw that Mardi is a co-author 76, something like that, you said. I'm also co-authored with many. So the fact that there is no co-authorship with her is also my loss. We were talking about last time I saw her before her unfortunate and very sudden death. It was when she was sitting with me in Cambridge, as usual, after a nice lunch, sitting in Trinity rooms, which I keep still, believe it or not. And what attracted me to her was her enthusiasm. The people say I'm enthusiastic, but I think she's sort of a power tool, enthusiastic.
And it just shows for the people who shared experience with her. And we all go travel, visitors come to our university, present seminars, we meet many, many people. And I thought about it, what is so special about Mardi, which I didn't teach, wasn't taught by her, didn't have any copy out of it. In fact, this is her ability to actually come up with ideas and be enthusiastic about it. A lot of people have ideas, oh, it's too difficult, let's leave it, let's do something else. She wasn't like that. And I think that's what I remember her stand out quite clearly in my mind. And to me, is a personally a great loss, apart from the fact she is a loss to the profession, both Australia and obviously Hobart, where we visited with my wife. My wife actually told me last night, make sure you say how much we enjoyed her hospitality. We went on the bushwalk. The weather was a little bit better, not that much. And we also went for a hike. This picture was taken while we went on the hike as well. So with further ado, now I said my piece, now I go to the easier task, to present the paper. So this paper, obviously there are technical issues with it, but what I'm trying to do today is actually tell you why I'm working in this area and why is this important. And then why it become relevant to you guys. Why is it, you should be listening to me. And I think it comes from the fact that we talk about risk, we talk about common shocks, we talk about the way the effect of risk and commonalities are heterogeneous across companies, across firms, across countries. And this actually become an issue in not only in economics but finance as well for a long time. And I now say political science, sociology, the issue of how you discuss about left behind, how do you identify, and how do you measure these things. This is really a wide-ranging set of problems are affected by the methodology that we use. Okay, so what is this methodology? Is everybody knows it's a factor model. It started with hoteling when it's trying to measure basically psychological characteristics which are multifaceted. And hoteling basically didn't have many features, but nevertheless had enough that they needed to reduce it into one dimension. So hoteling started with the idea. And the question is also, is the factors may be observed or unobserved? So for example, global growth, GDP, you can observe it. But for example, if you talk about general risk without saying what it is, it's kind of like unobserved. But you can then talk about both observed and unobserved factors. And there are many of them. Last 10 years in particular, with the work of Bo and Neg and others, many, I've just mentioned one name, one set of names, was Scott Watson, obviously many other people, and also in, I should say, in Europe, Marco Lippi and Reichling, many people have contributed to that part of the literature. And the issue of the factors in finance, capital asset pricing model, pricing theory, all of them are the same. But if you can also look at it's similar. So they have factors either observed or unobserved, and they look at what is the effect of the factors on the many units, and then what is the risk associated with those factors, and then how you price those factors, which we had the discussion of it early in the morning. All these issues are connected. For example, I come from Iran, and Iran has been subject to a lot of sanctions for 40 years, and when you actually, I was talking to somebody from IMF yesterday morning, they got to brief me about this thing. I said, look, if you run a regression of Iranian output growth the last 40 years, we have a good data. It's better than Chinese. If you run that regression on the global factor, you get a zero loading. So Iran is isolated. But if you run the same regression on Turkey, you get 2. Is overreacting. Run it against Saudi Arabia is 0.4. All of them are reacting in different ways. So there is this heterogeneity. And the policies we use affect these loadings. Okay, so it's the loadings which are actually of interest, not the factor itself. So that's what the story is about. Okay, look, as the pricing model is the same. So people use the factor. They say, oh, it's a Fama-French factor. But what the key is, as I'm going to tell you another one, is how those Fama-French are graphed for everybody else, right? So basically, that's the story of the loadings, not the factors. Okay, of course, if you don't have a factor, you can't talk about loadings. So I'm not suggesting that you can do one without the other. That is why whether it's observed or unobserved. So if you now move to, as I said, there is also issue more recent literature about networking and also how the network are. One of the topics I talked with Mardi, that's why her name here with one of the co-authors sitting there, and it also came out because she was talking to me about it, and I said to her about how you can measure the importance of the units inside a network, which is the work of Asemoglu. So I came up with the idea, which I actually presented it in Monash, or a conference in honor of King. And that was also, we discussed that another way of measuring the importance of unit. And if you think about it, when you say some unit is important, it means a unit which affects everybody more than anybody else, right? So therefore, it's all to do with effect of a particular unit on everybody. So whether it's a factor, whether it's a network, whether it's observed or non-observed, at the end of the day, it's pervasiveness of the factor which matters. How pervasive it is. But the word pervasive was used by Ross as well, when I went and looked at his literature, because when he was developing asset pricing theory, he had to distinguish between factors which are pervasive and factors which are residual and unimportant. So you can get rid of them in a pricing error. Basically, he called them pricing error. We have another paper which I'm not going to talk about, but it formalizes these ideas. We also discussed the issue of what about if you don't have a network structure when you want to find out who is important. That's become more difficult because you don't observe any network, you only observe correlation. And everybody knows there is a causal issue. How do you go from correlation to causal, right? So that's another problem. I'm not going to address any of this issue. I'm going to talk a very simple problem. So I'm going to say, okay, let's start with a single factor. Everybody should understand that, okay? If not, they shouldn't be in this room. Okay, so you have a single factor, F, and the XIT is the measure we have on the unit I at time t. Think of it return, security I at time t. Think of F, the market factor, become capital pricing model. You can think of it output growth, and F being technological. This is something which Dennis was talking about effectively. You can write it down. I could be, one could be US, two could be China. Let's ignore the rest, but I'm not going to ignore the rest. And I'm going to have the factor which could contribute to them. Everybody knows this model. Now, in this model, basically, one of the issues are, in the literature, when they model this, they focus on estimating the factor, because their focus is on how to estimate the factor when the factor is not observed. Okay, that's one of the objects. And when they try to do it, this is Bow and Neg have done. If n become very large, you can estimate a point-wise consistently. You know, at every point at time t, you can estimate it under certain condition. And it's not surprising that the sum of gamma I squared, which is the sum of the loadings, so in other words, you take each loading up, square it up together, you find that that has to rise at the rate of n for you to be able to identify the factors reasonably well at some rate. Of course, if the rate at which this sum of gamma squared rises with n slower than n, is slow down convergence. If it goes, it's stable, it doesn't at all change, you can't estimate anything. There's no consistency. So basically what we realized that the rate at which this sum of this norm, let's call it the norm on the loading, if you like, you can have the absolute value of a gamma, you can have a square of it, you can do many other norms. Basically the norm of the loadings should basically rise with n. Basically what it means that every time you add another unit, that unit gets affected by the factor somehow. Doesn't mean all of them, but there has to be enough. We can talk about what do you mean by all anyway, when n go to infinity, what do you mean? So that's we're going to formalize it. So in the literature, they typically have assumed, without any evidence, that alpha, the loading, this rate is 1. In other words, the rate at which is of order n. Not little o, capital O use, because capital says up to. It should be at a rate of. So we invent which we put an O and you put dagger in it, right? So therefore, you'll see that. So basically, then you have to assert yourself, it's not alpha 1. What is it? We can show that you can only identify it if it is larger than half. And if it is between half and 1, then it gives you the different degree of pervasiveness. Okay? So the aim of this paper is how you estimate alpha. That's a very simple idea. So basically, you guys are always assuming alpha is 1, right? If you look at the literature, and this is assumption B in Barnett. It's all, I said the same assumption. By the way, I noticed it's written a number of papers, always assumption B. Okay? So they basically, the way they do it, they don't debate it. They don't say why they make this assumption. This is a fundamental assumption made. And my interest was that how do I know alpha is 1? And the factor is like chicken and egg problem. If I don't know what the factor is, I need to assume alpha 1 to identify it strongly enough. And even there is an issue of identification of no more than one factor, and this means one factor. So this is the issue I'm going to talk about. How do we really address this? And also it's related to finance. Basically, we showed the risk premium can be only identified if the factor is pervasive enough. And if the degree of pervasiveness is alpha, the rate at which you can estimate the risk factor is n to the power minus alpha divided by 2. So if alpha is 1, which people assume, it is a good rate. It is the usual root n asymptotic. But if alpha is a half, it's n to the power 1 over 4. I said to someone, do you know what n to the power 1 4 means? Then some econometricians say that's a convergence rate. It's like a log rate. Okay. It's not very fast. So basically, you need billions of data points to identify risk. And we don't have that because we don't have enough market. Ross also pointed out a role. We don't have enough securities, like 1 million securities, to be able to identify weak factors. We just don't have it. So we have 3,000, and these securities are not always there. Some of them drop, some of them come in. So you have got this survivorship bias. When you add that together, it seems to me very difficult to identify risk factors where their alpha of the factor is not that far from 1. It could be 0.9. It could be 0.85. But as you go towards half, forget it. Okay, so that's very important to know. You have now 400 factors. People publishing papers after papers. All these 400 factors as strong as near 1. So that's what I want to find out. You want to question even before I finish? It's okay.
It's just a simple clarifying question. It seems the first bullet point seems to associate alpha with a single factor or with a set of factors, whereas from your previous definition, alpha is a function of the whole set of factors that you have.
No. There, at the moment, I'm dealing with one factor.
Oh, you're dealing with one factor?
Yeah. Let's go back to that. We come back to this again, right? But the good question you ask, because the single factor, F is one factor. Gamma I is just the loading of that single factor. But there are n securities, because you know finance, right? So n securities, basically, 1,000 securities. We come to multiple factor. But if you don't understand the single factor, I think I'm going to lose you, maybe go to multiple factor. So it's easier. So basically, this is related to the literature of finance, that you need the alpha to be 1 or near 1 for it to be identifiable for a reasonable number of securities that we have. By the way, people are started becoming aware of this issue, but they basically assume that they look at the case where alpha less than a half, but as we are going to argue, basically that's like a pricing error. You can put it in the error part, doesn't make a difference. In other words, the factor is so weak, you can absorb them in an error term, call them error really in practice. So let me now, what we propose then? We propose a method to estimate alpha. First, when factors are observed, then we do multiple factor, then we say, what about the factors are not observed? What about there are multiple of them? So there are 4 possibilities, right? let's deal with the single factor one back. Now we want to estimate it. What is the basic idea? The basic idea is very simple. If the factor is observed, so what is the observed factor? Like, think of global economy, look at XIT output growth. And think of F is world GDP growth rate, right? Is observed. You just run a regression, just a simple regression, and you just find out how many of these gamma R's are non-zero. Now, the problem is, as n become large, we have a problem of multiple testing, right? Anybody knows that as you increase the number of tests you make, there is always a chance that you reject some of them, but you shouldn't have, right? So then we need to devise a complicated mathematics here, but become not complicated for us anymore because I've been doing it for a number of times in different contexts, and people become used to it. You can deal with that and find out how you correct for the multiple testing so that you don't mistakenly take a gamma being non-zero while it should be zero. It's very straightforward. If you want to be cautious about something, what do? You jack up the critical value, right? If somebody tells you, oh, you may be rejecting something you shouldn't have, it means your critical value is low. Of course, there is the other way around. If I choose too high a critical value, I may end up rejecting a lot, not rejecting a lot of them, but I should have. So then you need to do a lot of mathematical theorizing, using probability calculus, to make sure that you choose the right amount of jacking up. I'm going to talk about that as well. And we know the answer. And we have the proofs. And we have the Monte Carlo just to convince people who don't know the proofs. I usually do Monte Carlo not for myself anymore, because I know if I've done the theory right, Monte Carlo should work, right? Under the same setting. But it's good to have it anyway. So, okay. Now, instead of using sum of a squared, I use absolute value. It's often more astringent in some way, but it's easy mathematically to deal with. So what we do, we say, okay, what is alpha now? Alpha now, we measure it as the number of units where the absolute of gamma I is strictly above zero. C. Now, we talked about weak. You could make C to go to zero at a rate, it still works. Right? Let's not worry about that, okay? Let's assume C is fixed. And you go I from 1 to n to power alpha, and then you say from then onward, the rest are zero. Now you may say, well, it's not exactly zero, but suppose it's exponentially decaying, it still works. Because if something exponentially decaying, the rest will become absolute summable. So therefore, it's an issue whether which part of the sum of the alpha, gamma I is absolute summable, in other words, they don't rise with n, and which part of it rises with n, effectively. So that's why we have that. So basically, we can now convert the number, the proportion of the time that gamma is non-zero into alpha. Right? I can now write down a mapping between a proportion and an alpha. So what is the estimator? I'll come back to that. The estimator basically, I haven't written it here. The estimator basically, it is finding the proportion of the gammas which are significantly different from zero, take the log of that, divide by log of n plus 1. So basically, if I know what proportion of the gammas are non-zero, I can get the alpha. But the question is how many of them I know is significant, then I have to deal with multiple testing problem. So they have to solve two problems at the same time. Okay, let me just now go and do the econometrics very quickly. Okay, again, is a econometric 101, right? I'm sorry to say, it's so simple. So what you do, you run OLS regression. Remember, at the moment the factor is known, so you just have an F. From that, you calculate the T ratio of that gamma, the loadings. When I did that, I said, why everybody should be doing it? It's obvious, because if you do a factor model, you are interested in loading, you need to look at the loadings. And then you basically look at the T ratio, and then you calculate the proportion of the factors which are loadings of which are significant, and you calculate alpha hat, which is basically 1 plus the log. And then this is the proportion. D indicator basically is an indicator which takes the value of 1 if the T ratio is above the critical value function, not the critical value function, I explain in a minute. Now, usually, probably we'll be using 1.96, right? If you use asymptotic normal, use 1.96. I'm going to tell you, don't use 1.96. Use a little bit higher. by how much is given by this inverse of normal. Now, if I put delta, which is the parameter of critical value, to 0, is exactly what you teach a student in 101. Okay? So what we're going to show you, that what's interesting, to get the consistent estimator of alpha, which we don't know, you need to set delta slightly larger than 0 if alpha is near 1. But if delta is near half, you need larger delta. So therefore, this is a bit complication, right? Because the choice of the critical value function depends whether alpha near 1 or alpha near half. If it's below half, we cannot identify it. It's not estimatable. Okay? So that I'm explaining that this is come from the mathematics. I can't really explain it. The only way I can tell you the following: imagine a factor is strong. It means all of the loadings are away from 0. If all of the loadings are away from 0, it means you have high power of identifying each of them. Therefore, you only need the critical value to be slightly larger than what it is, because all of them are going to be significant anyway, right? If the true alpha is larger, is 1, it means all of them are going to be significant. So therefore, you don't need to jack up the critical value that much. So the delta doesn't have to be very much. But when alpha, say, is 0.75, there is proportionately a number which are really 0, and you want to make sure they are 0, and therefore you need to protect yourself against picking them up by jacking the critical value a bit higher. So therefore, what we found out, delta 1/4 or 1/2 is at best. So therefore, you could do cross-validation, but you don't need to do it. You use delta about 1/4, which basically cover you when it is 1, which you don't need, but then also cover you when you are away from 1. What we found, that was the Monte Carlo as well, helped us to understand this. So delta, you choose basically 1/4. Now, here 1/4, again, we go back to that. If your n is, say, 10,000, 1/4, it means you don't jack up the critical value that much, right? Because the n to power delta is not that much. So basically, but as n become larger and larger, you need to jack it higher and higher, but as a log rate, basically. By the way, this log rate also happens in all high-dimensional statistics. It's not unusual. Okay, so that is the basic idea. What we show then, we show under certain regularity condition that the probability of selecting alpha correctly, in other words, estimating alpha correctly, goes to 1, it's consistent. And what is amazing, that when alpha is 1, the rate of convergence is exponential. You are familiar with unit root test and all of that. The co-integration is super consistent, which is instead of being root n, is n consistent. This is exponentially consistent. In other words, when you look at later on the Monte Carlo, you find that at 1, everything becomes like a degenerate distribution, which is lucky. Because whenever you go to the boundary, usually you have a problem. Here, when you go to 1, you don't have a problem. It's easiest case to estimate. The error would be almost negligible. There's no distribution. In other words, it goes to its true value so fast, exponentially, there's nothing to scale it by. Let me just now go through the result. So here the result. If alpha naught is the true value is 1, you always have a help with the log of n anyway, because it's always 1/log of n consistent. But on the top of it, you get exponential, which is exponential of some constant t. That's what I mean. As t becomes, say, 100 or something like that, it just goes to 0. There's nothing left. Of course, if alpha naught is less than 1, then you have a distribution which is actually normal, but you need bias corrected, and we have got the formula here. Again, I don't want to go through this today. The paper is available. I'm going to, if anybody is interested, I can send it. So basically what it means that in this case, we can estimate alpha 1 and it's less than 1, but it would be it would be distributed. There's a distribution, but only when alpha is strictly less than 1. Remember, always alpha naught, which is the true value, always larger than half. Okay, always. So it lies between this. Now, so this is just summarizing the idea that usually we really believe in practice the range of alpha which is of interest is between 2/3 and 1. So therefore, from mathematics of it, we'll see that 1/4 is really the right area to choose. And Monte Carlo studies also support this. Now, what about multiple factors? Nothing changes. Because I'm assuming multiple factors are observed. Remember, the number of factors are always finite. Otherwise, the variance of xi blows up. So therefore, you have always a number of finite factors. So m is finite. Now what you have different alpha for different factors. This extension is important because in finance there are many factors, the market factors, form of French factors, and many others. And we wanted to know how these different factors, I'm going to go to empirical section, what values they have. And then what you do, you just basically look at the loading of each factors. Now, going back to your question, you have gamma ij. I refers to the security or individual, J refers to the particular factor. So you have this gamma matrix usually, which again, assumption B above, assume that if you put all these loadings into columns and create the matrix gamma, gamma prime gamma divided by n become a positive definite matrix. And that's exactly is required that all of the factors have alpha 1. If one of the factors of alpha less than 1, the matrix becomes singular. And therefore, assumption of B bar does not work. That is why also selection of the factor using bar-neg method is very unreliable. Because it assumes you always have factors, number one, and all the factors are strong. But in real life, how do you know that all factors are strong? Therefore, when you apply to real life, maximum 6 factor. You put 8, it gives you 8 factor. Okay, Vanessa knows about it. We have been doing it. It doesn't work. And the reason is we realized that the factors have different degree of strength. You'll see. And therefore, the assumption that they're all the same strength is wrong. Not to mention the assumption all 1 is doubly wrong. So that it could be possible one of them is 1. Right? But the other ones are less than 1. So that's, again, go back to that. Okay, the rest of it just goes exactly the same. You just the t-test. Now, the factors could be correlated, by the way. I'm not assuming any orthogonality of the factors because it's observed data. I cannot orthogonalize it. Otherwise, I lose identification. But nevertheless, everything will go through. Again, you have the same proportions. Proportion, you have to assume factors are they are not perfect correlated because you need to run a regression of xi on f, right? Any regression, you need the factors can't be perfect correlated. If they were perfect correlated, you should get rid of some of the factors and start again. So, but that's not then what we need to, now we need to make a stronger assumption about the tail probability. I think these are for technical convenience because very difficult to calculate what's called the probability of calculus of variation of the sums without this basically assumption which requires that the tail probability is not, instead the tail is not too thin. You need enough thickness. Sorry, tail has to be too thin enough. They should be too thick. In other words, the probability that the value of xi, like a return, goes above certain value should exponentially fall. This is usual. Unfortunately, there is no result I know which you can relax these things as such. But in my view, they are technical. But when you make those assumptions, the fact that you have many factors doesn't make a difference. The distribution, if it is 1, become what we call ultra-consistent. When it is less than 1, it's asymptotically normal. And that's the thing we talked about. But it is the test. Our test is conservative because when you have multiple tests, there are some for some technical reason, you can't really calculate the variance. You can only say that it doesn't go above certain value. Now, what about, so we come back to the application. So when the factors are observed, when there are multiple, that's not a problem. Basically, you run an OLS regression, you just do a usual t-test, but you choose a different critical value. And then you just count. That's it. And for the distribution, obviously, you need to calculate some variance formula as well. What about factors are not observed? Right? There's a lot of problems in life that people do factor analysis but not observe. Now, the first thing you realize, if the factor is not observed, you can't say which factor which is not observed is strong, which one is not. You have the fundamental identification problem, right? You can, however, you can say which one is the strongest. So what is the alpha of the strongest? I can say that, but I don't know which factor has that alpha. Because why? Because of rotation. Let me just go through the mathematics. It took me a bit, because when I was talking to my colleague, they said, oh, but you do Cholesky, you can identify the factor using triangular method, right? But that doesn't identify the factor, it identifies the eigenvalues. So the eigenvalues are unique, but not the factors, because you have the largest eigenvalue. The largest eigenvalue is basically has an associated eigenvector, but that eigenvector is not unique. You can rotate it. Okay. So let's just go through, see what happens now. So if I have a matrix of rotation to rotate the factors, suppose I've got two factors, because this can be demonstrated by only two is enough. If I've got two factors, F1 and F2, and imagine both of them are larger than half, and imagine alpha 1 is larger than alpha 2. Okay, so of course you could have any of them, but say the first one. We know from the theory of principal component analysis that each of the unobserved factors are linear combination of the principal component or eigenvectors, right? So whatever it is. But these Q's are not identified. Any matrix Q would do, okay? So then I can only estimate the unobserved factors up to a non-singular transformation. If that's the case, then you can go and do the analysis of the loadings of the F1 and F2, the one I basically identified, but not up to a singular transformation. Then what happens, the loadings, which I've estimated, become also a transformation of the true loadings. So basically very straightforward. When you have the factors are rotating them, you're also rotating the loadings. So you don't know what is the loadings got to do which factor. But so that becomes, because then you can easily see that the sum of gamma I1 squared of the loading of an estimated one, both of them are a function of n to power alpha 1. So basically it means if I then lose a first principal component or second principal component, I get the same strength. So you cannot identify which factor is which. But you can find out what is the strength of the strongest factor, right? Because it's a bit odd, because you say, I don't know what factor it is, but remember the strongest one is like identification, but I can identify the load, the strength of the strongest factor, okay? And then you can do obviously, so it's the same as eigenvalues. You said the largest eigenvalue, the second largest eigenvalue. So therefore, if you know the rate at which the first eigenvalue rises with n, you can identify the alpha for the first eigenvalue. So therefore, you're really looking at eigenvalues, or the way I'm going to discuss it, the strength of the strongest factor. So you can do either principal component, but you know, some of you who know me, I like cross-section average. It's more robust. It works better. So here what we do, we just show that if you use a simple cross-section average and you don't know the factors, so basically you can do exactly what we discussed before. I don't want to go into detail of it. Just replace what you don't know by cross-section average. So basically that's what you do. And you go through the steps, you find that all the theory we have developed holds, except now that the second factor has to be, the strength of it has to be enough lower than the second one. Let me just explain what I mean. This is the key for this bit. So basically, this condition has to hold. Notice here, alpha 2 is smaller than alpha naught. Alpha naught is the strength of the strongest factor, right? So by construction, alpha naught has to be larger than alpha 2. Alpha 2 is the second strong, right? But the theory says that the difference between that should be negative enough such that root t multiplied by n to power, that negative should go to 0. In other words, t cannot be too large relative to n. So there is a balancing thing which comes out, which is not surprising because I don't observe the factors, right? And then I choose the strongest one. I have to get rid of the strongest one and find what is left. So therefore, it means that the second one has to be far away from that to be able to identify them from each other. So I'm not that optimistic that when you don't know the factors, you can actually do much. We did it because I'm sure if we didn't do it, people say, what happens if the factors were no. So I'm going to do both application in these both cases. Okay, so then then we did a Monte Carlo. I don't know, there's not much enough time to go, but I'm going to show you what we did. Basically, we have two factors. We allowed the factors to be correlated or non-correlated. We had the AR coefficient of the factors to be either stereo-correlated or not correlated. So you could do Gaussian or non-Gaussian. It doesn't matter really. In fact, I will show you the one which are non-Gaussian and correlated. So we have a number of experiments. And then just for you that this is an example where the factor, basically the first factor, the only single factor, 0.75, 0.8, 0.85, 0.9, 0.951. And the reason we don't have any size here because it's it's ultra consistent. It goes to true value. If you look at the numbers here for the root mean square, it's all zero, even after multiply by 100. Sometimes you have to multiply by 10,000 for it not to be zero. In other words, it works so well that there is no error left when the alpha is 1. And then this is what I'm just trying to explain. When alpha is 1, it basically becomes like an inverted V shape. There is no curvature on the top. So basically, it seems to work. So let me just go for the 5 minutes left. As I said, Monte Carlo seems to match everything we knew. Let me just now go and look at the two applications very quickly. One is in this area that we have 400 factors. We're going to look at all the 400 factors. We're looking at 146 factors, which was suggested by a recent paper that came out Journal of Finance. They consider 146 factors. And we use the same data. We use 500 securities, but the way we do it to not be subject to sample selection bias, at the end of each month, we look at all the securities that were available the last 120 months. And we go forward. So therefore, the securities are not the same. But we end up with 442 securities, and we have 146 factors. The first factor is a market factor, which is measured like a CRIPS data file, and the additional factors, 145 are from Feng et al., which is come out of the Journal of Finance. So they didn't talk about, they all used it. They use high dimensional statistics, just ran regressions. So what we do, we just run this asset pricing type regressions and just look at the loading of the factors. So let me look at this graph first. The regression of each security as a rolling window. So each point is an alpha for that point. So it's a rolling window. And notice here that this is a market factor. The market factor almost 1, except during the dot-com bubble, 2000, up to the financial crisis. After financial crisis, it jumps to 1. So there is this period that there is a deviation from market being always a sum for everybody. It's like market disconnects. Imagine you have a bubble. A bubble is when some of the betas become zero relative to the market, right? Bubble not for the whole market, but for individual of the market. But the reason why we have this blue line, the blue line would be just a simple cross-section average, right? The two really match. Basically, you could argue that the lowest the market is 0.97. So the strength of the market is something between 0.97, 0.96, and 1. Pretty good. So the market is a strong factor for all practical purposes. Is there anything left after the market? Okay, that's why everybody doing all this hedge fund, they try to find out new factors. That's why we have 400 of them. Now, this one, there are so many of them. So what we did, we then looked at the other 145 factors. Here, what I'm showing to you is the proportion of the factors out of 145 where their alpha was above 0.85, was above 0.9, and was above 0.95. Let's just start with 0.95. Is there any factor apart from the market factor which is strength above 0.95? No. No. Please don't try to create more factors. Just have a look at it. Now, what about the number of them which are above 0.9? Yes, that's the blue line, 40%. But all of them during the financial crisis, from the dot-com bubble to the end of financial crisis. Not now. If you want to develop hedge fund nowadays, the market become more efficient than you think. Now, this is actually amazing. I didn't know when I saw the data. We have looked 145. Okay, and we have done it. So basically, very quick, these are the numbers. Just 1 minute, I'd like to show you this. Then what we did, we said, let's do the Stockton-Watson. Is there any strong factor in the US economy? Right? They are, what do they have? They have something like about, how many, they have, I think we had about, okay, we have 120 quarters, and we have 187 macroeconomic variables out of the 200. Some of them we couldn't use. So we wanted to know what is the factor in this. Remember when we applied it bar and egg, because they assume all the factors are strong, you get 5, you get 6. What do we get? We get only one factor, which is a strong, is as much as 7.95. You know, it's very similar to the strength market, but it's not that great. Whatever. You don't have to. Basically, the technique we are developing is to complement what people are doing, not to replace it, number one. Because we're saying, if you do a factor analysis, please look at the loadings. Right? Just look at the loadings. These are the ones who risk are to be estimated from. The second stage of Farmer Macbeth, those of you who do finance, is to use the loading and run the regression of the loading on basically what you are doing, but average it. But the problem is, if the loadings, a lot of them are 0, what is the regression you're running? It's like running regression on the excess, which a lot of them are 0. Of course, when you run a regression, you don't get exactly 0. You get some number, but you get, it's rubbish. It's all 0, but you think you're non-zero. You run the regression, you get something which is totally unreliable. So therefore, even if you want to do Farmer Macbeth and other stages of analysis, you definitely need to look at the loadings before you move on to try to estimate risk premium as well. Sorry about that. I stop now. Thanks so much.
Okay. I'm going to go across the room this way. There's a roving mic. And I did understand some of it.
That was my...
Okay, it may be a stupid question, but there's something which is puzzling for me. We are in a fictitious world where the number of assets n goes to infinity. Okay?
Factors now, the number of units.
N is the number.
And the number of securities. The way to think about it. The number of securities, yes.
Now imagine that square root n of them have a non-zero loading on a factor, but all the others have a 0 loading on this factor. Okay? So you will say that this factor is weak because it's impacting only square root n, square root of the total number of securities.
You calculate proportion. The point here is that if you think about it, the alpha is basically 1 plus log of pi divided by log of n, right?
Yes.
I didn't write it, but now if the proportion are basically going to 0, right? If the proportion has to stay at some rate, the factor is still strong.
No, but if it is square root n, the proportion is going to 0.
No, the pointer is the proportion going to 0, but the pointer is that if you then look, you think about regression, right? Imagine you have excess. The betas is like x in a pricing of the risk, right? So if you run a regression, that what you need to look at all of the betas, sum of the beta squared, right? But if you want to say, okay, I dropped the one which was 0, it's like sample selection bias, right? So it is. So basically, if you have to include all of them, right? When you include all of them, then the sum of a square of these things, now obviously divided by become singular, and you cannot identify or estimate. So therefore, that's weak. But if you say to me, no, I'm going to drop all of the ones which are 0, and I'm going to looking at the ones which are non-zero. But then I say to myself, why did you bother the first one? Basically, how did you know? What is the cost of doing that? So basically, I think you decide what are the securities you want to consider in your universe. Within that universe, you have to agree with what I'm doing.
Okay.
But having agreed with the universe, you cannot renege. You say, oh no, that wasn't my universe. That was my point.
Fair enough. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Ashram. Great talk. Two questions. One practical question. You know, one of the main purpose of Star Watson is to use factors constructed macro variables. Now, you identify there's only one common factor that is what's the impact? Can we use the weak factors for forecasting purpose?
Oh yes, I mean, I wasn't suggesting that there is no market, there is no forecasting market value for this. I'm saying in one of the slides I did explain that if the alpha is the rate you're estimating this, right? The rate of, if you like, the convergence rate is n to power alpha minus alpha divided by 2. Okay, if alpha is 0.95, it is not 1, but still there is a lot of action there, right? So, but if you become 0.75, you know what I'm saying? That's focus on how factors you have which are above it. Also have to correct, maybe I misspoke. I wasn't saying that when you deal with the Stockholm-Watson data, we know the factor. The factor has 0.95. Now, it could be the second strongest factor would be 0.8 or it could be 0.92. I have not addressed that because the factors are not observed. I cannot tell you what are the other factors are in a Stockholm-Watson.
Okay. A follow-up on Eric's question is, would the power of your test depend on the number of zero factor loadings? In the sense that, I mean, so you basically, the power of test is the sum of gamma i's or square or epsilon.
I'm not testing, I'm estimating alpha.
Yes, but
in the test of alpha, yeah. As alpha gets, is ultra consistent, right? So therefore, when alpha become less than 1, or become less than half, first than half become no power whatsoever. As alpha gets towards the boundary 5, the lower boundary, then you have a small part of the. My point is alpha is we be around 7. Do I care such a alpha? I make no. You have the number of needles on the top, the number of angels on top of a needle, right? The only thing which matters in economic analysis is those factors that are alpha near 1. Doesn't mean to be exactly 1, but it has to be somewhere between 0.95, in my view, something between 0.8 and 1 at best. Anything which below that, try calculate it. You find that you got. The way to think about it, imagine when you run a regression factor model, right? Imagine God gave you the gamma. Right? Like that's what they do. They do 2 stages. They estimate gamma, they estimate F, then back and forth. Imagine God gave you the gamma. What is your convergence rate of FT? It's the sum of a square of gamma. So therefore, if the sum of square of gamma, this universe you chose, don't cheat, the universe you chose doesn't ride with n, your convergence is very slow. You cannot estimate FT. So basically, the rate of convergence of estimating pointwise FT would be n to power minus alpha divided by 2. Okay. Even when you know gamma.
Other questions? In the middle.
Hi, I would like to ask you if you can repeat what you said about the bubble. When we have a bubble, something happens.
It's a good question.
Thank you.
The bubble I'm talking about wasn't about the aggregate bubble, because a lot of economists talk about the bubble in the total financial market. I have come to conclusion for many years that is going to help us, because you need a long period of the time to be able to identify such bubble. Peter Phillips also worked on it and so on. But then by the time you figure out it has been a bubble, it's been in the past, right? So the only way you can figure out the effect of a bubble to find out whether the fundamental of each asset, many securities you have in the market, is aligned with the market, right? So therefore, imagine that is measured by the beta of that security. During the time that this asset price is keep rising, but the market is basically, total market is stable, it means this asset price is not linking to the fundamental of the market. So therefore, I call it disconnect. The beta 0 like a disconnect. If you count the number of betas which are 0 during period of financial crisis, you find, as you saw, the number goes up. the alpha coming down is like the number beta going up. So therefore, it is a mirror, and it's quite interesting that when we also done a test of market efficiency using the alpha test, it matches exactly this result. And I'm sure anybody would find it. So this suggests that between 2000 and 2008, somehow there is a part of the market, not the whole of the market, part of the market was disconnecting. I don't know why, I don't know how, I have no explanation of that except some speculation. But I think it has happened.
Thank you.
We've got time for one more question. I'm going to push Tara.
All right, if you ask nicely, Nigel, I'll let you ask another one.
Anybody else? No? Just wanted to give
Oh,
people
people
a
want
chance.
coffee, I guess.
Okay, so as a former forecaster, I actually have come to the conclusion you can't forecast. So, now you've explained to me why. nothing works. The word you used to describe Mardi, Hashem, resonated incredibly well with me, and that's enthusiasm. And I think we've just witnessed enthusiasm in a post-lunch session, which is always very difficult. And so I'd like to thank you personally, but also ask everyone else to join me in thanking you for a terrific session with a lot of enthusiasm, which Mardi would have been. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
A quick 5-minute break, and you'll be back in your seats for the next session. Thanks.
You know that. Almost. Yeah, oh, that was your
No?
I'm sure you know how to start.
Yeah, club, so I remember.
I don't know more about your students or
Okay, why don't we go ahead and get started? Okay. When Renee asked me to introduce the paper, she did mention that, well, why don't you say something about Marty while you're at it? But I'm going to. I wrote mine because I don't want to leave out things. And I don't want to say it in a way that's totally confusing, and I probably would. Marty was a presence. When she was around, whether it was at a seminar, a reception, or just about anywhere else, she made a difference, enlivening the world. I actually met Marty in Dublin, of course, because she's Australian and I'm American, why not? I was visiting for a couple of weeks at Trinity College Dublin. Marty was there one day, and Brian Lucy organized an impromptu one-day conference with Marty, me, and some other people. Marty presented on an informative paper on which I made a few comments. I presented my paper, and Marty made perceptive, interesting comments. I said to myself, this is somebody I have to meet. And I did. I got to know her. We met, we kept in touch. She invited me to Cambridge while she was there, along with Tom Plavin. And I invited her to the Atlanta Fed several times. And it was very interesting. She left Cambridge and went to the University of Tasmania. And I was at a conference in Sydney. She arranged for me to visit her at Tasmania. And she and Renee arranged for me to visit at ANU. And this was a very nice thing to do, simply put. The point of this story actually is Marty and I, with Tom Plavin, had started working on a paper to resolve a puzzling development concerning asset-backed securities, subprime mortgage-backed. I'd mentioned the problem, and she said, oh, I know a factor VAR we can use to deal with the issue given the particular kind of data we have. So while I was in Australia, and she and I and Renee and their families were there, Marty was working on it on a little bar in the kitchen. She had her computer cranking out on this thing. This is at a beach, which is quite remarkable. But she wasn't all work, though, by any means. Family actually mattered to her a lot. The story was telling for me. When she was leaving Cambridge, she could have gone back to ANU and her alma mater, and a great department, actually. But Ross's father was going through difficult times. She was from Tasmania herself originally, and so her parents were there, so they wanted to be near the grandchildren, so she went back to Tasmania. I never heard her utter one word of regret or disappointment or anything like that. You know, she put family where it belonged. She enlivened the department, bringing in visitors such as Charles Goodhart, and it worked out very well. It's very sad that she's no longer with us. Very sad. Still, we do have memories and everything she did to remember her by, which is quite a lot. Thank you. So it's my honor to introduce Pierre Siklos, who's going to present the next paper.
Well, like everyone else, I'll thank especially, Renee and Tara and Graciela, but I think it was almost a year ago that Renee contacted me with this idea, and of course I was delighted to at that stage I wasn't sure whether I'd be presenting, but I said I would definitely participate, and of course I'm very happy to be here. Everything you've heard about Marty, and you've now heard it from this morning on and through this afternoon, everything is true. Many of the things that you've all experienced, I've experienced as well. So I don't have too much to add, but I will add a few things, which is that one of the things that I'll talk about family because family was important to her, but also her students and her colleagues. So, the traditional visit, you give a seminar and you might work with the person inviting you, but she insisted that or she asked, but really she insisted that I give a lecture to her undergraduate students, and then she got one of her colleagues to ask me to give a lecture to more senior students, and then to meet every one of her colleagues. So she was interested not just in visitors for herself, but to improve the department and to improve, sort of broaden the outlook. The one thing I would say is, when I think about Marty, I think that if she weren't an economist, she'd be a really good sales representative or representative for Tasmania, because the one thing she made sure is that you saw a certain number of things, went to a certain number of restaurants and wineries in Tasmania. So she wasn't just interested in having you in the department. She was hoping that you would take the time and visit this beautiful island. And one thing I cannot remember is exactly how or where we met, but I know at some point it involved some emails, and then for many years, I assumed, at least I hope what she was doing is her due diligence to figure out whether this person was worthwhile talking to for some time. But eventually, what happened was that, as others have mentioned, this workshop was organized. Sadly, this was at a time when her back was getting her problems. She could not attend, and yet she still helped with the organization, even though the workshop ended up being held at my university. In any case, eventually in 2010, again, she invited me to go to Tasmania. That was the first time. And we arrived on a Monday morning. I remember this because she expected, of course, me to go straight to the department and start talking to her and her colleagues. But I asked whether I could be a little bit late, because this was the morning when, at least in Australia, early morning Australia, when the Canadian hockey team was playing the US for the gold medal in the 2010 Vancouver Olympics. And of course, she was quite happy to let me come in a bit later. And of course, being a Canadian, I had a big smile. So sorry to all the Americans here, but this was a very important moment for us. And then we basically just sat and talked from time to time, did the lunches, as many of you also mentioned, but there really wasn't any formal decision to say, okay, we should write a paper together. But over the years, that began to emerge. And when I went back in 2015, she finally said, okay, now we had this idea, we should sit down and work on it. And I'm the kind of person that sort of likes to digest the work for a while before I make it public. And she was a little bit less patient, and it's a good thing for me, really, and because it took a couple of years, but eventually we brought in another co-author, which was Vladimir, who's here, and eventually a working paper was produced. It hasn't yet been published, but Vladimir and I are determined to finish this joint work, and hopefully it'll see the light of day in some publication, and it deals with network analysis, which is not something I'm going to talk about today. But sadly, for not just for the profession, but certainly personally, the plan was to go and do some additional work, because as she was traveling the world, we Skyped from time to time, and we had a variety of ideas to extend the original work. And when something was not going right in the summer of that year, she could have said something like, I'm sorry, but I'm just going to be busy doing other things. Instead, she wrote a very nice email to me, and I think one or two other people, and I think, Jerry, you may have been in that email, saying, don't worry about your visit in 2019, everything will be fine, we'll go ahead with it. And sadly, of course, that wouldn't happen. And the other thing I remember, of course, and again, this echoes what Jerry was saying before, it not only shows her selflessness, but one of the things she worried about during her sabbatical, which gave her great joy because Ross would go with her and travel to all these places, was the kids would be staying home. And I told her, look, at one point we left our kids too. We felt they were old enough and they would survive. And over time she got used to the idea, and she was glad to see that the kids did thrive. So it's really a tragedy that she's not here. And again, it's a wonderful idea to organize this meeting today. So I'm going to talk about something that is related to some of Marty's work. Usually it's joined with someone else, so I'll bring that into the analysis a little bit later on. I'm going to take some liberties because assumptions are made as usual and there's a limited amount of time to present. Hopefully the title says something about what I'm going to be talking about. And it really, the origins of the idea come from a series of statements or comments that were made by former central bank governors, Mervyn King and Ben Bernanke, and then responses to some of these comments by well-known finance writers, Martin Wolf, and then at the time, Willem Boyder was not an academic. He was, I think, by that time at Citigroup, about basically the impact of global shocks and how we should interpret them. And of course, as you can tell, and I'm not going to read through this, there are a number of issues going on in the minds of these policymakers. The role of commodity prices, which I'll underemphasize here, but the issue of simply global shocks, how we define them, how large they are, whether they impact advanced economies differently than emerging market economies. And so the work I'm going to do, which is empirical, is situated around these themes. Of course, they're not the only ones who have talked about this. More recently, Mark Carney, who's soon to be the former governor of the Bank of England, also was a little bit more careful in his statement, as he typically is, but he talked about the role of globalization, and there are different ways of thinking about or defining globalization. I won't get into that. And since the time that Bernanke and others talked about these things, of course, the issue of how certain commodity prices in particular are set, which is largely in US dollars, has also sort of entered the picture. And again, that indirectly plays a role, but not in the presentation I'm going to talk about today. So again, this issue has not disappeared for over a decade, and I'm sure after you see the results here, there'll be still much more to talk about, including actually, interestingly enough, although I won't talk about it here, the issue of loadings, because there will be a factor model here that plays a role. And I do talk about the loadings, but I won't talk about them here. And I'm sure that some of the remarks that were made by Hashem Pesaran before the break will play a role in some future work. So here's sort of one picture that some observers will show to make the case that there's some kind of link between globalization, and there are different ways of defining it. This comes from an institute in Switzerland that monitors globalization and defines it as a combination of a whole bunch of variables. How both finance and trade globalization, we may disagree about whether this is an accurate way of measuring it, how it's risen over time. There's a little bit of a dip around the time of the great financial crisis or global financial crisis. But then it resumes a little bit, it flattens. Whereas inflation in advanced economies, and I'll briefly talk about what I mean by advanced and emerging market economies shortly, overall shows a downward trend. It emerges more clearly in emerging markets a little bit in the late 1990s or early 2000s. So, of course, a whole slew of papers have been written since about the source of this kind of relationship, and whether it's the policy regime, whether it's commodity prices, whether it's the improvements, particularly in emerging markets, of central bank autonomy, improvements globally in institutional factors like transparency. Again, these play a role in the background in the paper, but I don't want to highlight this. I want to highlight something else. And then, of course, the role of the exchange rate regime, whether it's the way it's measured by the researchers like Carmen Reinhardt and her co-authors, or other ways of evaluating the degree of flexibility in exchange rate regimes. All these issues have been brought up, and I think part of the reason why there's continued interest in this topic is because two of the most important central banks in the world, the Fed and the ECB, are undergoing reviews of their policy strategy, in part because, as you perhaps have noticed from the previous slide, inflation rates remain low, and in spite of the attempts by central banks to raise inflation rates to close to some target, they haven't quite yet succeeded. So all these things, of course, play a role. So I'm going to try to sort of downplay any notation and focus mostly on some of the descriptive results. I won't talk about all the results. I'll try to focus, cherry pick on a few that I think are interesting, and I hope you find them interesting too. So I'm going to look at a total of 29 economies. I won't explain why these 29. I could have picked a much larger number. Partly it's data related. Partly it's because this is a piece that's a companion piece to some work I've done both on the longer run data and with this kind of data with Michael Bordeaux, where we look at policy regimes and links with inflation. I'm going to look at a variety of time series evidence. I'm going to look at 3 types of evidence to see what we can tease out from the data. I'm going to, a little bit, as I said, take some liberties. The results I'm going to emphasize here are going to focus on a level of aggregation. Not because individual country estimates are unimportant, it's just simpler to present at an aggregate level what results I find. Clearly, some of the results will be affected by this level of aggregation. I'm quite aware of that. If you want a little bit more evidence at a more disaggregated level, including a broader description of things like factor loadings, the paper that Mike and I wrote for a conference, the Central Bank of Chile last year, which is forthcoming sometime this year, will provide a few of the additional details. So in case I run out of time, a couple of bottom lines, which is that global inflation, which is perhaps not surprising, matters, but there is the impact in advanced versus emerging market economies is more heterogeneous than sort of narratives that we sometimes see in the literature might lead us to believe. Of the 12 advanced economies, these are the usual suspects, so it'll include the G7 and the G8 and a few of the other advanced economies that are listed as such by the IMF. And the 17 emerging market economies also include, obviously it's a much smaller number relative to the potential universe of emerging market economies, but these are the ones for which we have a long enough time series, and the quality and the consistency of the time series is such that we're comfortable that this is the right, maybe not the right number, but a good number to look at. So they include a mix of emerging market economies that target inflation, others that don't target inflation. Many in the advanced world, of course, do target inflation. Sometimes it's more formal, like in Canada. Sometimes it's much more informal, like in the US or the Eurozone. And the other point I'm going to try to emphasize, which is also not unrelated to some of the applications that we saw this morning, is that it matters that you look beyond just the mean or even the median of inflation performance, that you look at let's say, the better performers and the poorer performers. And one way in which I'm going to tease that out of the data is to show you some quantile regression results later on if I have the chance. All right, so I'm not going to give you a long literature review. There's some people in this room, like Anyan as well, who have contributed a lot to this. This just gives you an idea. What I want to emphasize here is that this is an old idea, and particularly coming from a small open economy like Canada, as is Australia, this is an issue, the role of global shocks that's preoccupied us for decades. It's more recent in the broader literature, but in small open economies, it's always been an issue. The earliest one I can see in Canada is a paper by Joel Fried in the Canadian Journal back in the 1970s when we talked about open economy Phillips curves, which are now discussed quite widely. And Mardi, and this is when I was thinking back of how we met and how we start to exchange correspondence, I didn't realize, but she cited an early paper of mine in this area and a paper that she wrote with, I believe it was a former student of hers back, and it was published in 2000. Now, since then, of course, since way later, China began to emerge as the source of a global factor. And there's a large literature that looks at the contribution of China to global inflation. Much of this literature focuses, and this also plays a role in explaining the number of emerging market and advanced economies, focuses on observed inflation. And one thing I want to introduce, well, maybe introduce is a strong word, but bring into the analysis is the role of expected or forecasted inflation. And that also limits the amount of data that you can compile, because for many emerging markets, forecasts of inflation or real GDP growth are much more recent. They're sometimes in the mid-2000s. So that also played a role in the analysis in limiting the number of variables. So I've talked about the data. So the only thing I'll say about the factor model here is that, and this is where the aggregation comes in, and it's done in part just to tell the story in a simple fashion, which is to look at advanced economies separately from emerging market economies and all economies together to extract global inflation in the usual fashion. I won't discuss here the number of factors. I do discuss it in the paper. The only small twist, and this is where the link to factor loadings in part comes in, is that I'm interested in the evolution of the factors that the performance of factors over time. There are different ways of doing this. Again, I'll skip the details. I'll show you one illustration of the results. The results seem to be fairly robust, but I'm sure there may be other views. But the other thing I was interested in is not just extracting the factor in the usual way, but as I said earlier, extracting these factors by looking at, imagine that these countries in these groups have peers that they look at, say the US, for example, or the ECB. And among emerging markets, some of the peers might be the inflation targeting emerging market economies versus those that don't target inflation. So I'm interested really in the distribution of these global factors over time as well. So just to give you, in each case, I'm just going to highlight 2 or 3 results. I'm not going to go through all the details. The first one is not terribly surprising, which is that when you look at average inflation rates, advanced economies outperform emerging market economies, meaning that on average they have lower inflation rates. One thing that's less emphasized in the literature is that there are some interesting differences in overall performance when you compare observed inflation to expected inflation. I'll talk a little bit in a moment about how expected inflation is calculated. But in particular, it's the volatility. If you just look at the standard deviations of forecasted inflation versus observed inflation, they tend to be smaller. The former, as you can see, tends to be smaller than the latter, and that's true for most of these economies. And you have the 2-digit or the 2-letter ISO code that identifies the economies in this sample. And lastly, again, the point that I raised earlier, which is the focus on the mean, which is the common way of dealing with these problems, overlooks some interesting variations over time and across countries between the best performers and the worst performers. I'm going to try to extract some information that will give me some idea of how these different types of performances in terms of inflation matter, not just in terms of observed inflation, but also expected inflation. Now, when it comes to expected inflation, when you look at advanced economies, as someone who's worked on this quite a lot, in particular working in the area of forecast disagreement, you have a large number of potential forecasts you can draw on. When it comes to emerging markets, it's a bit more difficult. For the purposes of this analysis, so I compare like with like, I'm going to use data from the consensus economics and the World Economic Outlook, because we have a consistent data set across these countries and over time. I wish I had more, because I think there's some value in looking at a variety of inflation forecasts, not just a single one, but there are some limitations here, which I can't help. All right, so just to give you an idea what some of these global factors might look like. So you can see the sample. I'm only showing you from the late 1990s to early 2018. And again, I'm going to highlight just a few of the stylized facts here. So you have 3 sets of lines shown. One is what would happen if you looked at all the economies together and extracted the global factor in the standard fashion. One, what you would get if you extracted again in the standard fashion based on observed inflation. So one is observed inflation, that's O. One is inflation for advanced economies, that's in the top chart. And then the last one is what happens if you extract a global factor just from the inflation forecast. And for the inflation forecast, I look at the mean and the median of those 2 forecasts. And the results don't seem to change very much whether you use the mean or the median. And what you see is, of course, there are some broad similarities, although there's more heterogeneity in what you get when you go into the early 2000s, particularly when you aggregate for all the economies as opposed to looking at separately the advanced from the emerging market economies. Here, just for the sake of time, the top chart or the top plot shows advanced economies. The bottom one shows emerging market economies. And the downward trend, except interrupted around the time of the financial crisis, is quite evident in the case of emerging market economies. So there's basically global improvement in overall inflation performance, no matter how you cut it. There's an interruption around the time of the financial crisis. The interruption looks a little bit different in advanced economies versus emerging market economies. And so I recognize that there's likely to be sensitivity to the results depending on whether the global factor is limited to a group of economies, all the economies in the analysis, and so on. So I won't show you all the various robustness analyses, but these were conducted. All right, so the empirical evidence, again, I'm going to show you just cherry pick some of the results, is going to be broken up into three parts. The first part is something that perhaps to me is a little bit of a surprise, but in this literature there's a tendency to estimate global factors in this fashion, for example, embedded into a model. It could be a VAR or some other kind of perhaps a single equation model, and then run the analysis and ask, well, did China play a big role? Do global factors more generally play a big role in China, and so on and so forth? There's a little bit less work, or a lot less work done on whether there are structural breaks in these types of relationships. So in the first instance, I'm going to take a garden variety version of, well, you can call it an expectations augmented type of Phillips curve. That wasn't my original intention, but basically I'm going to look at inflation as a function of both the past history of inflation and expected inflation, as well as both the expected real GDP growth and the past history of real GDP growth. And I've played around with things like the lags and so on, and other variables. So here I show the real exchange rate, commodity prices, because without showing you the details, commodity prices do play a role in the inflation story. And then global inflation defined in a number of different ways, and I've alluded to earlier, depending on emerging markets or not, or advanced economies, and I have to hurry up. So the point here was to do two things. First, what would happen if you estimated these breaks for individual economies? What would the results show? And then secondly, what would the breaks look like if you estimated them in a panel setting? And look at the comparison between the two. Now, in addition, I was interested not just in the actual point estimate of the location of the break, but I recognize that there is a confidence interval around these things. And I want to see to what extent these kinds of breaks that you estimate look like the breaks that some people have remarked in sort of narrative descriptions of Phillips curves, how close they are, whether they match or not. So I want to look at this, and I'm not going to go through. Clearly, the global financial crisis, perhaps unsurprisingly, comes out at the top, but less obvious is that the early 2000s plays a big role in emerging markets, and that's around the time when many of these emerging markets, whether it's through the adoption of an formal inflation target, or simply a decision to go along with their peers and try to moderate inflation rates, start to implement policies, monetary policies, to achieve those outcomes. So those are the two breaks that dominate and that seem to be the closest to the ones that you find when you look at more narrative descriptions of these breaks. The second thing I was interested in is whether globalization, as many have argued, actually resulted in a lowering of average inflation rates. And the bottom line, the impact is negative, but it's quite sensitive. It's much more heterogeneous than we might otherwise believe, depending on whether you focus on advanced economies only, emerging market economies, both economies put together, whether you average across the individual economies or whether you estimate them as an average in the cross-section. The answer is that it's negative, but the size of the coefficient, those are p-values in parentheses, is going to be quite heterogeneous. So I'll skip the summary here. The second part, and that's the other part that is inspired by Mardi's work, and unfortunately, I suppose, when we do work, whether it's in my case, co-integration many years ago, sometimes these things fall out of fashion. The good news is that the work on contagion, or sometimes people refer to it as spillovers, has not yet fallen out of fashion. In fact, Roberto Rigobon plays, of course, an important role in his literature, has revived the issue and pointed out the similarities or differences across different definitions of contagion and spillover, and I won't go through the detail, but basically I asked myself, well, what are the spillover effects or the contagion effects when it comes to inflation? And there's lots of things here, but the main takeaway here is that the extent of the spillover effects or contagion is a function of whether you look at emerging market economies separately from advanced economies, and more importantly, whether you look at the best performers versus the poorest performers in terms of inflation performance over time. So looking at the distribution, not just the mean, whether it's for an individual economy or across economies, is going to be important. And the last part is basically just to use a more or less conventional type of VAR, but in this case, I'm going to use a local set of local projections in the quantile setting to look, in fact, at in this particular case, and that's what I'll conclude with because I'm going to be out of time, is to look at the link here. I was interested in the link between shocks to expected inflation and observed inflation and how they are linked to each other. Now, typically, very often in sort of conventional local projection models, you have a lot of variability in the estimates of the impulse responses. Here, except for the top left-hand side, which shows the response of observed inflation to expected inflation or forecasted inflation, I suspect part of the reason I'm getting this is because of the aggregation. If you look at individual level economies, you'd probably be best off doing some smoothing to get some more reliable results. And those are the confidence intervals. And just by way of comparison, so I don't show too many lines, I show what the impulse responses would look like with a conventional Cholesky decomposition. And basically, the main message here, as you can tell from the left-hand side, is that expectations, not surprisingly, react with a lag, but more importantly, inflation is less responsive, or is not responsive to the global element in inflation forecast, but is more responsive to the global element in observed inflation. I don't have a complete explanation for this. It's still something I'm looking at. And there are other results here, such as, and you can see that from the bottom left-hand side, which shows in that particular case the response not just to inflation, but in this case, real GDP growth or observed real GDP growth to inflation forecasts. And you can see that the link is positive and quite significant. Now, in this case, these are the quantile results. Here, I'm not going to show you the confidence intervals, but I want to show you the results, the impulse responses at different quantiles, but they're all statistically significant. So here, again, the message is the same as before. Particularly if you look at the bottom right-hand side chart, you can see that there's quite a difference between the impulse responses at the various quantiles they look like. And here I'm going to look at, here it's 0.1, 0.25, 0.75, 0.9. All the others were calculated, but just to give you an idea, and you can see that there is a difference between the poorer performers and those, and between advanced and emerging market economies and the better performers. If you compare the two right-hand side impulse responses, and this is the response to expected inflation to a shock in observed inflation, you can see that the responses are different in the case of poorer performers, but they're more homogeneous in the case of the better performers. And I think I've run out of time, so I'll stop here.
So you got about 10 minutes for questions. You did great.
We'll see. People are tired.
What the question I often, to estimate these global factors, you need n large enough. I mean, I know you want to have heterogeneity, so I think a more reasonable framework would be to have, say, if you want to go around the quantile regression with unobserved common factors, rather than splitting the n
because obviously you can keep splitting the groups, but then you end up having subgroups, as you probably agree, that there are not enough there to be able to identify the factors. I've actually, just to advertise, we have a paper coming out, Journal Applied Econometrics, which done by some of my younger colleagues who work with the Chronocle. I mean, I think that that could be a possible approach. The second point, which is also relevant to some of the other papers, is that when you do this projection approach, remember the projection approach can be justified because of linearity of underlying VAR model.
Right.
Right? As it's been recently also pointed out by Watson, one of his colleagues, junior colleague, they have a paper, which actually, if you have a linear VAR, whether you do projection or you iterate the VAR, you should get same answer. In fact, the linear VAR is more efficient if the model is correctly specified, right?
Yes.
So then the point I was making, that I thought, because you raised it, but when you do quantile, what is the underlying model that you dynamically you could iterate forward? So I think the application of projection to quantile regression has to be made justified, because I don't think anybody does. They say, "Oh, I do it."
Yeah. I suppose the paper used the same justification that Steve Cicchetti originally did when he originally sort of introduced this. And he also introduced this to sort of a macro framework. But you're right, it's basically a feeling of, or an impression, an intuition about what the data might say, as opposed to concrete sort of theoretical model. The only other thing I would add, and this is basic, I suppose this comes from more stylized facts than theory, is that there are clearly, as countries have gained more experience with formal inflation targeting versus not targeting inflation, there is this interest in whether the inflation targeting central banks become better performers, so to speak, in the language I use, versus others. And that's, at this stage, that's about it. But clearly, a more formal justification would be desirable, I agree.
So I had one question and one comment. The question was, unless I missed it, I wasn't clear precisely what inflation measure you were using. Was it an annual inflation?
No, it's quarterly.
It's quarterly.
It's a CPI. It's observed CPI in all these economies, yeah.
Okay, seasonally adjusted?
Yes. Well, it comes seasonally adjusted, so you could try to get unadjusted data, but you will not find unadjusted data for all these economies.
Yeah. Some countries don't. The UK, for example, doesn't officially see CPI inflation, so it's seasonally unadjusted, and it is seasonal.
Right.
So it peaks each year after the budget in the second quarter. And so there is a seasonal component. And in the case of, and I think many European countries, or not all European countries, publish seasonally adjusted CPI. And the nature of the seasonality has changed because of what's included in the basket, which in particular, until about 2000, that they didn't include sales. So when stores or whatever had sales on, they were excluded. And then it was ruled they had to be included. And that then introduced a new seasonality into the series that wasn't there previously.
Well, certainly you and I know something about seasonality, but...
we do indeed. And I know
most people think it's a really boring subject, so I've started trying
Unfortunately, they do, don't they?
Yeah, they do, but... so I believe, and I have to double check, but when, for example, the IMF and the International Financial Statistics report the data, I think they seasonally adjust the data.
Maybe they seasonally adjust. It might be interesting to check.
You're right, yeah.
The ONS doesn't seasonally adjust in the UK, and it always gets reported in the UK inflation for last month, but it wasn't inflation of last month. It was,
of course,
over a year to last month.
In these economies, the inflation rate that the policy authorities examined is not necessarily the same one that I'm using. So
yes,
in the US, it would be personal consumption expenditures. The ECB is the harmonized index, and so on. So yeah, these are additional data complicating factors that introduce noise at the very least. Yeah.
And just to say a comment that I don't know if you're familiar. I've got a paper with co-authors about structural breaks in inflation. JUDC, I think it was 2017, maybe?
I missed that. I'll have to check, but I will.
Right. So, but what we tried to disentangle what was changing when there were structural breaks. You only looked at observed inflation.
Right.
What was changing, and was it dynamics? Was it but they're all, we weren't looking at factors,
Right.
looking at individual countries, but found a coincidence. And then what we concluded changed was that the mean inflation came down in a number of advanced economies, in particular around the same time. I think that echoes.
Yes. Well, I didn't get a chance to emphasize it enough, but I was interested in not just observed inflation, but really expected or forecasted inflation. I think it is worth looking at the breaks in the two theories.
I agree entirely. Yeah.
Thank you. So when we think about this global factor explaining inflation, what we found out, if you look at the data from the 70s, in fact, you have this very large global factor in the 70s. Even larger than the global factor, inflation variation. It's a different era. One is, different. One is driven by a certain shock, but the ultimate impact, if you just simply focus on the time series, same. You might interpret it as, there is this role for some global factor. Of course, in the 70s, that was oil price shock. And then I was thinking, you looked at the issue, and there are a lot of questions about inflation data. The World Bank will soon release a new database with a very rich inflation series, including disaggregated series.
I don't disagree about the comment you made about the 1970s. I mean, one way I cut corners, wasn't here said so explicitly, is that you have some large emerging market economies that go through hyperinflation, like Brazil and Poland and in Europe and Israel. And I guess I just wanted to avoid the complications that arise because of that problem with the data. So I'm not making a statement that what happened since the late 1990s until more recently describes all of history of inflation. So, but I'm interested in finding out about the inflation data. I appreciate knowing that. I think Tara wants me.
Yeah, no, actually, I did want to jump in quickly on the conversation you were having with Denise, just because I thought that was really interesting for thinking about how the interaction between which measure the monetary authority is looking at and how that might actually play a role in some of your results, I think is a really interesting point. Yeah. But I also want to move on to the next session because we have to jump into the next one. So thank you very much.
So I'm Anna Klaus, and I'm part of that group that Renee eloquently described as student, co-author, and friend. And so I met Mardi in, I think, 2002. I was working at the Australian Treasury, and Mardi came to do some work at Treasury. And of course, we went for lunch. And so I was telling Mardi that I was thinking of going back to school to do my PhD at NU. And she said, come and work with me. And I said, oh yeah, all right, I'll do that. And that was a really good decision. And so I became Mardi student, and then Mardi left for Cambridge before I was finished. So she arranged that I would visit Cambridge to finish off my PhD. So in, I think, October, November 2005, the idea was that I finished my PhD. And so 5 weeks I was there, I got 2 days off. One weekend I was allowed to go to London, and the rest of the time I worked. And I worked really hard. And of course I stayed at Mardi's house. Mardi welcomed me into her family. And so I came home one night, everybody had gone to bed, it was around midnight. And I knew I had to do some laundry because I had no clothes left. So I needed to do some laundry. And I knew that if I put the laundry into the washing machine and I lie down for a bit, I will not wake up because I was so overworked. So I decided, okay, I'll put the laundry in and I'm gonna wait till it's finished, and then I put it in the dryer that I have something else, that I have something to wear the next day. And I remember sitting in Mardi's kitchen and just watching this was like a front loader that took forever, and I'm sitting there watching this go around, and I think, my God, this is like a new low for me. And but the reason I'm telling you this is because Mardi was very proud of having made me work so hard. And I got everything done, and that was all good. And so one other thing I wanted to say about Mardi, so when I was thinking what made Mardi so special, and I think what made her really special, sorry about that, I think what made her special is that she cared about you, and you mattered, and not many people gave you the showed you mattered, and I'm really grateful for that. And I think if we all cared a bit more about each other, it would be better. Okay, I did bring tissues, hopefully I won't need the tissues, but I'm here to Jinjiang, and fittingly, I met Jing at a workshop that Mardi organized in Hobart. So this was the 2011, yes, Val workshop. And of course there was a dinner at Mardi's house. And Mardi said, you guys should meet. And it was a wonderful connection. Right? So, yeah. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to join lots of Mardi's friends, co-authors, colleagues from the Northern Hemisphere, and to celebrate Mardi's achievements on many, many ways. So I was one of Mardi's first hires after she joined UTAS, and ever since the interview day, I'm going to cry. Ever since the interview day, so Mardi mentored me and looked after me as well as my family. I thought I would share one of the many stories of Mardi. So Mardi was very excited after I told her I've bought a house very close to where she lived. And then she said, oh, I shall give you a present. Okay. So one day, Mardi knocked at the door and we opened the door. So there was Mardi, Ross, and the kids with shovels, bags of sands, like lots of tools. So we said, what's this? And she said, I'm going to build a sandbox for you. Okay. In Australia, we call it a sandpit. So Renee just pointed out, here they call it a sandbox. I thought, oh, what do you mean? She said, where's your backyard? It's over there. And so then they started all this construction work. And so within 2 hours, they built a huge sandbox for my twins. And after that, the sandpit, the sandbox, has been always the most favorite place in my house for all of my kids and my dog. So, yeah. Right, so the paper I'm going to present today is a joint work with Jan Jacobs from University of Groningen and Denise sitting over there. And I think Denise and Jan will agree with me that the team of co-authors got together really because of Mardi. And as repeatedly mentioned today, one of Mardi's bigger contribution to the UTAS community is that Mardi used her own connection, invited lots of people here to visit UTAS, and helped the junior staff over there to extend their connection, extend their network, and build their profiles. So Yang and Denise, they visited UTAS many times in the past years, so we got lots of chance talk to each other, exchange research ideas, and write a paper together. And also the contents of today's talk, I think, also relates to Mardi, associated with Simon and Yang's visit in around 2010, 2011. And because of Simon and Yang's work on data revision using state space model, so Mardi was really excited about that type of work, and she sort of just throw me in to this framework. And I learned a lot from Yang, from Simon. I learned programming of a state space model with Simon. So yeah, so I feel really special to bring this work here to present here. Okay, and it's very much a work in progress, and it's our first time to present to anyone. So your comments will be much appreciated. Okay. So many macroeconomic theories present distinctive types of time variations, and this is U.S. quarterly employment in construction sector after 50s. And we can see that apart from the time varying, the upward trending behavior, the within year variation is also prominent. So decomposing those features out of observed macroeconomic theories is very important because related concepts such as output gaps or trend inflation, they are the key inputs in policy decision making, and the need of using seasonal adjusted series also requires extracting seasonal patterns out of those observed series. But the method of decomposition are often univariate, using the single variable of interest. However, if you look at the other information, in this case, I've included employment in retail sector, and we can sort of observe some similarities in the movements. So what the paper essentially is about is to see whether using multivariate data can help to decompose, to do trend cycle seasonal decomposition. The literature has already studied multivariate decomposition, but most papers address the advantage of multivariate over univariate is to show the improvement in the precision of component estimates. Sorry. For example, in the trend cycle decomposition, Tarrett's 2009 work used a bivariate observed component model for the US GDP and unemployment, and the bivariate model produces a more variant unemployment trend and a lower size of Alkin's coefficient. And one of Molly Wang's recent works estimate the US output gap using multivariate Babbage-Nelson decomposition, and they found including variables such as CPI inflation, unemployment rate, will help to capture the booms. And McCloy 2017, he focuses on the seasonality and the trend extraction, and he's able to quantify the reduction in the signal extraction mean square error by using multivariate filtering. But in this paper, we take a different angle to investigate the values from using multivariate data. So the framework we're looking at is an unobserved component model. We start from identification problem of the univariate correlated UC model, which I'm going to explain it using next few slides. And then we'll see whether bringing in more observables can solve for this identification problem. So our standard, this univariate UC model is set up in the following way. So our observable consists of a trend cycle seasonal, and the trend is just a random walk with a drift. Cycle is a stationary AR process, and the seasonal has this dummy variable form where psi L is the a new summation operator, where f is the frequency of the data. So this is really just a moving annual sum of seasonality and equal to an innovation term, which allows the seasonality to vary over time. And the Q here is the covariance matrix of these three component innovations. So typically, people will assume this matrix is diagonal, meaning that it's a zero correlation across those component innovations. But we think this assumption could be questionable. For example, in the construction sector, typically the construction activities, the employment number will go down, right? But you reduction should vary depending on the state of economy. And so in the literature, papers like Cream Water has shown that empirically there is an interaction between seasonality and the business cycle. And in Wright 2013 and a few other papers, they commented that it's very difficult to do seasonal adjustment during the recession. So with this idea of relaxing this zero correlation assumption, and our team of so we've shown that the zero correlation restrictions are actually over-identifying restrictions, and empirically they can be rejected. But if you have a quarterly series and under this specification of AR2s for the cycle process, two of these three correlations between the component innovations can be identified. But still, one cannot be identified, which means you still need to impose one restrictions to one of them. So in practice, it's not always clear, right, which one of the three coefficients at what value should you impose the restriction. So this is the identification problem of a univariate correlated UC model for the trend cycle seasonal decomposition. And so specifically what we're going to look at in this paper is to look at a multivariate UC model, which allows the correlations across the component innovations to be estimated. And in particular, we look at whether and how bringing in extra information can help with identifying those correlations for cross-component innovations. And in the application of the decomposing the employment in the construction sector, we provided two possible specifications so that we can bring in an extra series, which is retail employment, to be able to do the decomposition task while allowing the correlation across component innovation to be non-zero. Okay, so I'm going to briefly talk about the model and then go through the identification and then application and then conclude. Well, so we can just extend the univariate correlated UC model to this multivariate case, and note that these three component innovations have two types of covariances now. So the first type of covariance is for the same component, right? So it's a covariance of the component of the innovations for the same component. And the second type of covariance is a cross-component covariance. For example, all those elements on the diagonal places, they are the covariance of the innovations cross-component within the same series. And all the elements of the diagonals, they are the covariances of innovations cross-component and cross-series. So a generalized correlated multivariate UC model will not only allow this first type of covariances to be non-diagonal, but we also do not impose zero restrictions to any of these elements for those cross-component covariances. So you can see that there are so many covariances in this correlated UC model, and obviously we have to make sure they can be identified. Okay, so we check the identification through looking at the relationship between the reduced form autocovariances of the observables and the parameters of the underlying UC models. So we derive for the reduced form, and note that phi L here is the AR specification of the the cycle component, and this AR dynamic can be reproduced as the AR dynamic in this reduced form. So every AR parameters can be identified. Therefore, our focus will be those covariances in the UC models. So we can further rewrite the reduced form in terms of all those component innovations. So Z is the vector of a moving average process with the order which takes the highest order value of these three terms. So if you have a cordially series and this order Q basically is just whichever is higher between the P plus 3 and the 4. And that means we'll have Q plus 1 blocks of non-zero autocovariances here. And each of them can be expressed by these covariances of the UC model. So this basically gives us the equations for the identification. To know exactly what's the expression of this right-hand side, we consider just a simple case of two variables and cycles take an AR2 process, and then we are able to derive all of the 6 non-zero autocovariances of the observables and express them in terms of the covariances of the UC model. So this is just an example, third order autocovariances of the observable of the two variables, and you can see that's the expression in terms of the covariances of UC models, and this will give us actually 4 equations for identifications. So continue with that example. All of the 6 blocks of non-zero autocovariances actually give us 23. So 23 equations, and if you count the number of unknown covariances in the UC model, there are 21. So necessary condition is for identification is satisfied. Now we check for the rank condition. Basically, in this linear system, we know we need to look at the rank of this coefficient matrix, which is now 23 by 21. We need the rank to be at least 21 to make sure that the covariances in the UC can be identified. So it's we know that this A will be in terms of all of those AR coefficients, so that's going to be looking pretty complicated. So we just did a simple numerical experiment by taking just a particular set of AR parameters for 2 series, and the values are taken in the way that one cycle is less persistent than the other, and also there's no obvious cancellation when you put them together. Okay, so it turns out that the rank of this A matrix is 19, which is less than the number of unknown in the UC model. And that means this bivariate correlated UC model is under-identified. So we're trying to think about the reason is under-identified. I think it could be because how we define the relationship between these 2 variables is to say they only interact through the innovation terms of the component. And maybe this form of interaction is simply just too weak for the information to be useful to help with the identification of the cross-component correlations. So then that means stronger form for 2 series to be read so that one can help with the decomposition of the other. Okay, so what do we mean by more related? So here we gave 2 examples, and both are commonly used in the empirical analysis. One says 2 series, they share the common cycle process. So for example, the second cycle is just scaled of the first cycle, and immediately we get 6 extra equations for helping, hopefully help for the identification. And I just added the 6 equations to our existing system, and it turned out the rank of A is 21, so the number of the unknown UC model. And the second example is, well, we allow the AR dynamics between the 2 cycles to be different. The cycles, with restriction, then immediately the number of unknown of UC model drops down from 21 to 15. And then in our numerical experiment, the rank of A is 15. Again, that just says all of those covariance and non-covariances in the UC model, including those cross-component correlations, can be identified. Okay, this identification analysis could be extended to the cases of common trend, the same trend shocks, or common seasonality, the same seasonality shocks. So, okay, so it seems like if you want to allow the correlation cross component when you do the decomposition using the UC models, and then the series need to share a common component. So now we look at the applications. Our interest is to do trend cycle seasonal decomposition for the employment of construction sector, and we got the data, employment data, initial data monthly, but to make our application align with the identification analysis, we convert them to quarterly by using the last month of each quarter, and we use the post-war sample. Bivariate analysis. Let's just start from the univariate decomposition to see what result we might get. And I made a model. I basically assume all the cross-component correlations to be equal to 0, and then I estimate this correlated version. Recall that we still have to impose a restriction to one of the 3 correlations. So I just arbitrarily choose the correlation between the trend and the seasonal innovations, make it equal to 0. It's just arbitrarily chosen restriction. So, well, what we found out is the other 2 correlations, yes, they are different from 0, but the log likelihood between these 2 models are not much different. So you will fail to reject these restrictions of 0 cross-component correlations. So I will show you our decomposition results from the uncorrelated UC model. Actually, the correlated version produced almost the same, like visually the same graphs as this one. So what we see, the black color on the top graph shows the trend, and you can see, well, after the Great Recession, you see the trend doesn't come down by much, right? So if you read the result, you may interpret it as the impact of a Great Recession is mostly transitory, right? And then if you look at the cycle, very persistent cycle, and it seems there's a little downward trend in the cycle, and perhaps that's not the best estimates you would like to have. All right, and now let's move to the bivariate version. So we focus on 3 specifications. One is the uncorrelated UC model, the bivariate UC model, which basically just says those cross-component covariances to be the null matrices, all the zeros, okay? And then the last 2 specifications are our, very related. When we specify 2 series, are very related in the way that they share either a common cycle and shared cycle shock. All right. I'll show you the uncorrelated version of the estimation. What we see is this variation from the trend innovation is really high. It's so much higher than the other one. It just seems that the trend takes the dominating variation from the observable. And let me show you the decomposition result. Well, immediately, I guess you won't be happy about this set of results, right? Let's just make a comparison about the impact of Great Recession. So now this time the trend comes down quite a lot compared with the univariate results, and that probably indicate the impact of Great Recession is mainly transitory. But then you see for a very lengthy period of time, the trend is above the observable. And also for the cycle, there's a long period of time we have a cycle below 0. So again, and also this cycle is really highly persistent. So you probably won't be happy about that either. Okay, now let's allow for the correlations for cross-component innovations and estimate this common cycle specification of the correlated UC model. So this time, if you just compare the size of the variation from the trend and the cycle innovations, they're actually pretty close to each other. So that's kind of very different from this set of results. And if we look at all those cross-component correlations, and they are all very different from 0. Yeah. And now, if you compare the log likelihood, the goodness of fit improves a lot. Okay. So now let's look at the decomposition results. And well, maybe you're happier about this set of results, right? So it looks perhaps more like a cycle. So I should note the highlighted parts are just NDER recession dates. Well, so the trend sort of comes down. Actually, it even came further down than the observed series. All right. And now the other one, the same cycle. So here, both series, they don't have the same AR parameters, but they have exactly the same cycle shock. And a very similar set of results. And you can see results. Similar, definitely much more acceptable. You'll be much happier about these results compared with the univariate version and the uncorrelated bivariate version. So yeah, so to summarize, we showed that well, including more information means that the correlation for cross-component innovations can be estimated, right? So you really wanted the two series or the extra informations to be really related to the series of your interest. So here we've shown the two specifications. One is they share the common trend, common cycle, and the other is they share the same cycle shock. And then you can estimate this cross-component correlation. And also, yeah, so that's one, like, more series will be more beneficial. And then we did show that allowing for the non-zero correlations, it does make a difference. Estimated trend, at least estimated trend and cycle components. Okay. That's all.
I'm supposed to do something. I'm just happy I didn't have to present. I'm sure I would have made it through presentation.
Great. Okay, I'm going to completely reveal my preference in research right now because I have like 8 questions. But I will choose one first that I think is, I don't know, a clarifying question more. Yeah. So when you said that you went to quarterly data because you needed quarterly for identification.
No, well, not necessary. So we just basically look at the case of quarterly. What if for quarterly data? Because that's lots of macroseries are in quarterly frequency. And then, so we go back to the identification. If it's a quarterly data, you can see this number of non-zero covariances of reduced form is actually less, right? If it's monthly, and then that will be 12 with AR2, so the Q will be 12, then I will have 13 non-zero autocovariances, so a lot more work to do. So I thought, okay, start from the simple one. I think we start from quarterly. Yeah. But it's not. It doesn't mean that only this correlated UC model can only be identified for quarterly. No, we don't have to be quarterly. But if it's for monthly, then you have to go through the identification exercise again. So.
I think it will go through.
That's right. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Li Yang. When we are talking about employment and economy, I always have some problem there. I think employment itself really does not add to the productivity, the same as innovation. So a lot of time, employment is really disservice. So I don't know how do you explain all this. I think people just take for granted the employment is improving the economy, but I don't think so. Because employment, sometimes they just use employment to do something disservice. That is burglarize, stealing the people's car, or giving you the wrong false traffic ticket and everything like that, including hospital and social workers. So I don't know, how do you explain this, try to differentiate productivity and innovation with employment? I think you use basically employment to analyze all your stuff. And I don't know how do you get those data, whether they are really means productivity, they were improving the economy. Our government use the economy means your job increase, everything increase. That's good, but I just don't think so.
I agree, but I haven't used any productivity data here. And I don't think we're trying to use employment to explain the productivity side of the story. Well, I guess you mentioned innovations. So here, the terminology innovation I use, basically, it's just a disturbance term. It's not a technology innovation, but it's just a disturbance term.
Whenever you have a job, you say that's innovation. But I don't think that's really innovation. It just means there's some kind of maybe cooperation or partnership. And especially now they have a public-private partnership that's basically involve a lot of fraud and crime and murder. They just take advantage of everybody else, and including elderly assets and bankruptcy. And if we are talking about financial institution, everything like that, they increase a lot of employment, but they don't think improve the economy or the society's well-being.
Miss, from a time perspective, let's go ahead and move on to the next question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, thanks very much for the presentation. I was thinking about some of the first few trend cycle decompositions that you were showing, and you were showing that the cycle wound up looking potentially non-stationary, or at least you get strangely long cycles. I was wondering, did you play at all with different specifications of the trend, like using a smooth I2 trend or something like that?
No, we haven't. So we just stick to this random walk with the drift, because we thought that's kind of widely accepted for analyzing macro series.
Right, but we think there may have been changes in the potential growth rate for some of these series during that time, possibly as a result of demographic changes. The other thing that might also affect the fit of the trend series, and I'm not suggesting you want to go this route, but I've seen other papers where they argue that putting stochastic trend shock can help you pick up large recessions better to handle things like 2008, et cetera. Just a thought, but I think complicated.
Step, right? The next extension is to go to the stochastic volatility part. Once we figure out, the identification, the estimation for this constant volatility case, yeah, certainly. Thank you.
Very quickly, identification could come from variation in variance. So therefore, actually, I just thought very quickly that it doesn't follow anyway.
Right. Yeah.
Bear that in mind. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, so actually, also building on that, I think it's interesting that you chose construction as your employment series. If we're thinking about series that potentially have unusual trend patterns due to demographics and the shifts, as well as thinking about, I'm assuming you chose it because of its interesting seasonal patterns. Is that, or why was that?
Yeah, so because I thought that there are several like big sectors, right? So always construction, retail, traffic, you know. So I just said, okay, grab one of them and let's play with it. Really, there's no choice process in it. But if I look at the literature, people doing the construction, doing the employment data, construction is always one of it.
Yeah.
I said, okay, that's a kind of a big part of the sector, big sector, so I would choose it.
Cool. Yeah, I would love to just see how it performs for other
And
sectors.
also, I think the literature has shown that the seasonality between the construction and the retail, because they are totally two different sectors, so the seasonality actually are not correlated, which is one of the results we show here as well. So there's, you can find the consistency of the results with the literature. So that's part of the reason we choose the construction and use the retail to see if the retail employment can help. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have time now for our last coffee break, and then we'll get restarted on time at 4:30.
Simon stole two of my questions.
Yeah,
Alright, so get ready to have a which I
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thanks very much. That was very interesting.
I do think you guys would have hit it off too.
Yeah, the Colbert research sounds
Should we?
We talk at the same time.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Brenda Gonzalez Hermosillo, and I'm going to be introducing this session. I say that I co-author several papers with Mardi, as well with Vance and Renee. In fact, I was kind of putting this together, and I think we go like 8 or 10 years of working together. We had a wonderful long-distance relationship because they were in Australia, and while they were sleeping, I was working. And while I was working, while I was sleeping, they were working. So it just worked fabulously. In fact, work we did, I think at the time, this goes back to the early 2000s when we started working together. We were, I believe, some of the first people, although I shouldn't say that since Graciela is here and she's probably correct me on this, but we were some of the first people working on cross-market and cross-country analysis of financial crisis, in particular looking at systemic crisis. So I know Graciela has done a lot of work, and much more than I have. But we were looking at high-frequency data, and it was really exciting because it had to do a lot of, now I'm meeting some of the people who I know from in person from the people that we knew who were taking some of their analysis. So we had basically, we presented our work over that pretty much decade all over many places, and we had great fun. I was trying to think about Mardi and some of the best trips we had. Maybe it was the one in Rome that the four of us, or the 3 of us were together. The 4 of us were together. That I think Renee was telling me she was showing a picture. I didn't see it before, but we were in Venice. Any excuse to present our seminars and to then have a great time. Now, one of the things, I don't remember having any disagreements between us, maybe because it really was like that. I mean, we were very productive when we were in contact, and there was not a lot of room to disagree. We were all seemed to be in the same side of things, and we, worked really well together in dividing some of our knowledge and what we brought to the table. So perhaps one of the only things I remember, and I try to remember how the decision got made, and maybe Vance and Renee can help me here, but was our masterpiece. And this was, we published a book. And what I couldn't remember as I look at it is why on earth did we put that painting in there, and what painting was that? And I'm trying to, I believe it was Mardi's doing. I mean, it was, University of Oxford that apparently needed a piece of art. And so, none of us care. I mean, we were kind of doing coding, and computers were breaking, and all kinds of things were happening. So whatever, I think we said to Mardi, just put whatever, and she picked this painting, which don't ask me in questions what it was, because I don't remember. So, 9 years ago, got published in 2011. So 9 years later, I had no idea that I would not remember this piece of information. And I was wondering, as I was doing this, kind of trying to put this together, why didn't we just pick something that we all will recognize? Or even one of these pictures that all of you have shown about, Mardi hiking or doing things fun. I don't know why we didn't do it. Or go for the really the bottom line. What we were working on? We were working on contagion, chaos, black swans, and we probably thought the book would not sell with that there, but it was kind of happening at the same time. So as I put this together, just a brief introduction, I wanted to thank Mardi, wherever she is, and of course my Australian friends, dear Australian friends, Vance and Renee in particular, and kind of try to have a reincarnation to all the work that we did, all the long hours. One of the things we did, of course, is that we work in black swans. We really devoted a decade of our lives to try to figure out systemic financial crisis and how do we know about it, how this was happening, what were the precursors, what was from the data from different countries, from decades of analysis. And in my field, where I've been working in financial crisis for, 3 decades or longer, it's one of those kind of very seasonal jobs, kind of to follow the previous presentation. You're in high demand when there's a financial crisis, and then everybody forgets about you after that one is mopped up until the next decade, when there's another one. And so we haven't had a financial crisis since I was a deputy division chief in global financial stability at the fund. And I had fun to work since 2007 on the global financial crisis. So, so now it's sort of like a little bit of the past. But I am finding some interesting applications that I would like to invite these great minds here and my colleagues to start thinking about some of the methodologies that we have collectively developed or stole from each other, kind of learn from each other and add one grain of salt is the green swan. Green swans are so unique that nobody has seen them. You probably have seen a little bit of this reference. The BIS had a paper, just came out last month, about a black swan, unusual extreme events, so unusual that in financial crisis we see them maybe once a decade. And this one might be once every 1,000 years or more, which is related to climate change. But not just climate change per se, but the implications for example, market risk, credit risk, how does this event that none of us have seen, and that's why I pick up this picture of a green swan, because it just doesn't, we haven't seen it. So somebody had to put it together, but how do we start using our information and knowledge to really address one of the biggest challenges of the planet? And I won't talk about it because I have some ideas. I started thinking about it, but I want to invite this great audience to, with expertise that we have and in memory of Mardi as well, to take this challenge ahead. And I'd love to talk to you guys more about this later on. But now the spotlight goes to Graciela. And Graciela needs, of course, no introduction. Everybody knows her. In fact, I was surprised to find her. She is in Wikipedia. And this is terrific. She has, her publications are 5 pages, so I won't go through them. Everybody knows about them. Of course, she is an expert, has worked on contagion, financial crisis, exchange rates, coined the twin crisis with Carmen Reichert, fiscal monetary policies, international capital flows, and sovereign debt crisis. And she will talk to us in a minute about debt flows. I met Graciela, I knew about her. I knew about her before I met her, about 20 years ago. I was publishing when your paper in the American Economic Review with Carmen Reichert came, which was completely smashing success. The twin crisis in 1999. I was also working in financial crisis, but I took the long road of working with balance sheets of banks. And I was working with different countries, so it was very intensive in accounting and very messy and it was awful. And then I was very surprised. I was really excited too. That the work that you've done, became really a sensational smash in history. I mean, it's in every textbook. You've done a terrific work, came up with a great little formula, a little noise to signal ratios that only took banks as 0 and 1s. And here I was going through all the non-performing loans and all this, and it was the beauty of your simplicity of the work that you did that became really a standard, and everybody who works in early warning indicators uses your information and your analysis. So she continues to do very thought-provoking work, and of course she's known to all of you. So with that, I give you Graciela. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been listening to all of you since early this morning, and I'm not talking loud enough. Okay.
It's also that microphone.
Is it?
Is it on?
If not, the microphone works.
Okay. So I've been saying that I've been listening attentively to all of you, and I have just one sentence to say, and it's how much I envy you. You have been co-authors of Mardi. Some of you, like Brenda, that she has co-authored 8 papers. But you all share, whether it was 8 papers, 1 paper, you all share the creativity, the enthusiasm, and the creation that Mardi had doing research in so many different areas, from financial crisis, contagion with Brenda, looking at macro structure and forecasting of the economy, doing network analysis. Every time that I met Mardi, she was doing something else. So unfortunately, I did not share that with her. But fortunately, I did share her friendship. She invited me once to go to Cambridge University, and I spent a summer with her. And I became a friend. We started sharing our interests in life, and both of us like to go climbing and hiking and camping and being always very dirty with dirt. And we started with that, and then we started sharing economics and sharing families. And I really enjoy her ingenuity, her creativity, and the friendship. I shared when I was in Cambridge, going to visit the family and sitting on the floor and messing with the kids and the toys and everything. And it was superb. I know very good economists. I count with the fingers in my hand the number of people that is so daring, so interesting, and a good friend. And we kept on seeing each other. Unfortunately, we never worked together. We had an idea of working on liquidity in financial markets, but because we were with other projects, we never did. But I kept on meeting with her. I went to Tasmania. I was one of the people that I was invited to Tasmania, and she came several times to GW, and we shared research, we shared gossip, and we shared dinners. So I will never forget her. I was really very sad when I learned suddenly of her death. But now I'm remembering, like all of you, the fun times. And this is how I'm going to remember Mardi for a long, long time. So, and I love that picture. This is Mardi. Okay, I would like to say that Mardi incentivized this research that I'm going to present now. When I went to Cambridge, I started to get interested in historical data. So I started traveling to London to learn how the data, and it took many years to collect the data set. But now I would like to present to you, okay, this research that started long ago and used dozens and dozens of research assistants to complete. Okay. So let me see. No? Which one do I have to touch? Oh, here.
The right one.
Yeah, I touched the right one. I started with that one. Disappeared my presentation.
Always start from the end.
Okay, so you're going to hear about capital flows to the periphery. You're also going to hear about monetary policy in the financial center. And you're also going to hear in this paper about crisis in the financial center and how to affect the periphery. There are many papers that look at this, but this has an important twist. It has 200 years of data. So it gives us some advantages in learning a little bit more about the different causes of booms and busts in the periphery. So let me talk a little bit about what is the conventional wisdom. We always, when we talk about capital bonanzas to the periphery, most of us conclude that they are excessive and lead to sudden stops. And in general, there are many culprits, okay, to these booms and busts, these excessive bonanzas and sudden stops. But the most frequently mentioned are the cycles in monetary easing and tightening in the financial center, in this case, the United States. With the crisis in 2007 and 2009, economists started to examine, okay, what is the role of a panic in the financial center on the rest of the periphery, okay? And they pay attention to excessive international borrowing predating the crisis and the global retrenchment in the aftermath. The problem with most of the analysis of cycles focus on mostly in the 1990s and the 2000s. And when we look at the conclusions about the role of panics in the financial center, most of the time we just focus on the crisis or the panic in 2007, 2009. Okay? So there is a problem, okay, with this data that we don't have a lot of information on capital flow bonanzas. In general, if we look at all the second episode of financial globalization, we are going to look to see at the most 3 cycles in booms and busts to the periphery. And there is a problem of identifying what is the role of monetary policy. What are the shocks? In general, it's easy to identify shocks to monetary policy when you look at very high frequency events. But when you look at capital flow bonanzas, they are long-lasting. And there are many other factors that affect these capital flow bonanzas, such as oil shocks, commodity shocks, the starting of the European Monetary Union, savings glut, etc. Okay? We also have one panic. Most of the research on capital flows to the periphery, it focuses on the crisis of 2008. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use, okay, the data that I constructed starting in 1820. And this data set is going to have 2 major advantages. First of all, or second of all, there are panics in the financial center, are rare disasters, black swans, so you need to have a long period of time to examine. And so this is what I'm going to have with all the data that I collected starting in 1820. The second advantage, or the first advantage here in the presentation, is that there is a big difference, okay, on what the central banks do right now and what they did before. And in the earlier period, the financial centers, and in particular London, was, and the UK was under the gold standard, and this limits the possibilities of doing, okay, counter-cyclical monetary policy, an active role of central banks, okay? So this is going to help me to identify the role of monetary policy on capital flows to the periphery. Okay. I know that is going to be with the yellow card and then the red card, and it's going to stop me. So let me at least tell you what are my findings, okay? In this paper, I'm just focusing on capital flows to Latin America. But you need to know that Latin American countries are the quintessential emerging markets. So and they started to borrow very early on, okay? They got independence from Spain and Portugal. They eliminated all the trade restrictions, and then they started to borrow in international capital markets. So we have a very long series of capital flows, okay? I'm going to be examining the two episodes starting in 1820 to the Great Depression in 1931. At that time, okay, capital controls were erected around the world, and they only were eliminated following the collapse of the Bretton Woods system. And so globalization restarted in the 1970s, and so far we continue in an episode of financial globalization. What I'm going to do, I'm interested not only on monetary policy of the financial center, I'm also interested in the role of banks in the monetary policy. So I'm going to identify varieties of capital flow cycles. To identify what I call systemic capital flow cycles, those around in the financial center. And I'm going to look separately whether they have different characteristics. And then I have all the idiosyncratic capital flow cycles that are all the other cycles that are not around a crisis in the financial center. So find is that capital flow cycles, booms and busts, have changed over time, okay? What I find is that idiosyncratic capital flow cycles have not changed. When you look at bonanzas back then, and you look at busts and sudden stops, and what was the total issuance in bonanzas and in busts, they haven't changed when you look at idiosyncratic flow cycles. But they have changed when you look at those cycles that are around the panic in the financial center. And what I find is that at the core of these changes is the monetary regime in the financial center. Okay? Free from the gold standard, now the financial center can introduce cyclical monetary policy, counter-cyclical monetary policy. But what we obtain is that around panics in the financial center, those cycles are much more drastic. So there are much higher hikes, okay, when you approach, okay, the peak of the bonanza, and then suddenly you have much more easing, okay, after the panic in the financial center started. So this is going to moderate, okay, capital flow bonanzas to the periphery, and is going to accentuate the issuance during the bust in the periphery. Okay, so we are going to see that the capital flow bonanzas, okay, are smaller around in the second episode of financial globalization, around a panic in the financial center, and then in the sudden stop, it's much less of a sudden stop, and the periphery can borrow much more. What is interesting too, and that I haven't done research on this, is that when you compare cycles in the earlier period and the systemic cycles nowadays, what you find in the aftermath of panics in the center, okay, it doesn't matter what type of monetary policy you did, but the activity is very similar back then to right now, okay? And this is another issue that I would like to explore more in the future. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit of the database because it cost me a lot to collect this data, so you have to suffer through this too. Then I'm going to identify these capital flow cycles, and I'm going to look at the characteristics of bonanzas and busts. I'm going to have a metric, okay, to look at bonanzas and busts. And then I'm going to be doing some analysis of what triggers these different sizes of capital flow bonanzas and busts in different varieties of capital flow cycles and before and after. Okay, so let me just tell you very briefly what the data is all about. The database is granular. I collected each bond, each share that was issued in the financial markets, in the financial centers. I started with, when I went to, I learned in Cambridge, I started to collect data from London, but the financial centers was not London, but Paris, Hamburg, Frankfurt and Berlin, and New York. And so I use information, none of the sources is complete, there is a lot of overlap, but I collected data from archives, from prospectuses, annual reports, you name it, okay? I constructed this data that I collected is gross primary issues, okay? Is how much foreigners buy bonds and shares of the periphery. I collected the same database for the later period from the archives of the World Bank and then from various digital databases such as Dialogic, etc. Okay? This database is important. It doesn't include only sovereign issues, but also private international issues. And if any country was at least once tapped international capital markets, there it is. Okay? So this is important to compare, okay, bonanzas and busts back then and bonanzas and busts right now. Okay, so just to give you an example, okay, I collected thousands and thousands of prospectuses. In the prospectuses, you have information on how much it was issued. Just by coincidence, the prospectus that I'm showing is from Buenos Aires. So this is the province of Buenos Aires. It's a 6% state loan in 1870. You have information on how the loan is being redeemed. Okay, back then all the bonds were mostly callable. Okay, and you have information on how much was issued and the maturity of the bond. Okay, you have also information here from Paris. Okay, another prospectus for a railway in Brazil. The bonds were not issued only in London, and you have bonds that were issued in London, in Paris, in Frankfurt and Berlin. So here you have an example of what happened. So it's important to look at all the financial centers, especially for continental Europe. In continental Europe, most of the borrowing was from Paris and from Frankfurt and Berlin. Okay? So in the case of Latin America, you have here more or less the percentage issue in London, in Paris, in Germany and New York, okay, for all the countries, okay? So this is the importance of looking at all financial centers. Okay. Here you have some figures, okay? Then if you're interested, you can look at all the figures in the paper. It's in my website, okay? And you see booms and busts, okay? Several booms and busts. This is for all Latin American countries. And you have an idea how important was public versus private borrowing.
Is this data available? Can we download it?
Not download. I'm putting into the my webpage as I publish the paper. So there is some data available in my webpage, but not this one. It hasn't published yet. Okay. So you have the same data for the later period. Okay. So here I'm just looking at Argentina. This is bar to bar gross issuance to the size. This is an average. Okay, this is back then. This is right now, and you can see that Argentina, after the crisis in 2001, was out of financial markets and only restarted to borrow in 2016. That I don't have the data there. Okay, so here you have Brazil, you have Chile, etc. So how do I identify the cycles? Well, I use, of course, Harding and Pagan algorithm, okay, to identify cycles. I'm not interested in identifying 1 year cycles. I'm interested in identifying the larger booms and busts, okay? So the restrictions that I impose, that at least these cycles has a 5-year, okay, duration. Using this algorithm, I identified 34 cycles, okay, for the Latin American countries for the first episode, and 22 cycles for the second episode, okay? In order to calculate, okay, the amplitude of the boom and the amplitude of the bust, I cannot use gross issuance, I need to obtain net issuance. Okay, and this is what I'm going to do, okay? I'm calculating the amplitude of the bonanza, the sum at the accumulation of net issuance from the trough to the peak, divided by exports at the time of the peak. And I do the same thing for issuance during the bust. All the net issuance from the peak to the trough, okay, divided by exports at the time of the trough. I don't use GDP because I didn't have GDP for those years. So for all the cycles, I normalize by trend exports. Okay, it's problematic and it's a lot of work to estimate bonanzas and busts. First of all, because we need to calculate net issuance. And the bonds are callable during the first episode of financial globalization. So every time that interest rates in the financial center went down, everybody was restructured. So you need to find all the restructurings of the debt. Also, you have to take care because these countries defaulted. So every time that they default, then they have to restructure the debt. So you need to eliminate one bond, put the other bond, etc. So it's a lot of work. For the modern episode, you have also two crises. We have the 1982 crisis of syndicated loans. And then for the case of the bond defaults, we have to look at Argentina 2001 and Uruguay 2003. So here you can see that you can find, for the earlier episode, you can find in many places conversions and redemptions. So here you can see that in the 1876, there was a wave of restructurings in foreign bonds. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about whether international borrowing cycles have changed. So here you have the accumulated issuance, okay, over the bonanzas divided by exports at the peak, okay? And here you have all the accumulated issuance during the bust, okay? And then you have now, okay, the second episode of financial globalization, and blue here of financial globalization, and they are identified by the name of the country of the. And you can look at the top at whether issuance during bonanzas back then and now are similar, or whether issuance during bust in the first episode vis-a-vis the second episode are the same. And what you find is that issuance during bonanzas in the earlier period was far larger, okay, than issuance in the second period. So the average issuance was about almost 200% of total exports, okay, whereas now it's a little bit more than 100% of total exports. And they are statistically different. The bust, what you observe is that the bust during the first episode of financial globalization, total issuance was much smaller than total issuance during the bust in the second episode of financial globalization. So there is for the general analysis of capital flow bonanzas and bust before and now, what you find is that bonanzas are smaller and issuance during the bust is larger. So you have the amplitude of the cycle is much smaller. I would like to examine a little bit what triggers this. Okay, so I'm going now to separate, okay, the capital flows around crisis in the financial center and capital flows, idiosyncratic capital flows. And the largest crisis during this, the first episode of financial globalization were London in 1825, the crisis in Germany, starting in Germany and Austria in 1873, the banking crisis in 1890, and of course the London and New York crisis in 1929. For the second episode of financial globalization, you have the US commercial bank crisis following the international lending boom in developing countries and all the borrowing, yes, from OPEC countries, and then the subprime crisis. These are the crises, and I don't have time to go over. When you identify this crisis, okay, you can see the World Financial Fragility Index starts increasing. Okay, those are the most severe crises, both during the second episode of financial globalization and the first episode of financial globalization. The measure of world financial fragility looks at the number of banking, currency, and sovereign debt crises in a group of 70 countries, and the data is from Carmen Reichert. Okay, so I did, when I classify the capital flow cycles between systemic and idiosyncratic, this is the number that I obtained. And here you have a little bit an idea of how different systemic and idiosyncratic crises are. So you can look at the graphs, but you can also look at the, let me see, I don't know, maybe move to the other one. I don't have time to go over all of them. So here I'm looking at capital flow bonanzas in the earlier period and in the second period. And what you find is that it is at the core of these differences in the amplitude of capital flow bonanzas in the first episode and in the second episode is that it is a systemic crisis. Okay? Whereas idiosyncratic crisis, the bonanzas of idiosyncratic crisis back then and right now is very similar. Here you have issues during the busts. And look that in the earlier period, okay, issuance during systemic crisis during the bust was almost half of what it was the issuance of cycles that were not around a crisis in the financial center. What we observe right now is that the opposite is happening. The issuance during, in the bust during systemic, in the aftermath of systemic crisis is far larger than issuance during the bust when you are looking at other type of crises, at other type of cycles. Okay, so I'm not going to have a lot of time to go over it, but the questions that I ask is what is triggering these differences? And as usual in all international finance literature, you have to look at pull factors and push factors. And I'm going to look in, we don't have factors. Remember, this is the 19th century. The data that I'm going to be looking at is growth rate of exports for all the countries in the periphery. I constructed data on terms of trade of Latin American countries. And for the full push factors, I'm going to be looking at interest rates, and I'm going to capture economic activity in the rest of the world by looking at imports in the financial centers. Okay? So let me just, I'm going to do first of all some event studies. Okay? And let me show you, okay? I'm not going to focus on other pull factors because pull factors look different across systemic and idiosyncratic episodes, okay? Both during idiosyncratic cycles and during systemic cycles. They look similarly across the two different episodes of financial globalization. So this cannot explain, okay, why the systemic bonanzas and the systemic bust in the second episode are different, okay? So, but you see here, this is the capital flow cycles, the systemic ones, and these are idiosyncratic ones. During the second episode of financial globalization, you have capital flow cycles, okay, around the peak and around the peak here. And you can see that systemic cycles are even a little bit, smaller, okay? So, what happens with the interest rates? I don't have time to look at other variables. When you look at everything is centered around the peak of the cycles in the periphery. And you can take a look a little bit at interest rates around the peak of idiosyncratic cycles and during the peak in systemic cycles. And you can see there, this is the gold standard, monetary policy didn't change much. But when you look at the second episode of financial globalization, there is a big difference in monetary policy during panics in the financial center and monetary policy in the United States around idiosyncratic capital flow bonanzas. Okay? Here you can have, okay, an idea of how monetary policy changed back then and right now around crisis times and around overall the sample. And you can see that you cannot reject the hypothesis that monetary policy during the financial center was different during the crisis times. Whereas here, okay, you can see how much drastic monetary policy was around crisis times compared to normal times. So just to give you a sense of what else I have done, okay, I look at local projections and I separate the local projections for systemic cycles and idiosyncratic cycles. And I look at the role of monetary policy, okay, in these two episodes and in systemic and idiosyncratic cycles. And this is what you obtain. Here I'm looking at one standard deviation shock in interest rate during the first episode of financial globalization, during idiosyncratic cycles in the periphery, and during systemic cycles in the periphery. And so I'm looking at tightening during booms and at easing during booms. And I'm looking at different horizons. What is the effect of monetary policy, of a shock to monetary policy on the capital flows? And what you find is that there are not differences across, okay, cycles around the panic and cycles that were not, okay, around the panic in the financial center. But when you look at the second episode of financial globalization, things change. So now you can find that a one standard deviation shock to interest rates in the financial center have an effect. They are reducing the size of the bonanza. Whereas the idiosyncratic ones, so here you have the 95% confidence bands, whereas the idiosyncratic, during idiosyncratic cycles, I didn't put the bands because it became very confused. They are not statistically different from zero. Similarly, during the bust, easing during the bust, during systemic cycles, created, okay, much larger bonanzas. Whereas during idiosyncratic cycles, you don't see any effects of monetary policy on capital flows. Okay, so I also did some panel estimations. I don't have time to go over it. So let me just have some of the reflections on these results. Booms and bust cycles are hardly perennials, okay? Still, bonanzas and busts are much less pronounced right now than they were in the past, and this is different from all the analysis. All the analysis about the role of the of monetary policy in the United States says that this triggers much more volatile capital flow cycles. But when you compare two episodes in which you have the gold standard, you find an opposite result. Not for all of them, but just for the cycles around the panic in the financial center. The only thing I guess that I have to finish, and if you are interested, you can download my paper. So what I find is that even though during the first episode of financial globalization, there was no monetary policy, okay, to talk about, during the second episode of financial globalization, monetary policy was counter-cyclical and very aggressive around panics in the financial center. What we find is still that at the end of panics in the financial center, whether there is monetary policy in the financial center or there is non-monetary policy in the financial center, the collapse in economic activity is very similar. So we didn't have liquidity back then. Now perhaps we have too much liquidity and too much debt. So this is something to answer afterwards. So I think that I finish on time.
I have a question. I may start.
Yeah, you can. You say so many good things about me.
I see that you have the world upside down, like Mardi would have liked you to show it. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Mardi.
She hated
Side up. Yeah. No, that she hated to be in the, because they always put Australia in the bottom. But she didn't like that. Anyway, a couple questions. When you very interesting, but first of all, very interesting work. When you were putting the data together for a particular day, early part, the 1800s, you have a chart there somewhere where you have, if you go back, it's Argentina had some 800 and something, and Mexico had 300 and something of bond issuance. This brings a question. When you collected the data, was it you created that by whatever you found? I mean, basically, you found the data and you constructed it? Because it surprises me a lot. And I'll tell you, I think you have to be very careful what happened in the 1800s. Because, first, I don't know the data. I mean, it was a question of the data. But the second one is, starting in 1820, more or less, you have several wars of independence going on. All over Latin America, starting with Mexico in 1820. Okay, so what's happening at the time is that the governments are changing. There's a lot of instability, so the government debt and the private debt kind of difficult to separate because, there's coup d'etats and all kinds of things. So, what it was, the government debt of the previous government, now it isn't. I mean, Mexico was invaded by France because of not paying the debt in the 1800s. So item number one. Number two is that, so there's a lot of political issues going on that I think you make it, some of these countries were borrowing not because they were in bonanza, but because they were in crisis. And maybe the money, it was a savings glut, there's sort of thing, there was no place to put the money. So that's the question number one about debt. And the second one is about monetary policy. I don't know how to interpret monetary policy in the 1800s and early 1900s. I think you kind of talked a little bit about it. There was no US as we know it. 1847, the United States was half the size of what it is today. It was a Mexican monetary policy. Mexico in 1910 had a revolution, which up until then, the money that it was circulating in Europe was coined in Mexico because of the silver. And so it was a major liquidity shock to the world, really, and to China because of the trade, when there was no more silver coins circulating in Europe from Mexico. So the shock was really the opposite. In a way, it was what you call periphery that had a liquidity impact in the world. So just kind of it's very appealing to think what happened then, but it was so much caveat of history. They have to be very careful of that.
No, I'm scrapping just this is the beginning. There are lots of things, and I agree with you, that can move these cycles. Okay. First of all, after the first period in which all the countries in Latin America borrowed, they all went in default. Most of them were with wars. Okay, so it was not just Mexico. Argentina was in war, Brazil was in war. So there are other things to import. Second of all, they have different exchange regimes at different moments of time that I'm not looking. I'm collecting data from the black markets that you cannot look at London. You have to look at Buenos Aires, Montevideo, things like that. So there are lots of things, okay, that might have affected these capital flows. For the time being, the only thing that I'm collecting data is an economic activity that presumably is capturing a lot of the war effects too. So I'm looking also at terms of trade. So this is the only data that I've been collecting. And yes, there are different issues that you have to consider, but this is the first pass at the data, and I never thought that I was going to find such a strong results.
But Argentina had 3 times more than Mexico, I think.
Oh yeah, listen, Mexico was in default for 60 years. It borrowed both Colombia and Mexico were some of the richest countries in the 1820s. Mexico because it was producing silver, Colombia because it was producing gold. They borrow a lot. You can see, I have a paper on sovereign defaults at that time. They borrow 600% of total exports, whereas other countries borrow less in that period. So during 80 years, they started restructurings, they couldn't borrow, so that's why at the beginning it was a lot of issues for Mexico, but towards the end, only in the 1880s, Mexico started to restart borrowing. So that's why it's less. Argentina was by far the largest borrower in international capital markets, and it was the one, when you look at growth rates, it was the one that was growing the most. So there is some explanation. Okay, yeah.
Whoever Graciela picked. Graciela's in charge.
I just have a question in terms of your classification of idiosyncratic and systemic. If my memory serves me right, when I think of the Barings collapse in 1890, right, it was of excessive exposure by UK firms to Argentina and Argentine railroads. So it was really a turn in Argentina that precipitated what could have been a systemic crisis in London.
Yeah.
Right? And then there was a private sector bailout and so on and so forth. So how do you classify Barings? I mean, how do you classify the 1990 crisis? Was that idiosyncratic?
No, the crisis, I try to classify the size of the panic and the effects of the panic in the financial center. And what I did, let me see. There are lots of crises in the financial centers back then, and there are also more crises in the US, okay, right, during the second episode of financial globalization. So if you look at the crisis in 1988 in the United States, it was not a crisis. It was a crisis, but it was borderline, and it ended up being known as savings and loan crisis, whereas the 2008 crisis was the global crisis, you know. So you need to classify in some way and eliminate all the little panics in the financial center, okay? And that's what I did when I'm doing this. I'm looking at what are the effects, okay, of crisis in the financial center on world fragility. Okay, so for example, there are other crises. So here I have the crisis that I selected. Okay, but there was a crisis in London in 1836-38. There was a crisis in London in 1847. There was another crisis in 1857. And so I choose the crises that are the most dangerous ones, okay, that are more create fragility, but looking at what happens after this crisis. And this is the number of crises, the index of financial fragility that looks at crisis, currency crisis, banking crisis, and sovereign debt crisis in 70 countries. Okay, and this is not the data that I created, it's the data that you can download from Carmen Reinhardt website. And what you can see is that the crisis that I identify, okay, the index of fragility increases right after the crisis. This is the 1825, this is the 1873, this is the Barings crisis, okay? This is the crisis in 1929, starting in London and New York, okay? This is the crisis, the problem in the commercial banking sector in the United States, that the Fed took very careful care through a lot of negotiations so that these banks were not going to default, but they triggered a lot of fragility around the world, okay? And then this is the global crisis that you have. Most of the crises were banking crises at that time, and they were not lasting, but they increased, you know, from 0.2 to 0.6, so it's an important crisis. So that's how I decided to, okay, characterize which are the largest crises, those rare disasters, those black swans that Brenda was talking about. There are many other crises, especially during the 19th century. There's an 1866 crisis in London, 1882 in Paris. So you have to choose, okay? And I chose by looking at what were the effects, okay, of this crisis in the financial center. And presumably these crises are different, so I'm interested in comparing with the global crisis. And so I'm using I classify systemic cycles as those cycles that are around these panics.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to cut off this conversation. It's fascinating.
But you're not getting rid of me because you assigned me another role.
I did assign you another role, and then so I'm gonna turn that role over to you, and then we have some closing remarks, and then we have a reception waiting for us. So that's why I have to keep us on time.
Warwick was going to give all the acknowledgements, but unfortunately he's sick, and I think that he's seen us. So get well soon, Warwick. So I have to do his job, okay? I think that the conference has been a great success. It's not just that we learn a lot, because I learn a lot, but it's also about Mardi and how she left something on us. And I think that we are all much warmer now from the inside after this conference, because we learn about all our experiences with Mardi, and they are exactly the same, they're very similar. We can talk about different stories, but the end of all those stories is she was a very good friend, and we really grew up with her in our quality of life. So I don't know. I would like to talk about everybody that did contribute. Okay, I want to thank especially to Renee. You're there. She was the heart of all this organization. Without her, okay, we're doing it at GW. We are not doing it in Canberra, but she was here. She was, okay, the moving force of all this conference, and I thank you very much. Okay, then I'm going to go through a long list of things. The institutions that contribute to this is first, of course, the Institute of International Economic Policy here at GW, the research program on forecasting at George Washington University too, the Center for Applied Macroeconomic Analysis at the Australian National University, College of Business and Economics at the University of Tasmania, the IMF, and the Society of Nonlinear Dynamics and Econometrics. So to all these institutions, thank you very much. Okay. And then I'm going to name all of you because you really made a big contribution to this conference. So I guess Stephen Smith has left, This is our chair, so it's first in all these things. So, of course, Tara, Vanessa Smith, Renee again, Eric Renaud, Vance Martin, Gaston Gelos, Dennis Osborne, Simon McNorden, Hashem, Nigel Ray. I'm sorry about the pronunciation. Pierre Siklos, Gerard Dwyer, Jing Tian, Eda Kloss, Brenda, okay, Graham Wells, Joaquim Vespignani, Vlad Volkov, Marty Robinson, and the Australian Treasury. I would like to ask Kyle, where is Kyle? Thank you for all your help, okay, and to the Institute of putting together a great conference. Okay, and now it's Marty. There you are. He's going to conclude with all these thanks. Okay, and
Thank
here.
you, Graciela.
I
don't have any slides, so I'll keep this quick. I don't want to get in the way of getting between the end of the day and the reception that's waiting for everyone. So firstly, thank you very much to Renee and to Graciela and Tara and to everyone who's helped put on today. I think it's been a terrifically successful day and appreciate the opportunity just to say a few words here at the end now. I didn't have the privilege of meeting Professor Dungey while she was at Treasury. I've worked in a number of different areas, but not the areas that happen to have overlapped with Professor Dungey. With my Australian Treasury colleagues who have worked with her have been very touched both by the tremendous intellect and guidance provided them, also in the way that her personality and the open collaborative foster within the macroeconomic modelling and forecasting area of Treasury. It was good that Nigel Ray, our former Deputy Secretary for Macroeconomic Group and now the Executive Director at the IMF, was able to make some remarks earlier today. And I know that our current Deputy Secretary, Megan Quinn, would have loved to have been here. She's attending the G20 Finance Ministers meeting over in Riyadh at the moment. So that's kept her away. But I did just want to share some remarks on behalf of Treasury and my colleagues just briefly. So the Australian Treasury is very supportive of this tribute to Professor Mardi Dungey. We thank the George Washington University, the Society of Nonlinear Dynamics and Econometrics, the University of Tasmania and the Australian National University for organising today's event. Professor Dungey was an outstanding academic and one of Australia's leading macroeconomists. Mardi had worked closely with us since the early 2000s when she helped develop single equation macroeconometric frameworks and mentored and supported our staff. In 2017, Mardi became a member of Treasury's expert panel where she provided guidance and expertise contributing to improving our macroeconomic modelling capability. Most recently, she was contracted as the external technical expert to help guide and mentor staff and to develop the new macroeconomic model of Australia. Mardi made a significant contribution to strengthening our capability and formed close personal relationships with many of us. Mardi's humour and warmth, generosity and supportive approach to teaching helped to break down barriers and facilitate collaboration across our teams and attract staff with diverse backgrounds to macroeconometric work. As you know, before she died, Mardi and her partner Ross asked that in memorial, the Tasmanian branch of the Economic Society of Australia be invited to establish a prize or scholarship for economics students at the University of Tasmania. Today, we're very pleased to announce that Treasury will make a contribution of $5,000 to the Mardi Dungey Scholarship. We hope this will encourage more students to engage in this field and to enrol in economics degrees. Thank you.
I'm going to
Oh,
say.
you're. Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry, we had a few little changes. There were just a few little things that I wanted to say. Firstly, thank you to Tara and to Graciela for taking me on this journey with you. Graciela, the only other person I know who loves data as much as you is Mardi. And Tara, I know you think you didn't get to know Mardi very well, but I think we should acknowledge that the very last conference that Mardi organised, she flew Tara out to Tasmania to be the keynote speaker. So too bad you didn't get to do the walks, and it was a really tough conference that week because that was a week that she wasn't coming out of hospital, so it was really hard. And I'd like to acknowledge Jan Jacobs. He took this beautiful photo of Mardi on Valentine's Day one year and was happy for me to share it with all of you. And one other thing I wanted to say this morning, I was talking about Mardi going into schools to teach these primary school students. I just want you to know that Jing is taking on her legacy and is doing the same thing. So it didn't stop with Mardi, she's inspired Jing as well. And I'd also like to say thank you to the Treasury for that wonderful donation. I can't leave this conference with a mystery. So Brenda, I'm going to tell you about our book cover. If I can figure out how these slides work. This way? Okay. So this is actually a painting by a 16th century Italian artist of a financial crisis. So we've been having them for quite a long time. So this woman here is Lady Luck. You'll see that in her arms she has all of her bounty, and she has this like billowy fabric behind her that says that she's kind of, anything could happen. If you look closely enough though, you'll see that she's actually sitting on a bubble. She has this asset price bubble going on already. And this, she has one shoe on and one shoe off, which symbolizes that luck could be a good thing or a positive thing or a negative thing. And the naked guy is chance. So he is fluttering these Italian lottery tickets into this urn. So that's what that is all about. So that's why you have co-authors, because they have to help you fill in the gaps.
Did you make it up? I just heard it.
Yes, I did. I painted it actually. Okay, so we just have one last thank you. I would like to invite Vlad Volkov to the podium because the University of Tasmania have put some funding into this and have been wonderful, and obviously they all severely miss Mardi. Joaquim Vespignani was going to be coming to give the presentation. He put in the funding application and he had issues at the border, unfortunately. So Vlad is going to share his thoughts. So thank you, Vlad.
Thanks, Rainy. I actually would like to talk now on behalf of all of us, actually colleagues from Tasmania, not only Joaquim, but some other colleagues who couldn't come, obviously, but wanted to come. So, and I think it would be a nice point. So it was a great big day. We're in Washington, and it's just that it's pretty clear message that Mardi is globally involved with all of you. But I want to bring Mardi's story back to the place where everything started. That's Tasmania, of course. So I'll try to be really brief. I know we're running out of time. Some of us actually remember that she did her undergrad in Tasmania, and she completed bachelor with honors in 1988. So after that, everything what you discussed happened, this successful career, Cambridge, other stories. So it took good 20 years after that. And after these 20 years, you can imagine that as a successful academic with a great established style and everything, if you ask yourself a question, okay, now would you return back to a small place where everything started? I'm pretty sure that some people would say, probably no, but it's not about Mardi. She returned back after 20 years. And as I know, yeah, she shared a lot of information with me. She was really excited about changing research environment, make some difference with UTAS, and I should say it's in fact happened. Yeah, so it was really, really great. Don't want to go into formal numbers, but in addition to successful research and teaching, she actually was quite actively involved in some admin stuff, which is actually rare. So she was involved in hiring lots of academics, more than 12, which is actually quite a lot for Utah, for a small place. And in addition to that, 5 postdocs. I was the last one. And I think that actually shows really well how elegantly she was able actually to work with very different people, and especially young people. And one more actually thing I would like to say, that sometimes we don't realize when you have great influential colleagues next to you, how strong and helpful are they. So that's exactly my personal experience. So when you start to work, and I worked with Marty really well, and from some point, that's a lesson. So you start to, so in fact, things changed a lot. And it's not the same, department, not the same environment anymore. So I think that's a really important and good lesson for especially young academics. So we need to appreciate that. That's a rare chance, and we need to use it as much as we can. So that's my personal lesson. And last memory, I actually didn't have a chance to say goodbye face-to-face, which is a bit regret for me, but our last contact was really surprising. So it was actually December, end of season, when you need to submit reports to IRC grants, which is, very annoying. It's almost Christmas time, and you can imagine. So it's basically a few weeks before she passed away. And it was really surprising. You have a team in this IRC grant. I was also involved. When other people can do this job, can do all these formalities, and even in this situation, she completed everything on time, in perfect shape that she was able to do. So it's another, I would say, another plus to her ability to actually manage other things, which are, I don't think some people would be able to do. I think that my experience, I have too many stories here, we have limited time, but my experience was unforgettable, and I just should say that I would like to thank you all for this tribute to Mardi, and thanks, Mardi, you're great. That's it. One more thing I remember, some of you want to say something.
We are picking up glasses of sparkling toast. They come around. Just go ahead, please.
Cheers, everyone. Thanks to Marty.
Thanks to Marty.
Marty.
Cheers.
Thank you to all the organizers. Really done great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And here's to many more international linkages brought about by Marty.
And the new challenges we have going.
Yes.
Absolutely. please take your drinks on into, we'll go and have a further reception lounge. Thank you.
Yes. Welcome to leave your things here. You're welcome to pack them up, but make your way over to the lounge area. We